You deserve better than me. If I was smart, I'd find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel, that you deserve better than me.
Hello, कैसे हो दलोज? What is up? What is up? What is up? Welcome to a brand new stream. हाँ, कैसी लग रही है भाई? चेंजेस कैसी लग रही है? Crazy. चैनल बैनर से सब कुछ चेंज हो गया भाई. It's time to road to 2 million बड़ी. समझ रहे हो? Road to 2 million. ओफा मेरे को नहीं भाई, एडिटर को, पॉजी के दोस्त ने बनाया है. न्यू तो है. शर्म नहीं है भाई. स्ट्रीम एंडिंग भी मस्त है बे. स्ट्रीम एंडिंग देखने का है क्या तुम लोग को? स्ट्रीम एंडिंग देखने का है क्या चैट? कि बाद में दिखाओ? जस्ट चैटिंग स्क्रीन दिखाओ ना. जस्ट चैटिंग स्क्रीन यही है यार. जस्ट चैटिंग, थोड़ा भी जस्ट चैटिंग का स्क्रीन छोटा होता है. फेस फुल कैम करो. मैं तो तंग आ गया हूँ. लास्ट टाइम बनाया था जस्ट चैटिंग का, सारे डिलीट मारा. जस्ट चैटिंग का स्क्रीन है ही नहीं. दिखाओ एंडिंग दिखाओ. ठीक है, मेरा गेम क्रैश हो रहा है चैट.
Lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do.
सिस्टम क्रैश कर देंगे. हाँ, नीचे सिस्टम के नीचे सिस्टम क्रैश कर देंगे. क्रेजी. जस्ट सेइंग दिस इज सिर्फ वो एक झलक. हो सकता है कि 1 साल बाद इससे डबल ट्रिपल हेवी वाला कुछ आए. समझ रहे हो? वॉच पार्टी स्पेशल का कुछ स्क्रीन है, सब आएगा. अभी नहीं. डब्ल्यू सेक्सी है ना भाई. मेरे को सेक्सी लगा बे. एंडिंग सेक्सी लगा. एंडिंग थोड़ा लीक्स हो जाता तो. क्या चीज का लीक्स यार? छे, छे. 30 लाख का इंट्रो है. एक्सक्यूज मी, मैं गोट के ऊपर नहीं जा सकता. हे डियर, कैन यू चेक माय न्यू इंट्रो? आई एम लाइव. It is only for 29,99,999. Love you. फेस कैम बॉर्डर दिखाओ. इंच इंच. भाई पहले कोई है क्या खेलने को? भाई कोई नहीं है भाई. इट्स जस्ट मी एंड माय टोना ही। हाँ, कोई सीन नहीं खेलेंगे। मेंबरशिप खत्म होने वाला है, कोई गिफ्ट कर दो यार। किधर है भाई टिटीस और बॉट भाई? हेलो बंक्स में जॉर्ड इंटर प्रीमियस तो गया क्या वहां पे? फोटोज नहीं भेजे? रात को आया करो, अभी पढ़ाई है भाई, मैं अभी से लेके रात भर हूँ, रात भर। अभी अर्ली वैलो स्ट्रीम किया, वरना लोग बोलेंगे इज जस्ट अ वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर करके, इसलिए मैं अभी वैलो चालू किया। ठीक है, इसके बाद वॉच पार्टी करेंगे और उसके बाद मेंबर्स ओनली करेंगे। ठीक है, और हो सकता है कि आज मेंबर्स ओनली में भी वैलो गेम प्ले हो, क्योंकि आज मन है, आज मन है। ठीक है, बट दैट इज हो सकता है कि माइंड फक ही हो जाए और बाद में वी गो बैक टू डेल्टा, डोंट नो। ला ला। बिंग्स में आपको नींद नींद को लेकर क्या विचार है भाई? देखो सिंपल विचार है, कल मैं 7 साढ़े 7 बजे सोया, बराबर है। 5 बजे तक मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा था शायद। 7 साढ़े 7 बजे सोया, फिर मैं 9 बजे उठा क्योंकि मेरे को बाहर जाने का था काम। तो एकदम हैवी नींद के लिए मेरा विचार है, वेरी नाइस, इट्स अ वेरी नाइस थिंग। और तुम लोग सो पा रहे हो तो डब्ल्यू यार, मिस यू यार। लव यू बंक्स बाय, डब्ल्यू है, विश यू द बेस्ट फॉर द फ्यूचर, लव यू, लव यू। जस्ट सिंह, आप ही मेरा फ्यूचर को ब्राइट कर सकते हो बाय अपग्रेडिंग द मेंबरशिप। या सेल्समैन इज बैक एंड एक्टिव बेबी। हाँ, चैनल डीपी देख के मेंबरशिप नहीं लूंगा बंक्स भाई, अच्छी डीपी है भाई, भाई अच्छी डीपी है भाई। जॉलाइन देखो भाई, मैंने ये वाला किया था रील, ये जॉलाइन के साथ। हेलो, न्यू डीपी है भाई, अच्छी डीपी है। आज किसका मैच है? आज कैजुअल कैजुअल मैचेस है, लेकिन फिर भी देखेंगे, आज कैजुअल कैजुअल मैचेस है। चैनल का डीपी देखा कड़ा, एक्सक्यूज मी, एल डीपी भाई मत करो यार। जो हैंडसम बंदे लोग को तुम लोग क्या जानो। ये चैनल का प्रोफाइल में हैंडसम हंक कौन है? हाँ, जली ना चैट, जली ना। डब्लू डब्लू मेंबर मैसेज डब्लू। ये मेरा मुंह पे जो बिंक्स लिख के आ रहा है, कोट के दे। एफेक्स फेलेगा आज नावी को, देखते हैं। याद हूं मैं, याद है। कैसे लग रहा है नया कैम? ट्रांजिशन तो है, ट्रांजिशन मस्त है, और इंस्टेंट ट्रांजिशन है। हे गाइस, ये डब्ल्यू, ये ये हाँ, ये बेस्ट है भाई। कुछ ज्यादा प्लेन नहीं है कैम बॉर्डर में, मेरे को ज्यादा कुछ डालने का नहीं था यार कैम बॉर्डर में, वरना साला इतना डिस्ट्रैक्टिंग लगता है ना, कोई मुझे देखेगा ही नहीं तो मेंबरशिप कैसे लेगा, इसलिए थोड़ा प्लेन रखा मैंने। समझ रहे हो, नजर मेरे पे रहेगी तो मेंबरशिप स्टॉक्स अप होएगा, सिंपल बात है। बॉर्डर नहीं खिड़की है वो, लैंग्वेज, लैंग्वेज
Match found.
फ्री में बना के दिया उसने। हाँ, चैट गाली दो इसको। अबे क्या हो गया बे? बॉर्डर ठीक कर। अरे यार, बराबर तो है बॉर्डर। बस बस, वो साइड में वो लाइट नहीं दिख रहा था करके मैं ऐसा किया, बस। गेम चालू हुआ नहीं कि भंस भाई, आपके मारते से निकल जाए जिसे बनाओ नाम को, मतलब माथे से निकल वो।
Match found.
दूर से कुछ तो चिल्लाने की आवाज आई है। चैट, क्या टिक करो? हाँ
अंदर रख।
लाइट किसके अंदर रखो? ऐसे ऐसे
हाँ अरे हाँ क्रॉप कर, पतला कर दिया खुद को।
पतला ही हूं मैं, कर क्या
चुप
दिया?
रहे, नहीं है बराबर अभी। हाँ,
यार वरना साइड में वो दिखता है यार स्क्रीन। तो देख साइड में वो दिखता है स्क्रीन।
हाँ तो क्रॉप कर दे जा।
बराबर है। मैं बोला नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट जो इंट्रो बनाएंगे हम 1 साल बाद, उसमें तू पीछे से आएगी, मुझे गाली वाली देगी, टपली देगी, वैसा कुछ।
ये थोड़ा वेबकैम अच्छा नहीं लग रहा।
ठीक है, वेबकैम दूसरा बना लेंगे।
हाँ निकाल दे।
डेडली डो आ जा, अगर ये डॉज करेगा तो। अरे डॉज नहीं करेगा तो एक गेम बाद आ जा, मैं रेडी हूँ आज। आज रिबल भाई के साथ खेलेंगे। डॉज करने मत बोलना, मैं एफ के खा चुका हूँ, मेरे को बैन नहीं चाहिए। ए रिबल, जस्ट सेइंग, मैं तेरे चैट में अभी भी हाई नहीं लिख पा रहा हूँ। एनी कमेंट्स? मेरा माइक तेरे मुंह में घुस सी के
ब्लॉक कर दिया उसने।
जेरेफ के चैट में जाके बोलना पड़ रहा है, स्नैक्स के चैट में गाली देना पड़ रहा है। डॉज करना, डॉज नहीं कर सकता है यार। मेंबर रहता तो मैं सच्ची डॉज करता। काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप का परकीस है वो।
निकाल दे।
वैसे भी पहला गेम है,
ये
थोड़ा
वेबकैम
हक के
निकाल
आया।
दे। सुनेगा।
ए मेरा इंट्रो देगा क्या?
Yo, Joy. After this, you wanna do some
Yeah.
tinkering?
Sure, but
नहीं
if
चलेगा।
anything
नहीं।
explodes,
कुछ नहीं से अच्छा कुछ तो है भाई।
ये
कर देना हिल मत, मतलब क्या हो गया है? क्या कर रहा है तू?
Hello, do you wanna push?
भाई डीप आवाज, डीप आवाज,
I'm gonna lurk. I'm gonna lurk.
डीप आवाज। ए डॉज नहीं कर रहा मैं। 15 मिनट में आ जा।
15 मिनट
मेरे को लगा कुछ।
go, go.
Bomb buddy.
Spike down A.
Come here.
60 cloud. बहुत है।
Drop in a smoke.
KJ, they run aim in, bro.
बे टाइटल में तो लिख न्यू स्ट्रीम।
हाँ कौन सी चेंज कर?
Can't use that yet.
Turret out.
Back.
बहुत एक सिंगल
One enemy remaining.
ब्यूटीफुल राउंड रेस। हाँ कर रहा, क्या डीपी है यार। लव यू यार बिंक्स भाई।
They'll hit back. Or at least they should.
पिंक कलर कर दे, बिकॉज़ बैकग्राउंड पिंक कर दे।
क्यों? हाँ वेलकम टू कुटू फैमिली बोल रहा है मेरे को। क्यों? बराबर है। लव यू टू यार बिंक्स भाई। हाँ देखा आज सैलरी मिला ना, बहुत से का कुछ है। खाओ भाई, चिमकिन खाओ।
Watch your backs,
Need
KJ.
and focus again.
Turret out.
We can delay.
क्या बोल रहा है ये? इतना डीप आवाज है इसका।
Go get it. Gotta go. No peeking.
Molly is first.
Right low.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Should be fine.
Who could have predicted this? All right. I did.
Senora Alves, don't get too eager out there with
Thank you.
explosives. You put me out of a job.
Let's go see.
Placing sentry.
Can you need
By any means
here
necessary.
and
Go, go, go!
go. Okay.
There's no
Go
smoke.
go net.
Gun here. Reloading.
Whoa! Where is it folded?
Reloading.
I feel bad for them. I really do.
Good
यार
thing
अभी लग रहा है मेरे को
is-
वो
that is
स्ट्रीम
good
डेक चालू
context.
करना है फट से मैं
On
ऐसा
the
कर
left
सकता हूँ
is putting his wall here instead of C. I think we can
मार
try to go C.
मैंने
then.
Binks.
बड़ा माथा स्लीव
Okay, ulit na kay Biko. Drone 3.
अरे बंचोत
The defense.
क्या तुम लोग ने देखा
We molly amen.
क्या तुम लोग ने देखा
Drop in a smoke.
wait
Player standing. Spike down A.
One three one है
Smoke.
I think you breach.
सब लोग इंटरेक्ट with a love in the way thank you for the चाल मृजान की टोटे then let's go see go see only once ब्यूटी का नाम सुनते ही हाँ ब्यूटी लिखते हो
Gotta go. Placing sentry.
Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. Reloading.
Grenade is live. We can stand around all day talking about
we
killing
can.
them. Or we
Let's go see again. Don't alternate.
कैसा लगा न्यू इंट्रो
Thanks.
क्यूट था बोले क्यूट था समझ गया
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
W
Hola.
Placing sentry.
क्यूट
Yes.
I love this part.
Yes.
I'm out of here. Get out of my way.
I'm ulting.
Spike down. C.
Like I never left.
blind
2 city, 1 waterfall. 1 waterfall, 2 city. Are they going back?
I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Planted. Grenade.
Close,
Found
close.
him.
beaut man beaut
dial.
I'm out of here.
You don't always get what you want.
Gun here.
नाइस इंटरबंक्स भाई, थैंक यू। हैकर बोलते
Damage
2
roll.
बार गिफ्टेड मिला, 3 बार आपने पैसे लिया। बैंक्स भाई जिसको भी ओपीएम देखना है, लव यू यार विशेष भाई, लव यू यार। क्या इंटरव्यू बेसिस वैसे तो रहा है।
Come rush away fast.
एक्सक्यूज मी,
Turret out.
भी आधा हो जाएगा। बात तो है। दैट्स अ गुड थॉट राइट देयर।
One free.
And 80 race for the jet.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Going back. Reach from B.
There is 2A.
Reach till B.
भाई ये ब्रीज बहुत स्टन दे रहा है मेरे को। स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर दल्ला।
Try to push from 3. Hey, push A. Only one.
There's 2 B. Hello?
What?
Yeah, he's moving.
30 seconds left.
Bait me.
One
Nice.
enemy
Stairs.
remaining.
Planted.
Couch. Yeah, couch.
एंटी था देखा जाएगा। लेट्स गो ए, ब्रेक डोर, गो बी।
My ballistics set off easy kills.
I'm out of
And
here.
if they don't, yes, you can't complain.
Vijay, can you turret here and then stay here? We go B. Come close, we go B. Just smoke here.
Hey, could be.
Going out.
Here we're going mid to B. What the fuck?
One more here.
My turn.
Go. B main. On my ping.
One more five there.
Go B.
Here is down.
Spike down B.
I got this one.
Last player standing.
Sick लियो। ठीक है, चप्पल मारा मेरे को उसने।
Clear.
और बड़ा क्या ले, माइक में घुसा है क्या प्लेयर वो ना? हाय ये क्या प्लांट है?
Planted. Off your feet!
What the fuck? The fuck?
Don't be spending
Oh,
too
good
many
luck.
brain cells figuring them out.
Excuse me?
Overthinking is
So
just
good.
as bad as
All skilled.
underthinking. Go.
My do so good, holy shit.
Hola.
My dough is better.
नहीं आ रहे अपन, नहीं आ रहे।
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
For initiative.
ये
Seen sentry.
No missiles away.
open door.
Too slow. My ult's ready. Drop in a smoke.
Point flanking.
One enemy remaining.
हो गया भाई मेरा
Why are they always cross speaking though?
मेरा हो गया
Listen up, Yama.
मेरा हो गया भाई
Don't get back up.
कितना भी नया चैनल वो डीपी कांदा बटर का नया ना डाले यूसी इज ऑल द सेम
Always crouch peek.
Yeah.
हाँ
Hola.
यूसी इज ऑल द सेम
Gracias. Gracias.
I'll show them.
लिंटिकायो
Yeah, go, go, go.
Nice kill, nice kill.
Down.
ay
Ingat ka. Don't get stabbed.
Too much
Bad way
shooting.
to go.
Too much
I'm outta
shooting.
here.
look can you dick hit in it do something please क्या हो गया इसको काहे करे आ रहा है ये
Let's go.
Go, go, go.
I don't know why you always need me
Drone is down. Ammunition.
Here we go.
Enemy remaining.
Nice.
Planted. My ult is ready.
Stairs.
I think it's there.
I've never
Grenade. Satchel out.
Top molly.
Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose.
पीछे जाना चाहिए ना आगे कौन आता है CCM कहाँ है भैया जी CCM कहाँ है भैया जी अरे मेरा कुछ उन तक कैसे पहुंचा ये क्या लैंग्वेज है भाई शादीशुदा हो भाई मैं मैडम दूर हटो भाई यही होता है भाई नया इंट्रो डालते हैं लोगों को लगता है वेरी हैंडसम या that's true
Two suppressed.
3, 4.
Finished.
मैं पागल हूँ
Taking out.
bro nah that's some heavy matke shit right there
Spike down. C.
I'm out of here.
Many.
One enemy remaining.
It was
What the
there.
fuck?
चल बाबू सब बढ़िया हाल है
Switching sides.
ये जो नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम का जो ऊपर स्टिकर चिपका है मेरे माथे
Where do we
पे
push? Do we fight A or not?
फाइट
We fight?
भैया सैचल करना सिखा दो क्यों दबाओ अब मेरा चाय अरे मैं चाय पीना भूल गया
Reloading.
They might rush me.
Reloading.
आज कौन सा वॉच पार्टी? आज है EMEA.
Let's flush them out.
वाह क्या इंट्रो, लव यू यार. मेंबरशिप ले बढ़वे.
Spike down A.
Shield.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, this team is so good.
हाँ?
Reloading. Spike spotted A.
Chill, you both low. I think he's still in lobby.
Is FK bopping not moving?
No peeking.
Yay!
Yeah, that's good.
Quiet
Nice.
mouse.
Go.
Make peace with yourself.
Hey,
before
that's
you
some crazy ass shots right there, baby.
Gotta go.
Yo, if you need heal, I will need robot.
Yeah, you raise, you need double. You need double.
There.
I will.
बस आपकी 300 DPI वो स्लो सेंसिटिव लगता है डिमन और तो नीचे DPI 250 कैसे नीचे DPI रहेगा रे?
I'm out of here. Bomb buddy out. Reloading.
Reloading.
DC, maybe they go C.
लवड़िया.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
That was some लवड़िया shot.
Grenade.
इधर. हम लोग.
I'm out of here.
Left firing.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers.
Go take it.
I'm out of here.
Keshav bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के टोटे. आशु भाई 250 DPI is not possible मेरी जान. इसका माउस हिलेगा ही नहीं.
So many.
Line again. 80, 50, 50. Pararara.
You compromise the position.
My ult's ready.
आज अपनी प्रेडिक्शन बताओ. माय माइंड से BBL एंड एपेक्स. जरा देखना पड़ेगा. नावी जीतेगा वो कंफर्म है.
They're coming. Don't say.
Henry, can you smoke him?
They're in.
Gotta go. Bomb buddy out.
All missiles away.
A 140 raise. Raise 140.
That was clean.
Both there.
One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted. See.
Why is my pin so good? I already AFK.
Match point.
Party's over. Let's show them out.
ए दब में थोड़ी
Can I get a drop?
दब में बॉप नावी जीत ही नहीं सकता इम्पॉसिबल ब्रांडेड नावी हाइपन भाई अगर नावी जीता ना हाँ सेल्फी में वीडियो निकालना नंगा नाचने का और मेरा खास दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेके 50 गिफ्टेड मेंबर्स करना ठीक है ठीक है और माथे पे वो पेपर के साथ चिपका देना कि मैं चोमटे और जो बिंग्स भाई की बात नहीं सुनी थैंक्स
Nice. I think there's two
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice.
Ace.
Hey.
Defenders win.
All done. Party in the danger
Please don't hurt.
नावी जॉर्ड भाई सिंपल बात है भाई मैं किधर रहता हूँ मैं उधर सपोर्ट करूंगा आई स्टे इन नावी मुंबई तो आई विल सपोर्ट नावी वेरी सिंपल लास्ट में इस मार हराम जत भाई नो फर्स्ट ब्लड है बे इसको ऐड करो क्या चैट पीछे से मारना है मेरे को फिर हाँ डायमंड लॉबी वो मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना इसलिए मैं उसका चैट नहीं पढ़ता मेरे को ऐसे दिखाया मत करो उसका चैट इसलिए मैं उसका नहीं चैट पढ़ता मतलब वो बंदा गेमर के नाम पे सिर्फ लोगों को चूतिया बनाता है बस आज ये बंदा चैट गेमर के नाम पे लोगों को क्या करता है सिर्फ चूतिया बनाता है एक एमवीपी दिख रहा है क्या तुम लोग को एक टीम एमवीपी है जिसमें वो हारा है एक एमवीपी दिख रहा है क्या तुम लोग को चैट एक एक हाँ ऐसा जीतता है ये बंदा ऐसा ए प्लीज मेरे को पुश कर दो ना प्लीज मेन आईडी से मत आ जाओ यार कोई मैं रैंक पुश नहीं हो पा रहा प्लीज मेरे को कोई पुश कर दो प्लीज मैच नहीं मिलेगा यार जल्दी मेन आईडी से मत आओ
अरे
क्रेजी यार क्या खेला है बंदा क्रेजी क्रेजी मैन क्या खेला है मजा आ गया 5 पीएफ के वालों को मारा था क्या हाँ क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी ओ पैंचो नीचे से ढूंढना पड़ता है ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता ढूंढने को सिंपल है जो स्कोरबोर्ड रहता है ना उसका हाफ करने का और वो हाफ का नीचे से देखने का तुमको मैकल मिल जाएगा समझ रहे हो ओ भाई क्या क्रेजी मुफासा भाई प्लीज मुझे पुश कर दो प्लीज मार दो मैं 10 तो मार दूंगा कम ऑन मैन डायमंड लॉबी वाओ दैट्स सम क्रेजी मैं रेडिएंट जाऊंगा हाँ ये जाएगा रेडिएंट ये लवडियंट रेडिएंट जाएगा भाई भाई एक रीजन है कि तेरे को 11 प्लस मिल रहा है वो भी ये लॉबी में इमॉर्टल के बाद तेरे को कितना प्लस मिलेगा मालूम है सोलो खेलेगा तो 3 प्लस मिलेगा तेरे को अस्कांडे 2 में 11 मिले इमॉर्टल में 3 प्लस मिलेगा क्योंकि रोहित भाई भी बोलेंगे जाओ वो खेलो करके समझ रहे हो किधर है ये गांडू हाँ किधर है ये हेलो आर रिबेल आ रहे कि नहीं हेलो गैब में मैकल मॉड कहाँ से मॉड भाई कहाँ से मॉड दूं उसको कुछ रहना चाहिए भाई देखो मेरे जितने भी मॉड्स है या फिर वो लोग बहुत सुपर चैट करते हैं ठीक है या फिर एकदम रेप्यूटेड रेस्पेक्टेड स्ट्रीमर्स है या फिर ऐसे लोग हैं जो लोग मेरा स्ट्रीम बहुत टाइम से देखते हैं ये 3 कैटेगरी है अभी मैं चौथा कैटेगरी निकालू मॉड देने का बताओ लंडेश कैटेगरी करके ऐसा कुछ निकालू मैं बताओ ये 3 कैटेगरी में मेरे सारे मॉड्स सारे के सारे अभी मैं चौथा कैटेगरी कैसे क्रिएट करूं हाँ मैं पुराना नहीं हूँ ठीक हो तो पुराना तेरा गेम प्ले पुराना हो चुका है भाई गेम प्ले पुराना हो चुका है लास्ट 1 महीने में तूने स्ट्रीम में क्या कैसे व्यू करके पॉपकॉर्न खा के आ रहा बस आई मिस द ओल्ड माइकल जो गेमिंग वेमिंग करता था और लोग बुलाते थे यार ये है मेरा प्रो दोस्त हाँ यू आर लाइक एक्जियन बट हैंडसम लुकिंग समझ रहे हो वो भी इसलिए क्योंकि एक्जियन का फेस कैम मैंने देखा सो या और अभी देखो भाई वो दिन दूर नहीं कि लोल ब्लॉक्स में वैलो खेलने जाएगा, मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, वो दिन दूर नहीं। लोग कंसोल वंसोल कर रहे हैं, ये स्नैक्स करियर भाई मालूम है वो रेडिएंट चला गया है, रोज रिएक्ट करो उसके करियर पे, रोज 2 दिन हो गया रिएक्ट करके, फिर आज तीसरा दिन पैन चुता। ओ भाई, मेरा दोस्त इमोर्टल पहुंच गया भाई साहब, हैप्पी बर्थडे यार तेरे को रात को 12 बजे। भाई क्या क्रेजी, 3 दिन से देख रहा हूँ, एक गेम ने खेला गांडू ने इमोर्टल बनने के बाद, क्रेजी करियर है भाई, आंसू आ रहे मेरे। रोज रिएक्ट करूं मैं, रोज, हर दिन। हाँ, सादा स्ट्रीम में भी रिएक्ट करूं, मेंबर्स ओनली में भी रिएक्ट करूं, फिर सादा स्ट्रीम में रिएक्ट करूं, फिर वॉच पार्टी के टाइम में भी रिएक्ट करूं, अलग से गेम खोल के रिएक्ट करूं, अभी वापस में रिएक्ट करूं। फ्रूट स्ट्रीमर नया बंक्स है भाई, नया बंक्स, इंट्रो देखो घर जाएगा। भाई किधर है ये? भाई रिबेल नहीं आ रहा तो सनक के साथ खेलना पड़ेगा। कुछ तो मैसेज आया, क्या है? उस टाइम फ्री तो काम आ गया, मतलब एक गेम के लिए आ रहा था ये। 2 months फॉर रेडियंट, 544 hours देखे, 500 घंटा, गंदा गेम प्ले, एक्सक्यूज में, अच्छे गेम प्ले भाई। स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर चैट, चैट असली सनक 10 किल पे, डीई सनक 27 किल पे। एक्स हटा क्यों नहीं देता अपने नाम से? हाँ, हटा क्यों नहीं देता बे? ये दूसरा मैकल है भाई, ये दूसरा मैकल है। एक स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर है मैकल और एक कंटेंट क्रिएटर है मैकल। मुझे हेट छोड़ो, स्नैक्स बाय का करियर देखो एक बार, मुझे हेट नहीं करता यार, सच्ची सच्ची में बोलो मैकल, कसम से, मुझे मेरी लुली की कसम में हेट नहीं करता, देखो सच्ची बोलो, लुली की कंसिडर ही नहीं करता तो हेट कहाँ से दो? इमोर्टल जाओ तो कंसिडर करो। दैट्स अ गुड वन, दैट्स अ गुड वन, दैट्स अ गुड वन। क्लैड के साथ के लिए क्लेंडिंग, लव यू मेरे भाई, लव यू यार। मैकल अभी इतना ग्रो हो रहा है तो एक काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप हो जाता तो विल बी माय थर्ड। प्ले विद हेलेफ, मैं दोबारा नहीं खेलने वाला उसके साथ। प्ले विद हेलेफ कहाँ गरगोड़, तो स्टिकर सही नहीं किया ना, टारगेट किया ना मुझे टारगेट। हाँ भाई, मेरे पास सिर्फ एक ही स्टिकर है भाई, जो कि मेरे माथे से निकल के आता है, यू, यही है मेरा स्टिकर, यू माथे से निकल के आता है, यू। हेलो, आ रहा है ग्लैड? वॉशरूम में 5 मिनट में आया, टिकट के आराम से हाथ धो के आना। नहीं मतलब सिर्फ अगर एक इंसान बोलेगा हाँ आ रहा हूँ, 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम है? मेरे को जान के क्या करने गए कि क्लैड बाय वॉशरूम में करके क्या करने, मेरे को बताओ। नहीं, सिर्फ बोलना है कि मैं 5 मिनट में आया, बस, कोई भी रीजन रहने दे। रेबेल आ रहा है कि नहीं? रेबेल को काम है भाई, थोड़ा सा साउंड भी डाल देते। आते से स्टिकर निकल रहा, साउंड चाहिए उसको। सब फ्रेंड माइनस लग रहे हैं आज भाई। एक एक एक्चुअल में है जिसको मेरे को माइनस करने का है, मैं रुका हूँ। 5 दिन से गंडमारा सोलो खेल रहा है, 5 दिन से। रोज आके क्या करता है, डांस वांस करेगा, ऐसा ऐसा डांस करेगा, ऐसे ऐसे करके दिखाएगा कुछ ना कुछ, ठीक है, और बोलेगा हे गाइस 3 गेम्स दूर हूं मैं अस्कांडे वन से, ये जय बाबा की, ये 3 गेम दूर हूं। फिर बाद में मैं ऑस्ट्रीम खेलूंगा भाई, हेट मिलती है मेरे को, बस हेट मिलती है। ये क्या टीम है, मैं तो अपना काम किया ना, बस यही चलता है भाई, यही चलता है। मैं इस बंदे को ना बुला बुला के थक गया हूँ कि आजा खेलते आजा खेलते। मेरे व्हाट्सएप पे ना 15 मैसेजेस है, 15 मैसेजेस हर दिन का, आजा खेलते आजा वॉच पार्टी करते, आजा खेलते आजा वॉच पार्टी करते। 15 मैसेज के बाद नीचे एक आता है नो, क्यों पता नहीं, समझ रहे हो। फिर मैं स्ट्रीम करता हूँ, गाइस मैं आज सोलो खेलने वाला हूँ। फिर 2 मिनट के बाद, गाइस मेरे पास फ्रेंड्स ही नहीं है। पता नहीं ये बंदे को क्या चाहिए। जब से ये फूसी औसी गया है ना, तब से बदल गया है मेरे हिसाब से। हाँ, मेरे हिसाब से पहले ऐसा नहीं था। हाँ, +1 एग्री, सच्ची भाई सच्ची। और वो भी करता है, चैट को उल्लू भी बनाता है। गाइस इस साल देखना चौड़ गैंग में वापस लाऊंगा। लास्ट टाइम जब भी आया था तभी मैंने खेल रहा है यार, सब लोग रहेंगे तो ही खेलेंगे अपन। हाँ, मसीहा बनता गाइस में देखना, चौड़ गैंग सिर्फ गोल्डी बाय और अन्ना के हाथ में, समझ रहे हो। बाकी ये सिर्फ उल्लू बनाता है, इसका कुछ इनपुट नहीं रहता। वीएलटी स्पोर्ट्स में क्या हो रहा है, जीरो इनपुट। वैलोरेंट सीन में क्या हो रहा है, जीरो इनपुट। बस यहाँ पे आके सोलो रैंक पुश जय बब्बा की औसी में क्यूटीज देख के ऐसा दल्ला वाला स्माइल देगा, और जानवर वाला वाला ये वाला स्माइल देगा बस, जैसे कि इसको पटने वाली है अभी 30 साल में कोई। बताओ। हाँ, क्या बोलने का भाई। व्हाट अबाउट F5, एक्सक्यूज मी, -1 मोर फ्रेंड। इसका करना है, इसका करना है। जिस दिन मेरा और इसका चैट लीक होगा ना, एक्चुअल में हो जाएगा। एक्चुअल में सिर्फ मेरा वन साइडेड वाला मैं बुलाते रहता हूँ। कभी मेरे को मैसेज नहीं किया है बिंग्स भाई आज। आज की स्ट्रीम में -10 गोल चल रहा है, किसका? मेरा कितना माइनस हुआ अभी, 5-6। और किसको कर सकते, सनक को भी घर, तो इसको भी मैं क्यों रखा हूँ बे मेरे फ्रेंड लिस्ट में। प्रीमियर चैंपियन 9-1 इग्निशन ये वो सब डाले, क्या है बे ये? हाँ, क्या है ये 10 किल, क्या है ये? आय हाय, पिंक्स भाई मेरा करियर देखो एलबी पे। एलबी क्या है अभी, एलबी क्या है? लोअर बॉडी पे। टीबोन बाहर चला गया भाई, टीबोन ने वो किया है भाई, यहाँ पे अपनी देश की जनता से सुपर चैट ले लेके मेंबरशिप ले लेके, इधर घर लेके, इधर गाड़ी लेके गया किधर, औसी। समझ रहे हो, समझ रहे हो। अब क्या कर रहा है, ये करके वहां पे गाड़ी वाड़ी ले रहा है भाई, वहां पे गाड़ी वाड़ी ले रहा है। बताओ। हाँ, ये औसी नहीं है, ये बीसी है। मैं बोल रहा हूँ तुम लोग को पता नहीं है द रियल ट्रूथ। मेरे को पता है उसके कपड़े के अंदर क्या है, द रियल ट्रूथ। छुपा हुआ एक बहुत बड़ा भोसड़ी वाला इंसान है, समझ रहे हो। नाइफ चेंज कर लो, आ गया। हेलो, गो करो।
लेट्स गो लेट्स गो।
ठीक है, इन गेम चैट में कौन सा Ribbon was seen with kangaroos by, लेकिन कैसा भी है तो भाई है तो भाई, वेरी वेरी भी नहीं। आई थिंक ही इज द मोस्ट नंबर 1 जेन्युइन गाय गेमिंग में। वो गेमिंग में क्यों बोलते पता नहीं, क्योंकि गेमिंग तो होता नहीं है उससे, तो गेमिंग में नहीं बोल सकते, लेकिन पता नहीं क्या कैटेगरी क्रिएट करे उसके साथ, जो भी है, बट स्टिल इज द नंबर 1 वो, समझ रहे हो? नंबर 1 जेन्युइन एंड गुड गाय, कि जैसा ऑन स्ट्रीम है वैसे ऑफ स्ट्रीम भी है। नू भाई इतना फेस कैम डाल के अपना नीरज पोकेमॉन कर रहा है माइनक्राफ्ट में। ए भाई हो गया भाई सबका। हाँ बिंगो मेरा करियर देखो, नोटी ऑन लीडर बोर्ड बोला क्या? इधर है लीडर बोर्ड नोटी। ये मैं वॉच पार्टी करोगे आप? यस, 2 नोटी है, फेक और होरा। रियल लिख देता।
Match found.
रोहित भाई भी नहीं चाहता कि देखे। डैमेज कंट्रोल टेबल नहीं, एक्शन में प्यारा बन। हाँ मैं कर रहा हूँ, रुक मैं आया, चाय गरम करके आया, ठीक है? रेड बैक।
ओके 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 ओके।
बिंग भाई समथिंग के साथ खेलो, मैं खेलने वाला हूँ समथिंग के साथ। कुछ के साथ खेलेगा क्या तब तक?
हेलो चैट। चैनल क्लैडी है ब्रो, क्लैडिनस्टाइन इजी। गोल्ड से निकलने के टिप्स, टर्न ऑन मॉनिटर। नहीं, आई एम जोकिंग।
Promise I'll get him. Might take down a city block along the way, but hey, a win's a win.
Just joking.
भाई ऐसे म्यूजिक था ना?
I only have one smoke.
Can't see, nothing else.
Yes, two songs.
You might crowd see run, coming.
On time baby.
Go get him.
You got a smoke.
Blind is multiple enemies. See.
Someone play here. What? One inside.
Can you re-smoke? Close. People are going down. Open tree door.
30 seconds left.
Oh, brother. Planting.
Spike planted.
Nakat.
Reloading. Enemy spotted. A. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Okay.
Down three. Hey, there were some crazy shots, man.
You know, I could just stay.
Was Reina side the whole time? Did he enter?
yeah.
We're quicker.
We know.
नहीं हो रहा है क्या glad.
मैं निकाल देता हूँ मेरे को लगा है मैंने
Pin करो क्या pin करो.
If I lived there, if I didn't die there, I could have killed 5 men.
अरे क्या.
Slowly wait for me. You just break my drone.
Grenade!
Where's he?
See.
You're gonna over.
ये game गया लग.
In now.
What?
Needs to be here, bravo. Wait, just gonna peek.
Spike planted.
Ouch!
Bro!
One enemy remaining.
Last long.
Right here.
Last long, build up. Can you smoke close?
Wait, 20 seconds.
Yeah, just wait for smoke.
I think it's Oh, this Teho is
Beautiful round race. Beautiful.
cheating Teho.
Well played, Race.
Teleport.
La 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 la.
Okay, they tried.
Cover shots, baby.
Where are you from? Are you Chinese?
Me?
Who, me?
Teho.
Oh, Teo.
No.
Can you guess where I'm from, Bob? Arigato gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu. 日本人ですか? Reza-san.
你好吗?
Yes, I'm doing
Hi,
well.
わかります。本当にわかりません。ごめんなさい。
Super rider.
इसको तो पूरा आता है.
So what were racist?
How did I go? Oh my
Hey,
god.
no one will be.
Ammunition. Reloading. Don't go now.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Oh my god, I did.
That sucks.
Whoa.
किल क्या जाते हैं? बड़े को पूरा आता है यार क्या? हाँ? Chinese हो चैट मेरे को. Ni hao Chinese है ना? Arigato Japanese. Putangina mo.
Gago.
Could have a drop.
Can't worry me. Vice. Binks.
Yeah.
You are so kind.
Can you drone outside B?
There.
Don't be me.
You're not in, right?
Dead and buried.
Okay.
The ultimate is
One
ready.
right shot.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit mid. Stairs.
Drone is down.
Spike down. A. One enemy remaining.
Nice one.
आई मेरा ये हो गया. कौन मरा? रेना से तगड़ तल्ला.
Oh,
I will just watch you fight, guys. Okay.
yes.
Okay, Bob. कैसे?
Vice and friends.
ए मेरे पास एक सेक्सी प्लान है. इधर आ. यहाँ से ऐसा जंप पिक कर. यहाँ से
Maybe carry
जितना ही
B.
जंप पिक कर. मैं उधर जा रहा हूँ.
There.
वो लोग भी आने वाले.
Can you help me here, Teho?
Okay.
Let's break this and then help. I'm gonna smoke.
वहाँ से. अरे वहाँ से.
There.
There.
Teho.
Oh.
I'm gonna smoke it. Raise. You want?
No. Smoke से. एलिंग जाने का आवाज दे. भागने का. Smoke से.
One here.
आया. मराओ
One enemy remaining.
तो लास्ट
Yes, sir.
I've seen this on YouTube, huh?
Bravo. My head is so big, bro.
बोला ना आएंगे वो लोग मेरा पिंक की गांड लग गया यार नहीं खेलना यार ये सर्वर हाँ
कह रहा हूँ आपका भी जियो है क्या नेट?
मेरा भी जो है जब से भाई की शादी हुई ना तब से ये प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है
No one drop me because I'm bot frag.
No, bro, it's not like that.
Look, I'm
Yo, can you
smart.
nade here and here? I will nade the bus.
I saw no
You
one.
do not-
I sold.
I saw. Get a
Even
small.
there.
I sold.
GG. Thank you guys.
Hey, hey,
Wait, you can break it.
huh? The fuck is
Hey,
going
bend
Oh my
you.
God,
I told you bend you.
Out of charges.
oh my god, 3, 4, all 4.
Last player standing. Last player
I guess.
standing.
Oh my god.
They already entry, bro.
I didn't know, bro. I was in the
It's okay.
Guys, if you
Maybe
want,
five
you
zero.
double spike here.
Okay.
भाई ये होल्ड कैसे नहीं कर पा रहा है
Ceylon first.
Try to
पता नहीं वो
put your
जेट
flash
अपना
here,
डैश करके
right,
मेरे को ही
and
मार
then
दिया.
hold
Red
the
loop से निकला
box.
instant.
What?
Put
When-
the flash in this side,
Yeah,
and then
when
flash
ball
if
prep-
you want.
Can you one way see guys? I mean, yes.
नहीं कर सकता बंदा
Go get it.
I'm gonna dash.
नहीं दरवाजा खोल
Oh fuck.
Wait, turn that up.
One more. Reyna outside B, Omen A lobby.
They go back, Kersey.
40 Reyna minus 40.
coming six
Ceylon, Allah Ceylon. Omen inside already. Nice shot.
There's a trap. Going B. They will see.
Get out of my way.
Jet inside
Jet in C.
Okay.
It's C. I'm gonna try to find.
Okay. Our close line.
30 seconds left.
40
Follows one.
मैंने बलिया bro.
Spike planted.
Drone going out. Drone is down.
wait Theo can net he will come out net
Enemy remaining.
beautiful call rail
Yeah.
ये वाइस का हो गया लगता है गेमिंग से
I think he has off the deadlock.
Bouncing
Is that
back
all?
and deactivated. Gun here.
Stop.
Oh yeah, Jet. I can't wait for you to run circles around.
Thank you.
क्या मारा मैं भी ऐसे मारता हूँ भाई मैं भी ऐसे मारता हूँ 40 पिंग पे भाई मेन पिंग का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है रे भोसड़ी वाला जो पैकेट लॉस आता है ना डिले इतना होता है ना
Buy me shorty someone.
जस्ट नहीं दे यहाँ
I'm leaving guys. Nice shot.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
They might go high.
Bomb buddy out. Satchel out. Satchel out.
Care heaven. I'm gonna pick some. They smoked me off.
15 seconds smoke. What? Oh my god.
That's Stairs. Just stairs.
78.
Last player standing.
साइड
Well,
क्यों नहीं
side
जा
है,
रहे
side
अपन
है।
साइड
Yeah.
क्यों नहीं जा रहे
That's right.
Do what you're here to do, and we won't have a
हाँ
problem.
मेरे को साइड ही देना चाहिए भाई। मैं शॉर्ट ही लेके बैठा था, जैसे ही गन स्विच किया वो स्मोक पुश कर दिया।
हाँ सीधा साइड जाना था
हाँ।
इंटर तो है बंग बाय
Fight it,
थैंक
fight it,
यू
Yeah, I'll try to smoke rubble.
Smoke here.
just smoke here and need this way.
Oh. No, their jet is like
Yeah, jet will
dashing
fight.
rubble.
Jet dashing rubble is more needed.
Okay.
Wait.
He's on top breathing. Okay, I'll go.
Get back guys. Get back.
Both there.
Hold on.
One
Go back, guys. I can smoke.
I'm going
Yeah,
in.
smoke this.
Double T.
Grenade!
Double T.
Oh,
100 ping ball.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Hey,
Why is your
where
ping
did
so
Vice
high?
come from?
Just, you know, from
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we have Vice, man?
I'm buying time.
My bad. Rojo was Binks current
Fight
at
again now.
PFP.
Yo,
मतलब
can you molly? Wait. Can
Gotta
you
go,
molly
okay.
here and here?
Clow, you need to smoke for them. Bro.
I'm on C. I
Yeah,
can smoke.
smoke from B and go C.
Wait. Yeah, smoke it.
bomb by that.
I'll stay there.
Spike down A.
They got spike.
Locating targets. Reloading.
Holding.
Someone's in attacker spawn.
Oh, I got
Maybe
one.
B main, maybe
enemy
one. No.
remaining.
Last
Oh, I
long.
got two.
Spike down C.
Oh, I got
Oh!
Let's go,
Perfect.
guys. Oh,
If they think
Vice back, guys.
You're back.
I did not
You're back.
they're welcome.
Back.
You are back.
Yeah.
He
Nice
is
of the bang bye.
Niga.
Thank you.
Huh?
Yes, my grandfather's
Report.
Oh,
No,
my
please don't.
grandfather's black.
Hey, don't say it. I'm streaming, bro. What the fuck?
This. Report this.
I dash here this time.
Can be.
One.
अरे पिंच पड़ती है अरे push clock
Oh my god. 40 Reyna, 40 Tego. What?
One A.
Reyna was spawn.
one A
Last player standing.
Kill him.
Run.
Last player.
What?
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Calm down, you have ulti.
No peeking.
4 versus
Oh.
12
Nice.
Vice is back.
back.
Vice is back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Vice
You
is
can
back.
trust me now.
Last
You can
round
trust
in
I
the
trust you,
half.
bro. I trust you.
No
Fuck you.
sense in
me.
saving
I can buy you
it.
up.
Do you think I can OP in 100
Enjoy
ping?
the arsenal.
I think just don't hold. You need to pick.
तू उधर से ऑफ कर मैं एक शॉट मार के निकल
I
उधर से
mean,
ऑफ करके डाल।
oh,
मैं left down.
हाँ, लो। अरररररा,
No one.
अरररररा।
Get out of my way.
Hey. Hey.
Hey.
Going back.
Bro, I'm lacking hep.
You lagging? Oh, thanks, dude.
In B-bow.
Grenade!
Healthy, just healthy, bro.
Here.
From B main.
Satchel out.
One right side, B main.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
100 pin shot, baby.
Nice.
Huh?
Switching sides.
120
Very
ping
good.
FTW.
Team. So,
Go see.
Easy.
Teho,
Want me to lurk
you
or I
need
go with you?
here and here. I'm gonna need here.
Let me
Okay,
blind.
I dash here.
Come there.
Hey, I'm lacking, bro. Hello.
Code for a reason बोला मेरे को.
They got ban, guys.
भाई जेट ने मेरे को पहचाना भाई.
Give me your ghost skin.
Tarararara.
No, ghost skin.
Tarararara.
Bro, where am I gonna?
Need here. Break the wall.
No missiles away.
Do we still go here? I think.
So B. Get off in, boy. One flank.
Don't go. Kill flank. Don't go.
Oh, sorry.
Spike down. C.
Reyna flank.
Player standing.
Oh my god.
I should lurk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
said
they're gonna
going to be kissed like
they're gonna rotate out that buffer.
Can lock B. Alright. V5 C again. मार के लगेगा क्या?
मैं जंप स्पॉट कर रहा हूँ फिर आप शॉट लेना.
तेरा भाई डायरेक्ट जंप शॉट लेगा 120
tear them down.
भाई चलो
They're pushing A.
Spike drop.
I got the spike.
Shoot.
What are they pushing A? There are trips
Wait, what?
there.
All missiles away.
Yo, on top, you guys.
I win. 55 Reyna.
Spike carriers down.
Reyna see Binks.
Player standing. Spike down. C.
तू मार दे तेरा राउंड का बे.
Let's play. Last shot.
Are you like a cat on the
Lot of stuff.
Hey ho, you net here and here.
charges?
एंट्री कर भाई हो सकता है 120 की में.
I don't quit.
Very much possibilities.
Missiles away.
Apply.
I'm crouch. I'm one way. One A-link. Yo, A-link.
Oh, one more.
Enemy.
One more.
मातर बॉक्से का. अरे 250 का डैमेज दिया नेड.
Ability.
Beautiful nade. Kobe.
हे बे
That's all we need.
मेरे पे सब कुछ आ गया रबल पे भाई. मिसाइल, क्राउच, स्मोक, सन.
तेरे को बस वो नेड से बचना है, बाकी तो
Just don't reply.
cross
yeah.
में पड़े.
Go ahead.
Boom, take boom.
Give him boom.
Same there. Guys, you
Hey, that's
lurk
again,
B.
guys.
There is balls.
Yeah.
No more theory.
मत कर लाला. रुक जाना, पिक मत लेना.
Reyna, Amen.
Drone.
A-link go broken. Let's go A-link. He's running B upper. Break.
Futile.
Tarara!
40. Both there. 40 Roman.
One enemy remaining.
Blended, I'm blended.
Oh my god,
Nice one.
Why you die, brother?
Remember, I
120 ping ball.
there you go. Don't laugh
I'll
at
keep dashing.
Now we wait.
भाई मेरे को भी बाहर ऐसा इनपुट ले सकते लोग कि ये 120 पिंग में मार रहे तो 5 पिंग में क्या कर सकता है हाँ दैट अगर ये भाई इससे ज्यादा मैं चाय गर्म नहीं कर सकता पहला कप ये 2 बार गर्म किया भाई आगे मेरा भूल रहा हूँ भाई चाय पीने के बाद स्मोक आई दी
Maybe here, might be clear.
No peeking.
Bro, I'm lagging. Wait me. Oh, fuck. Where am I?
एक क्लियर
Hey, they wall heaven. What the fuck? They wall heaven. Heaven's wall. Bro, they have to come flank or search. Heaven is wall.
guys Teo DC
First bomb.
Yo.
Hey, you plant the bomb.
Plant the boom.
Plant the bomb, brother.
Nobody flank चिपक के बैठ जकड़ दल्ले हाँ इको है क्या वो लोग कोई मार क्यों रहा है तेरे को
Donation मारा.
टरररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररररर
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, I'm this.
If you don't pick, I spray transfer that.
CT आ रहा है.
Go kill him, bro. You scared? What the fuck? Go.
Bro, relax, calm down.
Allah, 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 Allah,
Oh my
Allah.
god.
Mashallah, brother.
Match point.
120 ping MVP bow.
Early from race.
I'm from south of Russia, my friend.
Now we wait.
Why? Huh?
I apologize to you. I'm so sorry, man.
By the way,
I'm going to cry after this.
is it okay? By the
Hi, bro.
No missions away.
वो लोग तो कर रहे हैं.
One CT. Care left.
Open the door. I don't. Fuck.
Bomb going out.
smoking shirt.
No one.
Hey, sitting down. Deadlock throwing bow. Grip पे पीछे. कुछ भी I can't do तो. Headshot का.
Go away. Flashing.
This is how it ends.
One heaven. Hello.
One other.
Deadlock तो कर रहा है.
One enemy remaining.
Heaven last.
140.
Knife him, Teo.
TP.
Go
Drop.
Duck out.
140.
In the boom.
Attackers win.
Thank you for the carry race.
And we'll do it again and again
No, thank you for
and a
the
bunch
carry,
of other
guys.
times after that.
Well,
carry race. भाई बुढ़ापे में जान है भाई, मजाक से हटकर 120 पिंग में तेरा भाई एमवीपी ये लॉबी में भाई.
ये 120 पिंग
ये-
ट्रेनिंग चाहिए भाई मुझे.
भाई 120 पिंग में ये लॉबी में एमवीपी, ये लॉबी में हाँ
गोट
है बे, है मेरे में बुढ़ापे में है भाई, जान है भाई, कुछ भी बोलो भाई. हाँ ये गेम प्ले के वजह से मेरे हिसाब से 3-5 सॉरी ये गेम प्ले के वजह से मेरे हिसाब से मैं अच्छा खेलने लगा. सॉरी हर्ष भाई, थोड़ी याद आ गई थी. डब्लू कौन बोल रहा था भाई पिंग इज एन इशू करके? हाँ, सिंगापुर नहीं खेला जाता, पिंग प्रॉब्लम है यार, पिंग बहुत आ जाता है। सबको ये वाला स्ट्रीम लिंक देना, ठीक है, उनके मुंह पे मारना है, यूं यूं मुंह पे। जो लोग रीजंस देते हैं ना, पैकेट लॉस आ रहा है, आया मेरे को भी आया, पिंग हाई मेरे को भी आया, मारा ना तेरे भाई ने, मारा कि नहीं मारा। वो भी टेक्निकली हमारा वाइस 06 था, 4v5 खेल रहे थे अपन स्टार्टिंग, है कि नहीं? Played by as a Immortal 3
हाँ
and main duelist of the mainness and the premier E9A1 Grand champ.
यस
Immortal 1 is ऊपर. Any comments?
वो कोचेस डोंट प्ले वाला सीन है ना, तो ये तो होना ही था, कभी कभी हो जाता है ये। 120 पिंग सीखूंगा ना मैं भी कैसा मारते हैं,
टप
मेरा भी होएगा तो मैं फिर MVP मारूंगा।
टप 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 पर भाई वो पंगा गो करो। दैट आखिरी कप चाय बना के, एक सेकंड ए मेरे को एक बात बताएंगे, EMEA 8:30 को है कि 9:30 को है?
एक सेकंड बता।
आई थिंक 8:30 को है।
टीम लिक्विड वर्सेस BBL 11 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो रहा है।
तो जल्दी हो गया क्या वो?
9:30 अप्रॉक्स स्टार्ट होएगा टीम लिक्विड वर्सेस BBL।
नहीं, पहले 9:30 चालू होता था, अभी 8:30 चालू हो रहा है क्या? इन गेम टाइम देख सकता है, दैट्स अ गुड वन, ये मेरे को पता था। Esports 8:30 PM GMT प्लस 5:30, मतलब 8:30 PM ही ना, ऊपर जो लिखा है वो अपना लिखा है ना, बेंच GMT अपना थोड़ी है। 9:30 होता है नहीं रे बाबा, VLR 8:30 दिखा रहा है आज।
Match found.
अरे डॉच कर, कौन सा मैच फाउंड, डॉच कर।
ओ अच्छा ठीक है।
लव यू यार। क्यूरो का वॉच पार्टी करो। फ्लैट इस टाइम Immortal 1 वर्सेस Immortal 3, ठीक है?
चलो मैं ऑल्ट F4 कर रहा है, ठीक है?
ऑल्ट F4 मत कर, आराम से डॉच करना। Emo 1
अच्छा,
वर्सेस
ठीक है।
Emo 3 खेलेंगे आज। हेलो, कैन आई प्ले वाइपर? हेलो कैन आई प्ले वाइपर? Boxing screens up. Hello. Can I play Viper? Boxing screens up. Hello. माइंड फक में भाई सारे लोग क्या हो रहा है करके, भाई ये तीनों आज लास्ट गेम है। You guys got comms? Mike, hello.
हेलो।
Hi, can I play Viper?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm good, boy. I'm good. One tap. My IGN is for second good. And for second bow.
Oh my god, big fan.
Thank you. भाई किसी और ने डॉच किया? नहीं भाई, आपने नहीं किया। एडिटर वो पार्ट कट करो, आजा। कौन सा मैप चाहिए भाई, कौन सा चाहिए?
कोई भी एसेंट ही चलेगा।
एसेंट ओनली मिड, ठीक है?
यप।
नाइफ चेंज कर पहले, नहीं करना नाइफ चेंज, नहीं करना भाई। 1v1 में सबसे माइंड आईएसओ मत लेना, अभी बोल रहा हूँ, पता चलो
नहीं
क्या है। इसको इसके एजेंट में डिफ दिखाऊं क्या मैं चैट? हाँ, It's time, baby. It's time. It's time, baby. It's time. बहुत मारता है वो, मत कर लैंग्वेज।
Careful of the edges. Not sure if I can catch catch you in time if you fell off. I mean, I tried, of course. And the spike's still in
तेरा भाई
base.
टॉप मिड से आ रहा है, टॉप मिड से आ रहा है तेरा भाई। बता के मारूंगा बड़ी, बता के मारूंगा। बॉटम मिड क्या होता है भिंचत यहाँ पे? अरे कड़े लुल्ली पे शॉट दूंगा इसको। हेलो गोटेश, लव यू। सब मिस जीएमटी चेंज हुआ है बिकॉज ऑफ डेलाइट सेविंग, मतलब कर रिलोड कांडू। $100 कैसे लगा तेरे को?
Okay, we know the drill.
मेरे को
Stick
नहीं,
to
मेरे
your
को कुछ नहीं
roles and
लगा।
we'll crush it. Guys, come on. The spike.
डिफेंसिव मैप है, डिफेंसिव मैप है।
मेरे फोन लिया ना?
नहीं नहीं, ऑल गन्स मेरे पास ऑफ है।
हाँ
भाई चीट्स ऑन। भाई शॉट्स रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहे, सच बताओ।
Their jet has nothing on me. I got her.
भाई स्मोक नहीं है मेरे पास।
And the spike's still in base.
भाई देखो एंगल उसके पास है, एंगल उसके पास है। अभी मैं किधर से भी आ सकता हूँ, ठीक है? मिड ही आ रहा हूँ।
ओके
या फिर मिड लिंक या फिर टॉप मिड। भाई उसका मन में
Okay.
मैंने वो डाला, आ रहा मैं इधर से ही हूँ। समझ रहे हो? अभी उसकी गांड फुटी रहेगी,
Let's go.
किधर से आ रहा है, किधर से आ रहा है। हाँ 2 सेकेंड, अभी उसकी गांड फट गई है। बिंग्स भाई किधर है करके, समझ रहे हो? अभी डैश ऑन करेंगे, कर गया गांड।
Nap time. Sorry,
प्रेस हो रहा है।
only brought enough for me.
पैसा आने दो ना, पूरा पैसा आने दो, पूरा पैसा आने दो भाई। नहीं हो पाएगा
Let's crack them open.
भाई, एजेंसी वाले मारते हैं ना। अभी आना लबड़े। Thirsty baby,
I could not have made that easier.
thirsty baby, thirsty,
Finally, this is how I like to win.
thirsty baby।
Guys, come on. The spike.
बॉडी बॉडी तो क्या हो गया भाई? राउंड जीता ना, राउंड जीता कि नहीं जीता? कॉबॉय शॉट तो केस, हाँ कॉबॉय शॉट तो ऑफ मत लेना, दगड़ दे ले।
नहीं
Let's fly.
हाँ कॉबॉय शॉट तो क्या चाहिए?
Looks like I
That's
was the
the
stronger one.
cowboy shot baby,
This
that's
feels
the
nice, but not nice
cowboy
enough to die.
shot,
Let's win and get out of here.
that's the cowboy shot baby। Glad तेरे पे एक रील बनाया, जस्ट सेइंग। तेरे को जो मैंने अभी शॉट दिया है ना, तू देख अनइंस्टॉल कर देगा। इट वाज अ काउबॉय शॉट, म्यूजिक चला के पेला है बे, काउबॉय शॉट बेबी।
Let's go.
क्लिप इट। अरे अटक गया। लौड़ेगा जेंसी।
Just let them try to catch me.
किधर गए भाई वॉश प्लेयर्स? मैं ऑटोमेटिक हिल रहा हूँ। किधर गए भाई? मैं क्या ला रहे, जाने दो रे। क्या करेगा वो? मैं इनवाइट भी नहीं कर सकते वहां पे। आएगा स्किल्स 2 अपार्ट, कांड मारा हो मैं चल करके।
Even fight? That's fun.
And it was defensive map.
show me where to go.
Defensive map. भाई सच्ची में बोलो फिर से बताना अगर सीने तो। वॉच पार्टी बेबी।
Keep up.
मैं चलो रे।
My ult's ready.
भागते भागते बेबी, भागते भागते।
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
अब माइंड गेम्स, उसको लग रहा है मैं मिडलिंग से आ रहा हूँ, लेकिन यहाँ से पीक करके छुपा छोड़ दूंगा उसको। वन प्रैक्टिस कर रहे भाई, आपके तरह नहीं रेडेड जाऊंगा मैं बंक्स बाय करके दूसरा गेम खेलने का। बा प्रैक्टिस कर रहे अपन। माइकल सेकंड राउंड देखना जरा, काउबॉय शॉट। कौन सा राउंड था चैट? थर्ड राउंड काउबॉय शॉट। जिंदगी में नहीं दिया रहेगा तूने ऐसा काउबॉय शॉट। ऐसा करके पटैक।
Try harder.
नहीं हो रहा है क्या?
We get a pick. You move in. Got it?
बिंग्स भाई आपका प्लेयर तो ओनर से हार रहा है, क्या
And
डिलीट
the
बनेगा?
spike's
मत
still
करो
on
यार।
base.
आजा 1v1 दिखाता हूँ भाई। मेरे को एक बात बताओ, चैट में कितने पिकाचू आते हैं पता है तुम लोग को? 1v1 आ जाओ बंक्स भाई, 1v1 आ जाओ। ये वही लोग रहते जो लो रैंक फक्स रहते, लो रैंक फक्स। पहले भाई इमोर्टल आ जाओ, सेम लेवल पे अचीवमेंट रहो, फिर पूछना 1v1।
This
ठीक
is
है?
gonna be fun.
1v1 आ जाओ। फकिंग पिकाचू कच्चोदा।
Get out of my way.
हो गया बे इसका।
Block the sight.
इसका हो गया मेरे साथ।
Woo! We got this. Guys, come on. The spike.
इसका हो गया। डैड भाई काम करो, स्ट्रीम स्नैप करके मारो। नहीं हो रहा आपसे। भड़क गया भैंचो। बात भी नहीं कर रहा भाई, बात भी नहीं कर रहा। लॉक्ड इन है बंदा, लॉक्ड इन।
Keep up.
बेशरम मेरा बोला या इस शॉट आया तू? हाँ
Last round before the switch.
बेशरम,
We lose everything
ऑलरेडी
after this.
इतना एंगल से मिड में
And
इस
the
शॉट आया
spike's still
तू?
on base.
दगड़ दल्ले। हाँ नाइफ मांगता डंसीन यार, तुम्हारे लिए नाइफ भी चलेगा।
Do it again.
मेरा और नाइफ का थोड़ा सीन है। मेरा नाइफ
Switching sides.
चैट 8-4 है, तुम लोग की वजह से एक राउंड गया, याद रखो।
Racing to the
8-4
spike sites.
याद रखो। याद रखो। भाई मेरा और अल्ट का सीन, मेरा और अल्ट का सीन है। क्यूट है यार। हाँ? ये देख रहे हो? That's some slay stuff right there. Battle of the Ancients. Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby! Yeah, 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 yeah.
Snack time!
नहीं हो रहा है क्या?
Only brought enough for me.
Battle of the Ancients, baby. Huh? Arararara. Arararara. है कि नहीं चैट? ये मैच स्टार्ट हो गया? ए रोड टू 10 ना, रोड टू 10 ये मैच चालू हो रहा. Nice fluke, huh, buddy? That was nice fluke right there.
We got this.
रोड टू 9 ना, रोड टू 9. एक जीतेगा पट से कटे है डिफरेंटेड क्लैट. एडिटर चेंज करना. दिस वाज द रोड टू 9.
Stay safe.
क्या? बेशरम हो कौन सा एंगल है?
I hate
वो
to
कौन सा
say
एंगल
it,
है?
but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
एक crazy shot
भाई
मारा
इसको
मैं
जीतने दे देंगे चैट. लास्ट राउंड के या फिर मैं जीता या फिर ड्रॉ. ये मैं चालू हो रहा वरना मैं कंटिन्यू करता. लास्ट राउंड भाई जीतने दे दूंगा. जेंजी नीचे समझ रहे हो? जेंजी नीचे चैट जीतने दे. रोड टू 8 एडिटर रोड टू 8
Let's go!
भाई ये में वॉच पार्टी है भाई ना मैं खेलता. चलो गुड प्लेइंग. दैट्स अ ड्रॉ राइट देयर. मिलते
Show me where to
गेम
go.
चालू हो गया. बंक्स में जा रहा हूँ. चल बाय बाय क्लैड. हैड फन. सीधा क्विट भाई स्ट्रीम स्नैप कर रहा था भाई जिनको नहीं मालूम. हम्बल्ड तेरी गाफ हम्बल्ड 8-8 है. 8-8 में हम्बल्ड बोलता है तू? हाँ 8-8 में हम्बल्ड बोलता है? बहुत सही. क्या इको था मैं वरना मारता इतना पता नहीं कितना. अरे चलो गया चट. मेरे को 1 मिनट लगेगा. मेरे को चाय लेके आना है. ठीक है तो मेरा चेयर करेगा वॉच पार्टी 2 सेकंड. भाई मेरे मन में वो गाना क्यों आ रहा है लेकिन तरररा. हे मॉड्स कैन यू पुट द थंबनेल एंड द क्या था टाइटल. भाई मेरा ब्रेन स्किप हो रहा है भाई. तरररा.
On Fracture. It's a third iteration coming through from Team Liquid on this specific map.
भाई कौन सा एक्सेंट है भाई? स्पेसिफिक मैप
on this first map. Absolutely. You look at their performance in the
Hey
lower
guys,
final
meet
against
my
Heretics,
new
then into the
Watch
grand
Party
final against
streamer,
Team
ठीक है,
Vitality.
my-
I felt like we saw a more respect show
coach.
in that instance. And this time around, well, you're already
मैं
down
चाय लेके
by
आया.
one
फट से
series
चाय
in the
लेके आया, ठीक है?
competition. You don't have too many more to play around with. And well, we're talking about respect. You look at BBL, the performance last week, now coming into map 1 of Fracture. What are we going to be seeing? Team Liquid talking about what they've prepared coming into this matchup. As the barriers drop, we get underway. Immediately again, Team Liquid, as they did on that previous pistol, showing that priority towards a lobby. It's not the instant drone out from the Tahoe this time around, though. Serial, this player into the squad who struggled last time out, is the first point of response towards the B site, which will be taken for free by BBL after the utility. Yeah, and you also look at this Vise ball is clearly set up for the tail. Utility straight in. Look at this social beam. It's got no way out. An easy kill trap being made by Team Liquid. Nice early confidence builder, and that will get cut out pretty quickly by BBL. The Vice grip towards main means that a flash Kiko should be a dead one. Yampi confirms it, and with that, numbers back to BBL and the spike going down at long last.
Spike planted.
Two remaining players, Serial and Nats, have to try and get something. Arkrose still in Nats' pocket here, has it? And you look at the split approach from both players. Loose crossfire being held. Magnum, the first point of contact as they walk in. Yampi now knows. Reintroduced back to the angle. Levin dealing the damage. It's a double kill from him that will close it off. BBL winning another attack side pistol on Fracture. Really nice pistol round overall from both teams. You can see what Team Liquid are trying to do with the Vice Wall and the combination with Tejo. But then on top of that, right, it's the way that BBL were fighting back in, being proactive on this attack, knowing that they were under siege, and well, getting their priorities spot on.
Exactly that. Nice boys! Nice boys.
Vibes high in the BBL camp, as you would be, coming off the back of that previous win. And as I said before, you look at these two teams, they battled in the lower bracket to stay alive as Liquid sent themselves to Bangkok. But on their return, they're the ones now fighting to keep themselves on course for another playoff run. As mentioned by Lohan before, the ante and how that's been an issue. When you bring a new comp like this, there's always the possibility bring something new out instead, and already Camo trying to do that. Second player stunned. Kiko! 3 of the best. He makes them pay. Prophet the last one left, and he is a dead man walking, should have been. Walks away with a triple of his own, but does not decide the round result. Very nice Antico overall, Hazza. The fact that you're seeing Team Liquid create that trap and BBL just walk willingly into it. I mean, right now, like, the shots were so nice from Camo and Kiko. The Sheriff's just spot on, heads on a platter. Hey, look, you can't forget this guy used to play Duelist. That was probably the last time we commentated one of his matches. And yeah, already finding his place on the smokes. I don't think that was ever something we called into question from the beginning of kickoff. He has, as a young player, been molded to that role perfectly. We are looking towards Arcade once again. It's Sheriffs and a Stinger on Levin to try and get something going here, and already they've taken tower control. See the pings coming. Team Liquid have to just straight away flood out. First in, Yampi at least gets the trades, but needs to be careful of tower. Nats under siege here. Two players edging themselves ever so close, but can't quite get onto this last remaining anchor on site. Kiko here as well. It's looking easy for Team Liquid on this round. Vintage Nats. Exactly what you expect from him playing in that position so often towards this B site. He does get one back. He'll need 3 more of those as he did in the previous round. He does peak solo initially, but support arrives, surplus to requirements. What more could be said about that one, to be honest? It's just the weaponry diff, but I think the big thing overall, Team Liquid's site set up and how they played that to flood back in straight away and be ready for that fight, because you can see what BBL are trying to do. They're trying to overwhelm the players playing on. Yeah, I mean, many will remember the Fracture map against KC last time around. The amount of ecos that we saw end up getting traded, BBL winning 50% of those on the whole. It's the anti-ecos. Again, Liquid able to establish control in A main. And with the orb on Kiko, that's the orbital strike available.
Nats के साइड में जा रहे हमारा कॉम्बो है लेकिन साइट Nats का है.
This Arcade seems to be a place that BBL want to keep coming back to. That's still not identified, but they should have an idea. The utility coming through, and well, not long for this world, Nats. Still manages to escape though. He's got a smoke dropped on his head as well for a little bit of support, and those thorns, well, it's not the next patch, they're going to last for a little longer.
भाई कैसे जिंदा था वो?
Getting the fast, trying to play through the Cosmic Divide, find a little pocket to play within while the spike goes down. I mean, the orbital strike being used to come straight back in still, though Team Liquid are delayed. It's Serial's utility, it's Serial's rifle that comes straight back through. And Liquid make it 3. Hey, look, Lohan said in the pre-match that we were going to be seeing a different Liquid today and a different Serial. And already, you can see he's meshed very well with the setup that they've got here. On the Tejo, filling the gap that the orbital strike towards tower, dealing the damage necessary through his utility, and then all funneled back into the crosshair. It was a nice opening from Camo. Not often we see him bring the op out, but getting its retrospective value and the rest of the team cleaning up. Yeah, I think as well, like the desk was talking about it, about the question mark on Serial as well, about back on the tail, not necessarily being moved on to maybe more of a comfortable role or whatever. We're starting to see that more comfortability coming through. Top in the leaderboard right now. These things take time.
NAVI जिंदगी में सिंगल नहीं रहेगा, शादी हो गया भाई लैंग्वेज।
Camo
भूल
again.
जाता है ऐसा
This
लगता
time
है मेरे को।
spotted by the stealth drone. Backs onto a deeper line, but retains the control. You
कौन
can see
जीतेगा आज?
Aztec
Non-members
playing
को
off the
reply नहीं
shoulder
देते
towards
अपन।
Link, there with the stun if they
कौन
need it.
जीतेगा? 10
A
और
is
से
the
पैसा
focus for
कमा
now,
के
though, as
150
BBL
का
have been
मेंबरशिप
able
ले
to
लिया जा
take
रहा। कौन
some
जीतेगा?
pretty
जाओ
precious
ट्वीट्स करो
material
फाइंड माय
on the
डुओ
map.
करके।
Patty needs to be careful here. If he gets caught off guard, this site could completely open up. He's got so much utility to support him though from Nats. And he's not going to need any of it.
भाई
Levin
उसका
flies
एक
straight
यूटिल
in.
नहीं लगा है भाई।
There is no second layer to this.
एक
BBL,
यूटिल नहीं लगा है
this
उसको।
onslaught towards the site is shut down almost immediately. It just never gets going. Magnum, stray shots,
Hey,
finally
surprise,
connects.
buddy.
Now it's a 3v2. And with damage onto Camo,
पढ़ सकते, निकाल
BBL have
सकते
got
हैं।
them boxed in.
ये
But I'm thinking
टेक्निकली
of
2v2
Magnum's
है।
position here as well, being in CT.
चैट
You
कैसे
can
बात
see
कर रहा
Nats
है?
just re-exploring,
मैं
trying to find
मेरे
exactly where
मुंह
Magnum's gone,
से
but he's in
बात
prime
कर
position
रहा
to try and find the pick. It's in a
हूँ।
complete one
आप
versus one
कहाँ
towards
से
main
बात
now.
करते हो
Prophet
मैडम?
feels as if
मुंह
every round he's
से
played so far
यू।
has been Sheriff in hand, but now supported by the rifle of Magnum with a cam bookmark towards spawn. They're worried in case the players have escaped on towards sand.
मैंने क्या
Pat's
किया
just trying to get a jump, but they probably would have held the sound cue there. 20 seconds. It's not going to be enough time to call the B
जाना तो
rotation.
A पे ही
BBL
है।
need to rein this one in. The A site is the target.
मारेगा,
Now
कम
Nats has
मारेगा,
arrived.
कम मारेगा।
Whether they know it or not, they're straight into the jaws of the beast itself. Camo collecting yet another and will
दोनों
double
को
up
मारा
for his
25
efforts
में।
before the round ends.
How do I
5
buy
played
membership?
and Liquid
Yeah,
fire in
देखा
front.
ये होती है salesman
With
mods.
BBL, you can see how they're
Can you
trying to
please
poke and
help
prod
the
around the
kind
map, get an
person?
idea for how this Vice setup
They're
is, but
sexy,
Team
yeah.
Liquid are doing really good at being
Cute है ना
dynamic
Casper
and
chat?
switching up this Vice utility, even though it wasn't needed in that last round. This operator as well doing God's work. BBL, yeah. They
all you have
also
to
had a
do
player
is
like
click on that
lurking
link
through Arcade
and buy the
that Nats
premium
was able to
membership,
find.
very
So in the
crazy
back
one.
of Team Liquid's heads now, they'll know about this luck that could potentially be coming through later in the round.
Good.
Liquid also looking to set up for A main yet again, and now they start to show a little bit more of that disrespect. Camo right at their necks,
Just 10
Prophet
खत्म हो
shuts it
गया
down.
यार।
And BBL look to go on the offensive. Canteen clear, not going to happen for Levin. Instead, he just wants to make sure that this space towards tower is filled. That's a player
देखा।
spotted in the process.
Mowgli
The top of
bye,
Nico's
thanks for
head
the 5
revealed,
gifted मेरी जान करो day.
and the rope.
Love you
BBL's
Mowgli
back.
bye.
Yeah, you've got to be looking towards. Oh, straight away, they're just going to use the breach out and try and take Arcade. But the post plant setup has it's placed for B main.
ये round
In
गया
terms of the
ये
utility
round
that's left to
BBL
try and
का।
support this, the salvos aren't online right now. Going to wait for that one to come back up. Drone still
ये round
available.
BBL का।
It's the Armageddon from the defender's side that BBL have to be concerned
Nah,
about.
bro,
As it's giving
impossible.
Kiko an
Huh?
opportunity to
Nah, impossible.
capitalise. 3-on-3 situation as it stands, and Kiko still
Nah,
going
need
through
be
the
ult
motions.
be.
That
Gaya,
brings
gaya.
the ult up though. Sociable now with rockets in hand, an opportunity to deny
TCM,
the
क्या
first
बोली?
and second time of asking.
Go ahead.
It's ticking away from
तो दिखाई
Liquid.
नहीं दे रहा।
They're fighting a losing battle here, and
Minus करके लिखो क्या बोला?
Patitech knows it. Prophet finishing
चलेगा
off the job.
ult गया
Back to winning ways,
4-2
BBL. Really nice layering in the post plant as well. They know they've got so much time to get the
क्या
spike
बोला?
down.
Minus
They
करके लिखो।
position it straight away.
Mowgli thank you for the 5
for
gifted
main.
charges को भी
And on top of that, it's the
Mowgli
fact
से
that they're able
membership
to
मिला है।
identify the arcade
उसको
push.
thanks बोलना।
And then on top of that, you've got the grav well into the salvos.
छोड़ो, you
Then
were
obviously
too
Prime
rude to
spot,
me,
they
I'm
also
hurt.
get the ulti online, so it's really nice layering
Doctor के पास
overall
जाओ
from
मैडम।
BBL. And you speak about that utility,
Hurt
Camo
होता।
felt all the while
यहाँ पे क्या
entirely
कर रहा है?
unsupported in his effort towards main, expecting BBL to have a little more player presence right in the choke. Here. As I said before, Liquid direct on previous
Rude,
maps
do
of
it again.
Fracture, showing disrespect against
One suppressed.
That was rude, do it again.
opponents. As you've highlighted, information for
Hey,
BBL
timing,
now.
timing,
Cam
timing.
Not quite spotting Camo, but Magnum is there in
इसके साथ
time.
टाइमिंग हो गया बे।
Nice trade out either
मेरे को
way.
लगा साइफर के साथ टाइमिंग होएगा।
Although
Excuse
losing
me?
Magnum loses the control, the passive control that comes through from the traps of the Cypher. You can see both teams looking towards A
मैंने
main
क्या
here.
किया? TL और BBL bunks by
Activity
Nats
in the
is
mid
Nats
round,
bro.
1 for
Nats
1
is
won't
Nats.
suffice. Patitech needs a whole lot more from this position, and the ult would have aimed for him to help in doing so. But down to 55,
After
all it's
shock
done is
है।
bought time for the rotation.
After shock
Yeah,
डाल।
well, the
Close
rotation's
after shock
come
डाल।
in, but it's Nats is heading on towards the
डाला,
flank
इसी
as
मार।
well. One thing to know, but
ज़्यादा
Sociable
हो
gets
गया।
rid of the site player. Cosmic Divide straight in. That
प्यार
spike
से
can go down
बोलते
easy enough, but
2
it's
बार
still
लेती
a 2
मेंबरशिप
versus 2
अब नहीं
here.
2 बार मेंबरशिप नहीं ले
Looking to get proactive outside of the post plant. The spike's still not gone down. They were searching for a kill to send it back in their favor. Steps heard Nats. That's Sociable's opportunity to claw
2
one
बार नहीं ले
back.
सकते रे
With 30 seconds left,
यार ढूंढो
the wall doesn't last long enough. Kiko
भाई क्या
spots
लड़े
him
जा रहे
out,
बे वो लोग
and Liquid will continue to restore their advantage.
हैं
BBL
लड़े
just
जा रहे
looking
भाई
for something to settle the nerves, settle themselves into an advantage before getting that
दोनों
spike
टीम्स
down.
ऐसे
We've
लड़
seen
रहे
them
हैं जैसे
do that
कैस्पर और
before
मियाओ
in the last time that they played Fracture. And on top of that, yeah,
Tarararara.
BBL coaches, they're not happy with what they're seeing.
गया बे मैं
Changes needing to be made.
मैं गया
You remember the first map of the previous series was the heaviest defeat that BBL have received so far.
मैं गया बे
Picking up this core of players. And so vibes are very important, as Patty has just highlighted for us, I think. Being able to turn that around and then win the following 2 maps to get back into the series is huge. And just as much as Anti played a big factor the previous time around, with the coaching staff that they have here now involved, you expect there to be reactions to what we've seen from Liquid. Yeah.
गौरव भाई देखो सिंपल है सिंपल अच्छा सा हेडफोन लो नॉइस कैंसलेशन वाला फिर उसके बाद तेरे फ्रेंड्स कुछ तेरे को बोले तेरी गर्लफ्रेंड्स कुछ बोले या तेरा फैमिली भी कुछ बोले कुछ सुनाई नहीं देगा समझ रहे हो नॉइस कैंसलेशन हेडफोन मजाक से हाँ लाइफ में अच्छा करो यार टेंशन सबके लाइफ में तुमको लगता है कम टेंशन है टेंशन सबके लाइफ में ये देखो जिसने मुझे गिफ्ट दिया यू लटकाया हेडफोन यू इसके भी लाइफ में टेंशन है भाई एक गिफ्ट दिया यू लटकाया यहाँ पे हेडफोन लटकाया तो टेंशन मत लो सब सॉल्व हो जाएगा हम आपके साथ
in a position that was a lot of the game
अच्छा
plan
बाजी के
against
फ्रेंड ने
KC,
बनाया इंट्रो
set him up in dish for example, and so before the barriers drop 4 players posted
वैसा
up in that
मेंबरशिप
position
लिखता नहीं है अभी
exactly.
कैस्पर आते चैट में कितने होने वाला सक्षम भाई शर्माते रहो बस आप गॉड इंट्रो थैंक यू एक कैस्पर मेरा इंट्रो कैसा लगा
Plan for BBL this round is just going
W
orb hunting. Right now Team Liquid taking control of the A main orb. You can see Nats just looking over the arcade one. So that's probably where Team Liquid are thinking what BBL's plan is. That's why they're trying to gain information just by holding over. Yeah, and just as soon as I said it was perfect that you wanted to place there. Magnum is now waiting towards dish. So
लेकिन मैं
BBL can
चाहता हूँ
come
यहाँ
back here
पे मैं ज्यादा
later
मरे
if they so choose.
कौन सा इंट्रो
Taking their time though. You can see Team Liquid just a little bit worried about the spacing and what's going
छोड़
on.
दो YouTube
Also trying to be proactive. You can see Nats looking towards main. Meanwhile, Kiko
टिकटॉक
catches one
टिकटॉक
from
कुछ करो
arcade. But
मैडम
look at Profit right now.
कौन सा
Getting towards
YouTube पे
that tower
होता है
spot.
एक इंट्रो है
That's playing right against the smoke. Magnum now starting to fight the
टीवी
front
के सामने
lines.
नॉइस
Already done quite a
कैंसलेशन
bit
नहीं
of damage
चलता
on towards Patatech, so
That's
just
true,
needs to be
that's
careful
true,
in
that's
terms of how he plays this.
That's
Does have the
30
support of
seconds
Camo
left.
from main, and ultimately pushing out of just dish doesn't feel like the safest of options
वो
for
लोग को
BBL.
इतना
So
तो पता
once
है कि
again,
कोई
we're going to
गया
see
है
them
वहाँ
execute late round,
भाई
but it's
नाट्स
into
नहीं
Nats' sight.
मानता भाई
He's already found his first. Oh, Profit activates in the
मान
right
गया भाई
time. I was about to say it might be a bit too late considering the time of the round,
टाइम नहीं
but
है
at the end of the day, this is
Five
just
two.
turning into a death match. The BBL players looking to see what they can get. Magnum,
चीज
well,
भाई
he's already got his ulti, so
ना
that
एंडिंग
won't
भी
really
मस्त दे
matter.
उसके बाद ही मैं
Round
एंडिंग भी
win
दिखाया
for
मस्त
Team
है
Liquid.
रेज है ना
Without the spike in that situation as well, left over towards
लगा भाई मेरे को
arcade as the
genuinely
push was shut down. It feels really laboured right now for BBL, honestly, in terms of how they're playing. I think something that was raised multiple times as a point
Crazy
of
मारा
concern
बे
for them was the micro. I think the macro has looked pretty decent. You're talking 2 IGLs who are the 2 veteran VCT players in the server right now. Nats on the other side. Yumpy has been credited for his qualities to lead this team, be able to frag out as well.
एक चीज हम लोग मान लेंगे क्या चाहिए
Right now, though, it's just the players playing off of one another. We're not seeing the most effective trades. It is just hero moments that separate the two. Got to be looking towards this A main trap
जब
again.
भी कोई
Team Liquid are
लड़की
trying to
स्वीट
bring
की
out
बात कर रहे हैं ना
Sociable,
मतलब
though,
समझ
has already identified or at least presence
I'm always
coming through
this
from Team
unlike you
Liquid.
root streamer तो
Well,
मैं भी
somehow
always
they've
rude
found Kiko trying to go under. Should be aware of the second player, though. That's what the stun was ready for, but it's sidestepped by Nats, and as quickly as he finds his first Magnum, can clean up. Camo running in behind right now. That main play has suddenly turned to the aggression that we were expecting from the team, but Sociable is all too aware. Prepared on it too, rattles back. And so onto the
Half to
shoulders of
जीत गए.
Serial it
Attacking
goes, and
map
if
पे,
there was
half
any
to जीत गए.
barometer of how he's performing in his second series inside this Liquid squad,
Spike planted.
he'll be coming up with the goods here. Needs to be massive. 3 players disconnected, but won't be any more than the one
Serial
that
अच्छा
he
खेल रहा है.
gets. Very well played from BBL, aware of the aggression. I think it comes through.
भाई
Social
क्या
Blues going in
accent
the
है
early
भाई?
round just to go in and identify
Just
what was
go
going on
and
that side of the map.
identify भाई.
Yeah, and it's a
कितना
round which
पड़ेगा
BBL
बे?
win as well, where Liquid are starting to show some of their macro game, at least with a different comp that they did in series gone by. I'm thinking of that Heretics game, that Vitality game, where they were
Internet
being more
कितने कब चाय
proactive on
पे?
the
Excuse
defender's
me?
side, where they have proven to be stronger at times here. Towards the attack spawn side, not often seeing them go for a bridge
डच
crunch.
दही डच होता
With
है
the
वो.
stun set up already, the
डच
salvos
कौन
and
सा
camos,
होता
I
है?
think this might be the call from, you know, the barrier.
Seems to be Serial though, been identified. Only one player there already
सारा
looking to give it
util waste
up.
गया
Look
बे,
towards the other
सारा.
side of the map though, and you look at those two
दो
players playing
stun,
together.
एक blind.
Where are they going to go
बंदा
next
है ही नहीं
after they
उधर.
respond to BBL's pressure on Dish?
It looks like under. So 2 players
Under.
there ready to stop the cross. 11 lurking again on this Yoru. Valuable the TP and just
ओ
keeping
भाई
him
कैमरा में
omnipresent, but
देखो
there's
आपके
only
साथ
one place
स्कैम
you
हुआ
need
है
to be
वाला
looking
सीन हो
right
रहा है.
now, and he's behind you!
Oh no, the timing's insane.
क्या बोला?
At the same
कुछ
time
नहीं
though,
समझा.
Magnum is close by, easy to go and retake that space that BBL just lost. But you can see they're feeling a little bit forced and moving towards the A side of the map.
It's another one of those situations where it feels like there is no second layer. The timing of the Steel Garden from Nats is absolutely picture perfect. It stopped BBL dead in their tracks.
क्या बोल रहे पता नहीं, जो भी अच्छा है.
Now just looking like they're going to reset, re-clear Arcade late into the round after
मैं
Liquid have been
मंत्र
running
वो रहा हूँ,
circles
क्या
around
बोलते हैं?
them.
मनमोहित.
It's feeling like a bit of a
क्या होता है वो?
directionless round, and to the last chance saloon they go.
30 seconds left.
Well, time being low, it's going to come down to that death match that we spoke about
Oh!
previous. Needs to be huge. Getting the ultimate, the Armageddon, invested
Because
by
of the
Sociable Prophet, going through, almost playing like the duelist. A controller who's been so good, and Sociable as an initiator who's been excellent as well, but they've not accounted for Patatech. He doesn't go for the kill, and now it's up to his Sheriff. A 1 versus 1. Initiator versus initiator.
हाँ?
To take
क्या?
one more flash to try and play around with, but Sociable's already repositioned.
क्या बोल रहे हो भैया जी?
Spike. Looks he's going to get half, although Salvos push off. Sheriff needs to be spot on.
He's giving away his position.
He doesn't know where Sociable is. Trying to tap, bait him out. Finds it. You can rely on experience, and that's what Patatech has brought here in this round. Advantage confirmed in the next half for Liquid.
It's a round like that you so desperately needed. Patatech now up to 12 kills already. A return to form for him, something which Liquid would have been looking for. Bottom 3 for ACS in Bangkok, but already showing those signs of improvement in these key matches where we need that step up from him.
Yeah, and you've got to be thinking the gut punch that BBL just got, being able to fight their way back into the round. And remember, that was a 2 versus 1 as well. Once the spike goes down, just not thinking about the positionings of players.
BBL looking to try and take A main for themselves here. It's a couple of rifles which they've thrown into the mix. Anything to get this one started. That's to be cleared from the corner. Up against the Cypher, so we so often see him play. It's Magnum
भाई
level
कौन सा
4
सेंटिनल
instead.
ऐसा खेलता है? मेरे को एक
BBL
सेंटिनल
once
का नाम
again,
बताओ.
due
एक
to
सेंटिनल.
the perfect timing of Nats,
Please.
are going to be heading
मालूम
elsewhere
है
on
वो
the
लोग
map,
को
but the
दिख
trap
गए
is set
3
up.
बंदे ए पे. वो लोग को
Perfectly
साउंड आ गया.
identified by the observers is that BBL just walked straight into it. The right
Patatech
fourth
नाम मान रहा
Patatech
भाई.
just not missing. You
मान
can
गया.
tell he's feeling on it today, 11. Well, he's got 3 more to try and contend with, and he won't even get one of them. Very well played by
Keyboard.
Liquid, and they're just extending this lead further and further.
And with one more round to play of the half, this is looking really concerning for BBL.
Yeah, map
not
to
only
जीत गया.
because we know how strong they can be on this attack side, and you know, when there are issues executing late round, not really knowing where it is
वो
on the map
stunt
that you
किसने
want to
दिया लेकिन? वो
execute,
stunt
being
था ना?
denied space
नहीं
so
था वो.
many times, having Patatech here, finding yet another 3-piece is absolutely huge. And look,
you look at Liquid's comp here as well going into the second half. They're going to be able to use and abuse those quick B takes, which we've seen from them before. So you need this last round.
I think for me as well, like, it's so uncharacteristic to feel as if BBL don't have control, because the macro game is usually their strongest point. Cosmic Divide straight in, and this Dimensional Drift looking to identify where players are, and they know exactly where Patty Tick is.
Util to try and set this piece up. Flashed on, but not Nats. Oh no! Don't you think for a second you had access to his sight? Serial spamming back through BBL's own cage. And even with the ults invested, they can't get past this threshold.
It's the same problems have been happening all half. But the good thing for BBL, they always find a way to fight back into rounds. And look at Camel being all alone in towards Arcade.
Yeah. I'll
challenge him. Huge 1 versus 1. BBL need the next kill in this round. Well, you've almost written it off. Steps heard behind the Nebula. Cam is broken before he can even get a look in. BBL have committed towards this left-hand side yet again. Without the tools to try and do it this time around. Last little bits of utility coming out the belt, but it's Serial who volleys off yet another shot. Prophet put to the dirt. Buried in the backside. Serial yet another Magnum 1 versus 3. A clutch which you could not see happening. How many times have we said that so far this half? It is a dominant start from Liquid.
It truly is. BBL just not having the control that we expect on the attack, but
now
as Liquid start to move on to their attack, you're thinking of all the utility
thank you for the cast those membership मेरी जान के टोटे WhatsApp group में आए अभिजीत भाई थैंक यू द 5 गिफ्टेड सेट जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिल रहा है चूपा दे हार्ट दे जो देना है दे गाफ दे ठीक है अभिजीत भाई थैंक यू द 5 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे गोपाल भाई थैंक यू फॉर द कास्ट दोज मेंबरशिप सेंटी कर दिया यार लव यू यार लव गोपाल भाई मैं मजाक से हट कर कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि ये नया मंथ है अगर 50 गिफ्टेड दिया ना मैं भी सेंटी होऊंगा यार जस्ट से Chat +1 लिखो बेंच ये कॉपीराइट टाइम कॉपीराइट एक लौता स्ट्रीमर जो खुश होता है कॉपीराइट पे प्रीमस भाई फोटो वोटो बेचोगे सर जी चाय चेयर्स को चीयर्स भाई बस काम अच्छा चले तो 100 गिफ्टेड हर महीने होगा भाई हर महीने काम कर रहे बिजनेस कर रहे वो बताओ करते बंदोबस्त करते भाई फिर से आए हो प्लीज रिएक्शन दे दो दोस्तों को कहूंगा और थोड़ा सा खुश हो जाऊंगा नूब ज़ेनिथ भाई मेरी जान के रोटे कैसा है लव यू मेरी जान
They've shown exactly why they weighed it to Bangkok at the start of the year, and with a couple of tweaks already, it is Serial amongst others who are leading the line for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. People were talking about like
मोबाइल से एक फोटो नहीं लिया
Noob kind of hinted at the fact that Liquid were the most exposed team coming out of Bangkok, most maps played.
Software engineering MNC.
They're opening up another map
बोले
here
तो
in Fracture.
multinational international
as I said before,
company of corporations.
The third most rounds of any VCT team in the last 60 days. The only two who've played more maps than them as it stands were our finalists at Bangkok.
Next year double 100
have had less of effect on them than Liquid perhaps, but there's other factors at play as well. In terms of this pistol round from BBL,
match होते रहेगा chat.
Already had Yampi having a little look.
Thank you Vanchika ji.
B main.
Thank you for the
membership. Been placed there by Nats. They are just expecting aggression. Any kind of proactivity from BBL. Such a protocol heavy team. But this defense
full friend.
has
third
a setup.
Third standard.
And it is ready for the A play when it comes in. Passivity, just waiting for Liquid to press the button. And at the same time, while they're hearing this utility, I just want to point out, look towards the top side of the map and the proactivity that BBL are bringing through to make sure there is no locks coming through that we usually expect from a player like Nats.
Free में plant मिल रहा है.
Fully set up for the retake. Nats is going to be fighting on his lonesome in just a second. 2 players peeking out! 2 players in the ground! I don't know how Nats does it, but he's got the Midas touch so far in this game. So much for impact, and as the drone just confirms what we already know to be true, that Liquid are hold up here, there and everywhere. It's a crossfire that BBL walk into to try and save the dying embers of this round. If not map, there's no utility for BBL to use, so this is just going to have to be shotgun going for the full stick, and Sociable's going to defend it with his life. That has been halved already, and Liquid are in the best position to try and support this. This would be a 2 versus 4 if it comes off. And a little bit of time. It's the toes of Yampi that are just clipped away as they stumble at the final moment.
They just caught your breath there for a
Once
minute.
मैं भी जब membership लूँ ऐसे ही match रख के thank you बोलना.
Like this is just a beautiful double coming through from Nats, being able to transfer over. Magnum just getting caught.
Hey, Nats crazy है ना?
It's this last little bit, this combination play. When BBL get brought down so low, every single time you just can't like completely write them off.
And now I want to see straight away what version of Liquid do we get on the attack. Couple of times that they were playing slow, playing macro,
कौन उठाएगा Dragon Ball is the
or
question.
just being super direct and right at your throats. And here, well, it's a tempered take, but Arcade's where they go.
Yeah, but 4 players from BBL are here. Magnum's the only one on his own towards A. How did Team Liquid deal with a stack?
It's a clean kill onto Prophet to start things off, and Camo's just the bait on the end of the string. Reels in the kill eventually. That's not until Patterson found his second. BBL coming back into this with just classics. You are hoping for a little bit of damage perhaps, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it looked like a stacked site, right? You're thinking to yourself, this is going to be good, but it ends up looking like a house of cards, or maybe for BBL a 52 pickup, because they've got a lot of rounds to get back in this one.
फिर 40, फिर 80, फिर 160, फिर 320.
Drawing out of a flat cap in terms of options, whereas Liquid are playing with house money. It's an in-zone flawless, which they pick up to convert themselves an 11th round, which means all the more for the weapons that they bring into what will be a bonus where, I have to say, it's not even necessary.
Thank you, Abhijit. Thank you so much for so many different Thank you so much.
There's no venom to it. BBL, look, you're looking towards just luring all on his own. Gets the first, doesn't TP out just yet.
To withhold the pressure for a little bit longer. BBL stronger in their setup towards that left-hand side with the cam contact as Prophet starting to walk towards Dish. They're looking to confirm that there's no presence towards Bridge. Doesn't need to hold the line, and he's done it again. TP's back to Link, and now he's safe.
He's done massive work here, getting the advantage through, but still needs to be careful about Team Liquid taking extra space.
You expect a player to be in this smoke. TP's going to cut across it. Blindside Patatech just ever so slightly. Kiko creeping up. 2 players looking the wrong way, both initiators. Patty's able to get his kill as well, and they converge on Sociable's position. Oh, it just feels so cruel. But Liquid have carved out an opening for themselves, and with the possibility of a rotation, it's pulled over Prophet in the process. So with him leaving only Magnum alone on the A side, it's 2 versus 1.
Oh, the hopes and dreams for this round specifically rest on Magnum. Well, he's not going to get the line of sight he was looking for. Team Liquid, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, looking to clear everything out, and somehow Magnum gets a spam kill.
Down to 4 bullets though, Patty jumping in! It's all he needs! Those 4 bullets make up 4 rounds. BBL with a lot of work left to do, and with little guns saved in this one to do it.
Talking about Fangs, Venom, it seems as if BBL might have had the next by poison a little bit. Although Levin's Guardians seem to be doing all the work, it's so unfortunate that Nats had the movement error on that first shot. We'll need to see, can BBL start to build upon this?
ग्रुप में कितने लोग हैं जिन्होंने रिन्यू नहीं किया?
Kiko only 1 away from the orbital strike.
मुझे तो इसे कैमरा बड़ा करके नहीं बोला. हम लड़के ना हमारे साथ ऐसे होता है.
Liquid setting up towards Dish. They like to execute out of here on a number of rounds against previous teams. See how BBL respond to it. Nothing as of yet.
Look at the trap though that they're building up in Arcade, and Team Liquid starting to explore towards this side of the map with the spike.
Yeah.
BBL know exactly what they want to do, and they've got Cam for contact as well.
I think if you're Liquid though, you see that deep star placed, you're expecting there to be something here. And so they invest the orbital strike just to clear the space. That's literally all it was, but it has bought BBL a little bit more for themselves here as the execute comes in.
So much utility on the site, and it's still Magnum who's come up far. Sociable should have been caught, and he's not. Gets two, and now Kiko left with a rescue mission of a round. Players are isolated though, Hazard.
This is one situation. As you say, one player on the site, one arriving. Sociable kept up in the tower for now. Walking into the smoke, Kiko's gonna get caught. That's another round for BBL. And to go back to what we just saw, I mean, the fact that Liquid expected that trap play, I like the investment of the ult to try and clear the space, but it was such a big win for the defense with that one lost. And look at what's left already. Starting to build up some decent ult economy themselves.
Yeah, it's just such a chaotic round in general. It's just about who is able to get the picks and whatnot. And right now, Team Liquid not happy with what they've seen. Going to go for their first time out of the match.
That's some
Both have used one now, and are looking towards the rounds coming forward, what Liquid have in their back pocket. We're looking towards that Steel Garden. The fact that the Orbital Strike didn't get value in the last round. This ultimate economy will be really pivotal between these two teams as we are in the second half. And Liquid within touching distance of closing this map out, they'll be wanting to push as much as they can towards the middle of the field to try and win out this map.
Exactly. You've got to set up an end game for yourself as well. You can already see the...
कभी-कभी मैं सच्ची सोचता हूँ कि तुम लोग अपने मोबाइल में ऐसे देख रहे रहोगे ना, तुम लोग ऐसा लेट के नंगा होके जब तुम लोग देख रहे रहोगे मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे, तो कौन से गालियाँ तुम्हारे मन में आती है करके कभी-कभी मैं सच्ची सोचता हूँ, सच्ची कौन सा वेराइटी ऑफ गाली तुम्हारे मन में आती रहेगी करके. हाँ, आती तो रहेगी, ये तो कंफर्म है. लिख नहीं सकते क्योंकि मेरे मॉड स्ट्रॉन्ग है, लेकिन मन में तो आती रहेगी. लव यू दीवान सेक्स है ना भाई, लव यू.
And to close out situations like this where you feel far in front for now.
After the success that BBL is having, Liquid's by starting to look a little bit ropey, right? You're starting to get to the point now where Team Liquid, if they lose one round, they're probably going to be on an equal for the next.
That's what the 60 seconds are for in BBL's regard as well, because you want to make sure you keep this as clean as possible. Levin's picked up the Outlaw. We know how good he can be on that weapon.
Charlock. नहीं. Charlock. नहीं. मेरा लोडिंग आ रहा है, तुम्हारे भी आ रहा है.
Doesn't want to stick around for any more. No TP to try and get out of. We'll have to place down a second one. And you're still seeing BBL have control towards the Stitch side. And even going further and starting to go towards Arcade.
I mean, you've highlighted Serial, but he's already dead, mate. The obituary was pre-written.
11-6, लेकिन
he's fallen off a
अब ये
cliff.
लोग जीतेगा, पता है क्योंकि नाट्स को जानते
pushed him.
Simple है, बी जाएंगे
In the
खत्म.
process, look at the ults that we're seeing coming up on BBL's side. Sociable has managed to net himself an Armageddon. Levin with the dimensional drift. Prophet, Yampi, and Magnum all one off.
लेकिन नाट्स
Pretty close to a full house.
Really nice. BBL look as if they're settling with their in-zone flawless now. And it just depends, like, this next round, the most important one, because we highlighted it just before in the timeout. Now, looking at it here, we're looking at BBL's ultimates, the Rolling Thunder, the Armageddon, Dimensional Drift, but Team Liquid, they have
that's some nuts play right there. Huh?
I'm interested to see where exactly that trap is going to be placed, Kyra, but I'm sure we'll find out in just a moment.
What genuinely, what
seems to be a deep trip for Dish, and we've also got one to stop the cross on the B side.
One prediction क्या है? Liquid baby. गाली ने वो प्यार है that you deserve it. Love you
Salvo's dealing with that.
Oh, nice shot from Levin as well, as the op has been upgraded from an Outlaw.
सच्ची बोलो, कल आपने जो $150 दिया ना, दिल पे लगा दिल.
Spike not committed anywhere.
No,
Even though it's just dropped down.
And with Serial dead before his drone, you then look at
आज
the
भी
tools
हो
that Liquid have to
जाता.
re-clear a lot of this space. It kind of falls to Nats and him using the Arc Rose instead. Goes
Just
head
love
hunting
Binks, I
himself.
love
finds
you.
Propek in the process.
Thank you for the 40 minute जान के
Combination
टटे.
of ults from BBL. Liquid scatter to the crosshairs of Sociable.
नहीं है भी
Find
अल्ट्रा.
2 kills. That is all. Kiko in a clutch
लेकिन अब
position
तक
yet
नैट्स बाय
again.
का अल्ट लगी
Drops out
नहीं
of dish. He's a
है
dead
तो
man.
ये
3
राउंड निकाल
kills for
सकते हैं.
Sociable.
Liquid.
BBL reducing that gap.
Yeah,
बोलते हो?
and right now, like you're probably thinking, well, that was a bit overzealous, investing 2 of your biggest ultimates in the Rolling Thunder and the
किसने कहा ये
Armageddon.
attack
But you've
map
got
पे
to
मैंने
remember
कहा.
that denied the spike plan. It's pushed Team Liquid
Yeah.
back to
Yeah.
another economy buy, a low eco
भाई
buy.
गेम में
So
कुछ
right
सीखोगे
now,
कि नहीं पता नहीं.
it's
इंग्लिश
looking
जरूर
pretty
सीखते
good.
जाओगे आज सब.
And even though Camo had a brilliant start to the map,
Yeah.
we're seeing that he's having real
इतना
issues breaking
concentration
into
मेरा
sites and
कोई
breaking
commentary में
down
गया
what
नहीं, पता?
BBL have on the defense.
And when
Yeah.
it wins you a gun round, you're not caring. Still,
Yes,
there
exactly.
is leftover here for BBL to work with. As I say, close to having a flush 5. Couple used in the prior round.
You're thinking,
Come
though,
back on
Team
your line.
Liquid, they have the Steel Garden on Nats. That's a way to try and equalise a
Attacking
side
map.
take if you get to that position.
Yes mate, he's absolutely right mate.
So many of
मैं
the
तो मैं भी
spikes
वही
have
एक्सेंट बोल रहा
been
हूँ.
The slow look has not best fitted Liquid up until this point. The timing for Levin, oh, it was A-okay! He ripped the TP and that was fine. When he turns back, it's a scary sight as Serial has opened up the possibility of the B play.
And if they get the spike down, again, I need to highlight it once more, the Steel Garden. In fact, it's getting invested straight away as a way to delay BBL getting out and getting that spike down.
So hanging on to a couple more big pieces as well in post. Not just the Steel Garden, that's the last of your concerns right now. We've got to play into a retake. So often post plant set up towards
ये ऑफ
Arcade.
देखने
That is
लग
where
रहा है.
BBL looking to try and go heavy. Yampi's already dropped, but you've still got
गया
Propek
ना?
in
बहुत
position.
देख रहा
He
था.
will finally fall, and so with Patatek kept on his
इधर रुक
feet,
जा
but
फिर
try and send
पेड़े
everyone else
आने
off
दे.
it.
Got to be thinking about this Armageddon as well
Trust
that's
me.
been held in pocket, but time is getting low right now for BBL.
प्लीज मेरा माइक आपके मुंह में. What do you
The
do for a
most of the
living?
fact that they
इतना
can't
क्या
hear
पेड़
where
है?
he is walking
Like,
around
इतना
the side
heavy
of
आने
the
वाला
wall.
है
It's a
मतलब.
pace safeguard
समझ
thrifty
रहे हो
for
chat?
Liquid.
7
As soon
करोड़.
as the door opened, so did
Guns
the
in the pistol. मैं
floodgates
इधर ही रहूंगा,
into that
tension
B
मत.
site. You didn't think there was any way they were going to lose it with the ults they
WhatsApp
had,
कर दो,
and they
24
didn't
hours
even
stream
need
कर
to
दूंगा.
use all of them.
Yeah, I mean, from the first pick and towards the site setup, you
कौन
could
बोल रहा था
tell the
comeback है
Liquid
भाई?
have a plan
Hello?
and what they wanted to do with their ultimates. It pushes them on towards 12. A sickening round to lose. And not
ठंडी
only
चाय
that,
भी.
the fact that BBL's coaching
भूल
staff
जाता
are
हूँ.
like, listen guys, we need to talk about that last one.
It's ults that come up in the middle of the round as well that make it that little bit harder.
तीन रेस्टोरेंट ओनर है तू कनाडा में. WW अरे वो भेजना ग्रुप में. फोटो वोटो भेजना. कितने सारे लोग हैं कनाडा से. मेरे को भी देखने दे. डब्लू भाई 3 रेस्टोरेंट मजाक नहीं है भाई. शार्क टैंक पे कभी आ रहा है.
Haven't been good, right? Levin doesn't have the like TP set up right, or he's overzealous, overconfident to try and get that pick. We saw it on the round previous with the Outlaw. He stuck around, got a pick, and then got out. With that op, you can see even after the flares crossed, he doesn't want to TP out. He wants to stick around and try and get a pick.
Please
And the
बोलते
fact
नहीं
that
that
he
shawarma
dies
मिलता
there,
है.
is the problem.
Last couple of times we saw Liquid start out on the attack, it took about 7 or so rounds for the timeout to come through, and with its placement here, it's just before the map could be ending. As I said, direct team, usually towards this side of the map at times. The trap is perfectly placed, and Yumpy capitalizing with his aftershock already in towards spawn. Kiko looking for the fight, but it's Nats that's right in front. Another vintage map from him. Another round. As BBL so far removed as it being Levin, the last man left. And they know where he is.
बुरा लग रहा है BBL के लिए पता है.
An op as well to try and
सच्ची
clutch
बुरा
up,
लग
but
रहा
this is
है.
not the weapon you want.
क्या BT भाई सबसे
Perhaps,
एकदम
that only means anything.
BT वाला जो बंदा है ना Nats.
Liquid are playing off of
कभी
one
कहाँ
another.
से
The
आते
device
हैं.
will now going to be
क्या करते
triggered
हैं,
as
पता
he
नहीं
makes this rotation back through
गलत
spawn. So
टाइमिंग करता हूँ.
with main the angle of approach.
Do you speak
Patty's got
Kannada?
the stun.
Kannada ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ?
You can place those thorns and you can
Useful,
already
yeah.
see Nats on the spike.
Come back था पर
Time
Nats भाई.
ticking away for
Irritating है
Levin.
ना?
Liquid looking primed to take their map.
Yeah, salvos, Armageddon.
Senti
you have
ही
what you
कह
want
दे.
here, Liquid. You have basically map one
Love
in
Bunks
the
back
bag.
for always
Everything has been spot
making us-
on since
रुक
they
जा.
played this map.
हाँ, अब पढ़ेंगे ना बिना वॉइस के. Love you Bunks back for always making us feel happy after college/office. मतलब तू कॉलेज के साथ ऑफिस कर रहा है, समझ के. And seriously, you're gonna get so success. एक एस कम है. Just saying, 2000 का सुपर चैट है, एक एस कम है. 2 एस ही रहता है ना? मेरे को बता दे. In your life, and we loved you 3000 greater than equals to brackets. एंड उस दिन के रिफंड के लिए सॉरी. इस बार नहीं होगा, ट्रस्ट में. कोई सीन नहीं यार, मैं यहाँ पे किसको नहीं सुना था. रिफंड जिसको करना वो लोग कर सकते, कोई सीन स्टूडियो वाले. हाँ, एंड गीली चुम्मी दे दो. गीली चुम्मी टू मेरी जान. लव फॉर द 2000. लव यू. www. Thank you so much for the 2000 मेरी जान पे today. मेरे को तो याद भी नहीं. हाँ, पेड सुपर चैट नहीं है, दिल से निकले उसके. भाई मेरा भी एक ऐसा क्लिप आ जाता तो VCT में काउबॉय शॉट. हाँ भाई, एक काउबॉय शॉट का चाहिए भाई मोन्टाज में क्लिप. कामटे बॉयज, थैंक यू फॉर द $5. कामटे बॉयज क्या करता है यार वहाँ पे, क्या करता है, किधर है तू बता, और थोड़ा फैमिली सब बता. हर बार $5 देता है. सेम क्वेश्चन में पूछता हूँ, सेम क्वेश्चन. फिर एक और $5 में गाली देता है. लव यू यार. डांस करो भाई. गाना EMEA का ऑन टॉप है भाई गाना. something. वो मेंबर्स गेम होने वाला था, क्या हो रहा है उसका? आज रात को देखते हैं यार. वैलो या फिर डेल्टा, दोनों में से एक करेंगे. कौन सा डेल्टा भाई? सिर्फ वैलो करेंगे भाई. अनइंस्टॉल किया बाकी गेम. बस मैं एक बार गिली चुम्मी देता हूँ. सिद्धेश भाई गिली चुम्मी यू. लव यू मेरी जान. सेकंड राउंड देख. Pam 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 pam. ये वाला राउंड ना. कम्मो ने मारा एक और सीधा घुस गया क्या स्टन करके. ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ये नहीं होना चाहिए भाई. भाई वो केज से निकल के मार के गया है. केज भी डाला था बचाने के लिए. ना ये गलत मारा बे उसने, गलत मारा बे.
What a terrific start for Team Liquid. They lead 1-0.
बंगा आज कब मारेगा इसे? आज ही मारा भाई. भाई टॉप फ्रैक्ट है 120 पिंग में भाई.
Billy back here with me. That first half was
चैट एक सेकंड रुको, मेरे को काम का कॉल आया है.
Billy from
मैं
Team
फोन पे हूँ.
Liquid.
एक मिनट
It was so nice, and I think a big part of that was seeing Nats onto that Vice. I think it was just so nice. He was such a great anchor on the site, and yeah, I mean, I think as soon as BBL lost that anti-eco, it looked a little bit dodgy from there on out for them. So yeah, difficult for BBL in the end.
Yeah, and here I think we kind of talked about it before, about the first kills, first deaths, and generally, like, last time it felt like there was individuals missing from BBL, and I think this time around again, I think Yampi 11, like last time, didn't have a great series, and this time starting off a little bit slow. I will like to point out though that, like, we talked about all that prep stuff with Team Liquid. It kind of went out of the window because they played Fracture and had a completely new comp.
They did, and the new comp looked really, really nice too, right? We even right out of the gate on the pistol round, Mini, we saw some cool things from Team Liquid.
Yeah, a nice little innovative pistol round strat, like almost like a concept I've never really seen before, where you use the Vice Wall to trap players into a space that they cannot escape from. Genuinely, I don't think I've seen that. So nice from Team Liquid to mix things up.
Yeah, I think it's nice as well because, like we said, they just got back from an international event. You know, we talk about how much prep have they actually really had and what can we expect from them. And I think that maybe caught BBL off guard as well. I think this round in particular, round 10, this ultimate coming out from Nats was so nice because it forces BBL to rotate to the other side. And as they're rotating to the other side, you can see Patitech set up there with an Outlaw. You can see Camo set up there with an Operator. Managed to get the pick onto Camo, which allows them to get onto site. But, I mean, this is when it just gets a little bit difficult for them because BBL, they're not really able to adapt other than like trying to take these fights.
And this clutch from Patty, Mini, this is what you wanted, right? You wanted someone else on this team to step up outside of Nats and Kiko.
Yeah, Patitech heard the call. And he's been good this year, but in that last week he wasn't so hot, but back to Patitech form. If he's performing, if the Cats duo is performing, then they're in a good spot.
Valorant is a shooting game. It is a shooting game. And they were shooting a little bit more than the side of BBL, which I think is pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially given the loss that they had against Gentlemates last week, they've bounced back really nicely going into this first map. So yeah, it's been really nice to kind of see them come together and of course welcome Serial into that team too.
I'm so glad you said that. The bounce back, the performance. Lohan said it, Serial, he was a little bit shaky, you know. He's had to uproot his whole life, move to a new country and instantly be thrown onto the stage in a very high pressure situation. And we can see it from the stats. His first map against Gentlemates on Split versus his performance here night and day, and this is the reason we were so excited about him when they picked him up, right?
Yeah, of course. And I think as well, he openly said in that interview with you before, you know, he'd never been on bootcamp before, he'd never played on a stage in front of an audience or anything like that. So I think it's really nice to see him kind of warm up to that stage and, you know, fit in with the team a little bit better, and he looked a lot more comfortable on Tejo this time round than how he did last week.
Now Bosa said that he looks like Paddy with a moustache. Mini, now you're here with us, do you agree?
I think Bosa's got the worst eye for what people look like. Do you think that's true?
No, because like the whole Chronicle looks like Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, I don't think that Bosa's got the best eye for how people look.
That looks like.
Exactly, I
Comeback
agree.
looks like
he does. And speaking of comeback, BBL, we're about to move on to there. There's so many layers. There were so many layers
really
to that segue. But BBL, they are going on to their map pick. Now, you were both a little bit surprised with this. Mini, tell me why you were surprised and tell me how they can make a comeback on Haven.
I think I'm surprised because it was one of the stronger maps with Team Liquid this year. They didn't look so great the last time they played it, but it does play into this kind of prep narrative. Like, Team Liquid have been running very similar things on the Haven quite a lot. They're quite exposed. So BBL have probably seen a weakness there and tried to, you know, abuse it.
I think so, and I think as well, like before I was like, oh, how much prep time of Team Liquid actually had to prepare, but of course Fracture looked really great for them with the different composition. But I think when I'm looking at BBL, for them to be able to pick into this, they must have something really nice cooked up, because of course the last time they played it was against Giant X in that kickoff, and they let it run away from them. It ended up going to overtime and they ended up losing it 12-14. So going into this, I want them to kind of iron out any mistakes that they faced last time and not let silly rounds get away from them, because we've seen that in the first map too.
And I want to see them to be mentally strong coming
Thank you
into
for
this,
the
right?
$5
You heard it there from Nats as well. Listen to each other, make sure the comms are good, and just keep this up, because there's a very realistic chance after map 1 now, Billy, that they could close this out 2-0.
Yeah, which is crazy when we think about the Team Liquid that we saw last week in comparison to this week, and that's why I said it. It feels as though they've really managed to bring the energy up and just kind of, get their heads back in the game. Maybe came into that match against Gentlemates last week with, I don't want to say that they didn't respect their opponent, but that's almost how it felt and almost how it came across. And I think from there on, the coaching staff have obviously had to have a sit down and say, you know, we need to respect every single opponent that we come up against. No one is easier than the other. And I think when we look at that group as well, every game is important from now on, especially since they lost that opening match.
मैप पे क्या
Yeah,
हो
I think
सकता
for
है कि बाद में
BBL,
हो
it's about
possible.
individuals not falling behind in this map.
Liquid
I know that
too strong.
Haven is a strange pick, but I actually really liked. I know they lost to Giant Axe. I VOD reviewed it. I thought they played a pretty good Haven. So
Well, it looks like we are going. Kiko, I love you so much for this. He's just ditched the Omen and he brought out a ISO. You can't prepare for this,
no,
Minnie.
you can't prepare for this. No, so all that prep stuff out of the window this series completely. First map, change comp. Second map, change comp. I like this from Liquid.
And you have to look at BBL as well, because they will be sitting there and thinking we've prepped for a certain composition that they were expecting to come up against. So we are going to see Serial back onto that Astra. I want to see how that plays out for them. But like you say, it's Kiko and Camo that we're looking at here as that double duelist. And of course, BBL, they have played double duelist on a couple of maps, so they should know how to play against something like that. I think it's just a question of, are they going to be able to contain that aggression that we expect coming out from Liquid's composition?
And my eyes go towards Sociable as well. Such an experienced player, especially on that Sova. Paddy on the other side, not so much on this Agent. So Hazard and Cairo, I'm looking forward to seeing if BBL can take us to a map 3.
Now playing low.
Hey, it's certainly something different. I'm excited to see what kind of a look this is for Liquid. Kiko, the highest ACS of a non-duelist player in kickoff. But he kind of is a duelist player anyway, so I'm glad that we get him back on the roll again.
Yeah, 100%. For me though, I've got to throw it back to that interview. Lohan said, today will be a different day. I mean, it's a different day for different comps. That's what they're bringing forward, and I'm looking forward to what they have on Haven.
Hey, look, the guy didn't lie. He's a man of his word. Hard thing to come by at times. And well, right now, the setup, as simple as it is Nats towards the other side of the map. Previous pistol they played, he was the A player. Now, a solo C-hold is what is asked of him. But again, those traps that he's placing, so good for the Flood backside if they need it. It's mid that you've got to be thinking about. The walk down punished, and then Magnum able to shut out the engagement itself.
Really nice. Spike isolated now. How does Team Liquid get... Oh, say Team Liquid. How does Serial on Nats get this one back? You can see right now, though, BBL ever so slightly worried about the positioning and perhaps the availability of Lux that Liquid have as Nats is making his way through B and towards C-Link.
Such a strong position. It's what you do with it. This smoke, Yumpy concerned of it, still holding on against his former teammate. Hearing the steps, and that's caught his attention. Timing is completely off. And so Nats has opened the door to a seaside plant. It's a little longer on Sociable's rotation as well.
Got to be looking at the utility though, as BBL trying to come back into sight. An Infodart, 2 shots, and even the Paranoia. A boatload of information, and already getting the first pick.
It's a big one. Serial in the hot seat. His chance to really show us that new man, but instead it's Profek in the position. Instead, the clutchest player that BBL have on their team, but well supported instead this time. A 2 versus 1, which they'll convert. That's another BBL pistol.
Yeah, similarities from that first map. The Sentinel getting a double kill that puts the team in towards a winning position. Levin just so unfortunate to be caught out there. But this long fight is everything for BBL.
And you see on the replay there as well, it was a cam early on placed for the contact. Oh, yeah, no, it was. That's probably a good way to put it. Yumpy, thank you for summarizing that for us. But yeah, look, well, I mean, it would be a real inauguration into EMEA without getting used to but look, we can see the league officials are investigating. We'll be
yeah, we certainly will. But I think this allows us to take a step back and look at the wider conversation between BBL and Liquid, because coming into this matchup, I was really excited, right? Because even though there was one match, right, you had two different trajectories for the two teams. Liquid, you were thinking, oh, is this them kind of falling to the wayside because of how many maps they've played, which they've already answered. And BBL, where you're thinking, are they the real contender? We saw a contender or pretender, right? And right now, they're looking like a pretender because they're not answering what Liquid are putting forward. Although this map could be their way to answer back.
Certainly think so. It's a staple of their off-season. Got so many reps up on it early on. All of that counts for nothing. You can't hit your shots. And, well, Levin did do exactly that. It wasn't enough to finish off Nats. Yumpy finding one back through the middle of the map is helpful, but look at Kiko. Already let off the leash, back into C-Link. Another scary position for BBL, but one that they should be aware of.
Oh! Magnum's doing 360s. I don't think this is 2012.
Freaky
though.
That's
left alone, the only player to buy a light shield is allowed him to survive this long.
Simple बात है.
And I don't even know how he ends up in C-Link in the end there as well. It just feels like there's a magnet that attracts Liquid players in this position. No idea how it happens, but look, here we go into the rifle round now. BBL have the anti-eco under their belt. The importance of it stressed in the previous map. That carries forwards here. Magnum finishes off his triple with a kill on another player that he has shared the same side of the server with. There's so much overlap in terms of history between the players on these teams. It all goes out of the window. No love lost. As Liquid have a buy, it looks like a pretty direct C play for now with both duelists. At least looking towards long.
Yeah, Magnum already looking to drop off towards backside. Utility, you can look at it. Placed for identifying these locks, B main, and towards deep in garage.
Garage
control.
जो एक्चुअल में हार सकता है.
Highlighted for Liquid against mates, doing the same here.
So फिर I think it's gonna be 1-1.
Early deposit, as you know, on the map of Levin. Just outside a lobby, Drone trying to clear this. Patty the one to do it. It does reveal position, and utility in support from Yumpy was good, but all that does is accelerate this C play.
Yeah, BBL having information, they could already lean towards this side of the map, but you've got to be thinking about these backside anchors. Can they stand the test of the aggression? Magnum certainly cannot. Still though, a quick pause to affairs as the spike attempts to go down. Camo going towards backside. Sociable not looking towards what was low. Leaves the last two remaining players of BBL in a clutch, which, well, already is not going well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that BBL didn't put a heavier price on Garage there as Levin gets traded out right at the end, because as I said before, it felt like the foundation that Liquid built a lot of rounds of their offense against mates on this map. The most recent tape that we would have on them, if you're talking about, you know, preparation, things which have been repeated many times and was discussed in detail by the desk. As soon as Magnum goes down, it's a difficulty from that point onwards.
Yeah. I think as well, like, you're trying to hold on towards backside, but also fight through your own smoke. Like, you have to make a decision. You either get into that smoke early, or you hold the kind of cross out, right? Already though, like we saw that Team Liquid identified the presence on A lobby, and this time they're going to fight it early.
Kiko does have his ult up here. Chance to pull a player in, perhaps. But it's utility used on the side of Liquid instead to just take long control. Now investigating towards sewers. Patty yet to invest, but the drone is expected. So as it flies through, up and out into the light, as it is quite a sunny day in Berlin, it's going to capture Profex. So that's Kiko now in the 1v1 as kills going their way elsewhere for Liquid. He will find Profex in the Shadow Realm too. So a 5v2 presents itself. Liquid in full control.
Even getting to deposit more utility in terms of the traps, etc. Maybe at the back of the head, thinking about saving Magnum's rifle at the very least. I mean, the money not looking great. It's always the worst thing about being on defense is the economy state. And Liquid now looking to hunt.
And I love this too. Hat off the head from Nats. Kiko's already signed up on his kill contract. Why not add a couple more? Camo goes chasing. And with Magnum, the last name left on the list. There is no way to erase it. It's Kiko to finish it off flawlessly, an in-zone flawless to tie the scoreline up.
Yeah, spot on. Everything about that, the fact that like you get such a minimum impact ultimate, right? You look towards the neural theft as not being one of the greatest, and now it allows you to go then and break BBLs by stop them having something to work with in the next round,
I think we're going
and
to
build up your own ultimates
soon, okay? In 10 seconds. I want to fully
Genius.
break economy for them.
Yeah, there you go. It's spot on.
Mate, get it posted on the TikTok. 500 IQ. Nats doesn't have a hat. It means that his brain can grow to new sizes, not restricted by the headwear.
That's a bit of a reach.
Jokes aside, against pistols here. The B site is where Liquid go. I mean, now people often say you never go B against the eco. They want to take some extra space, and with a double tap active, they walk into trouble. What did I say?
Neural Theft invested as well, so they'll get a full grasp of what's going on. And look at the late flank coming through from A lobby.
It'd be huge if Sociable plays his cards right, but instead, he's just a little too eager. A couple of rounds now where he's been a step behind the play when he could have been ahead of the curve instead. Levin with a face check, shoulder spotted, so's the barrel. It's betrayed Patitek, and so Yumpy will capitalize. 3 on 2, BBL with just a man advantage.
And because the two players had pushed in towards A-Link, the players on BBL have picked up 2 rifles to work with. This is not looking good right now for Team Liquid as they isolate the 2 players that they're working with.
But yeah, and Nats is still towards Garage, so it's only Serial fighting on site. He's separated from the man
30 seconds left.
who is mentoring him in this team, as he said before, to lead by example. He stressed the importance of it, but it cannot be done on this round. You feel like it's his call exactly which sold them short. A thrifty from Pace Card is what we end up with. A direct B play straight into the jaws.
You literally called it as the round was happening. Some people say do not go B when they're on an equal round. And BBL do so well to pick up the rifles and snowball that into the PC card thrifty.
And look, to not say that my word is gospel or anything, I think you want to break away from that conditioning at times and go for something unexpected, but there are reasons why this is a thing, you know? Yeah, just neither of these teams can finish their dinner when it comes to anti-ecos, I guess, or at least that was the trend before. Camo has a Bucky to support the overdrive investment. 2 traps from Magnum. First won't catch him, second does. Down to 47. Now the backside space is where they'll look to fight Liquid.
That's a frustrating one, getting taken out by a Bucky, and even a second one as well. BBL though, still trying to work their way back through with the 3 players that they have remaining.
No drone, no stun. A little bit of silence required before BBL can engage.
Irritating agent
coming up soon. It comes up before Team Liquid have theirs. And Yampy already getting the first. Rolling Thunder online and straight into the site. Patty though looking to try and escape in towards CT, but doesn't get his timing right and loses control of the site and the spike. BBL, they're working on the spike and they're working on this round. Yampy with 4 and so do BBL.
Yampy takes the quad, but the star of the show for me is Sociable. Brilliant discipline from him towards Spawn. Playing quite highlighted in previous rounds for maybe being a little bit error-prone, but he completely makes up for it here. Knows that Patty has to fill that gap in the smoke in front, and so he backs all the way up. Strange is the final remaining player. And here, Yampy's just going to clean up the round. So really well played between the members of BBL, and now with this lead established, looking to try and build on it.
I mean, obviously Rolling Thunder using the last round, got to be thinking towards the Hunter's Fury and this one, but I mean, it's going to be used straight away.
Yeah, it's a combo with the fault line, but as soon as no tags come up, it's beginning to search elsewhere for Sociable. Let's catch on to Kiko. Still, double tap is available for the ISO player, and I mean, Liquid outside of Garage is a story as old as their strat book, I think, at this point in time, so you are expecting it if you're BBL right now, and the setup is there for it as well.
Right now, look towards C-Long, right? Already deep information from BBL. They should start to have an idea about Liquid leaning towards A, and that's confirmed through Profix contact.
With how much BBL were expectant of that play, set up towards mid, you'd think they'd be thinned out on A, but instead Profec has cut them down to size. With Serial gone, there's no smokes left. Just straight into the site behind the relay bolts of Camo. Rallying off shots, but it's Sociable who trades, and with the mid-lurk lost, it's numbers BBL back into a retake where they are strongest.
Yeah, this is getting claustrophobic for Liquid because of the fact that Levin's so fast on this flank.
I don't think they're even going to be able to set up the post plant. They've got to look for kills, and with Camo finding yet another, he's got to funnel more bullets back in the magazine before he can give it a second go. Grouped up with Patty, plant goes down. BBL still in front by just the one man for now. But Liquid have reacted well to take this space towards CT.
You still have information items to use, right? You're looking towards this owl drone. Could even use a Hunter's Fury late into post if they need it.
Difficult position for Patty to try and find use for it, but instead it's the shots which will connect for him. Yampi getting one back. Su is where he'd hung out for the majority of this round. Now looking to finish it there. It's Magnum who will go on in his stead. And so 5 found for BBL.
A very big round, massive in fact, because it was getting close and you could see how it was working for Liquid generally. But on top of that, I think for me though, it comes to the early rounds, like the fact that BBL identified the garage push early doors and knew how to react to it by pushing Levin down C long, and then that A lane becomes so much easier. Right now though, Liquid have seen enough. Lohan wants to come Liquid.
और
quite a few strengths you'll find on the defensive side actually, but in terms of the attack, I think you've got to be playing Kiko like a second initiator. Set up camo in those instances. You only have one undercut now, but with the suppress that it has as well, it's such an effective tool for going for these quick executes. If that's what you want to aim for. In terms of ults, they've built a couple up here as well. So again, we look towards that strat book, that playbook to see what exactly it is they have prepared for us, because already we've seen variation from BBL.
It's really nice.
समझ भी नहीं आ रहा क्या बोल रहा है. Excuse me.
Etc. Team Liquid, like the
आप और पिंकी दी मेरे सपने में आए थे. बड़े पुकी दिख रहे थे दोनों. उधर भी आप फिलहाल सिंगल हुआ.
It was like a variation on a comp that was already built. So it's almost like the difference between building upon what was kind of already working and now trying something completely new. And at the minute, it's not hitting the same.
Yeah, it's effectively the old Fnatic comp, but just with the adjustment of Astra coming in now that you have the 5 stars. And Mini was speaking about it, how much he likes to play with Astra, just because of how much extra value you get from that utility. But I mean, I can't help but feel at the same time, is Serial the man to be playing that role? Because not only have you put him on a controller, which he only showed for the first time in the previous series, but one which is very micro heavy, and when you're focusing on that kind of stuff, it's a lot more difficult to perform on, you know, just shooting your gun in your hands.
Cage trigger. A little bit of carnage, and Magnum somehow slipped into a pocket to work with. And he's working well after he gets the first and plays in the rest of BBL. A little distraction, a bait and switch, and it works so well. Patty not long for this world, and nearer is Team Liquid. It's an in-zone flawless.
Brilliant read from BBL, setting up for the C-side hit after the timeout. And already there is little money left for Liquid to tap into to follow that round up. So a bit more time spent at the drawing board, I suppose. One of the questions I had for Magnum coming back onto the Sentinel role here, which for him, again, you know, we say it is comfort, but stylistically very different to how Chuma plays the role, and I think you'll especially see that on the attack side when it comes to the lurks. He does like to get very aggressive. He's an aggressive Sentinel player. Yumpy had the read in the previous. What does he make of this one?
Look, he wants to stick around. Young player likes to be aggressive, and he's certainly been here. Blaze just popped out, and that's too easy picked. Making 3 for Liquid. It's just death by 1,000 cuts. 4 1v1s taken. Liquid win the ball.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. It's the micro again, I think. Just so many isolated engagements. This is how Liquid were able to sow chaos on Haven in their previous map against Gentlemates. Some of the rounds that did look really scrappy, but they're fighting on multiple fronts. And on a round like this, when, you can give Camo a Bucky and just send him in, then why not? It's a thrifty repair safe card yet again. And of course, it's Liquid that pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, that last round, as we've heard, coined a few times, valorant, right? Levin gets the first and just wants to try and go more. And I think that's where, like, being a young player, you'll see that, like, inexperience, right? Rather than being more passive because he's on a lesser buy.
Good job. At the same time, I feel like it is also hard to put that
भाई
down
irritate तो
to
करता
solely
रहेगा
11.
इधर.
As you say,
of course.
it's one piece
Yeah.
in a bigger
बोला था.
puzzle because, as you know, he likes to create plans, likes to get involved. This is another one of them. Cooked up immediate. 2 smokes, looking for the reveal over the top, already broken out. Pico claiming his opposite number. Now looking for that fight inside the kill contract, which he wins. And with a double tap back online, BBL will not be dipping in for any more.
Really nice re-engage through the kill contract. Nats as well, fighting his way through mid. Oh no.
Re-engaged his position. Nats aware of it. Prophet trading out. The 1-for-1 does put them a player short, BBL. This is going to be a serious test of whether they can become a little more than the sum of their parts. Because while they were able to win a few retakes, 2vx's situations previously, this feels like a whole different kettle of fish. Sociable playing corner, you typically consider one and done. It has to come up with the goods and then some.
Worlds apart, the two players, no tradability. Individuality is massive.
The reveal is not going to catch him here. This is the one corner you need to clear that the reveal does not scan, and Sociable is very nearly let off the hook.
You can see idea TPing in towards C-Long. You're waiting to see how that first engagement goes in the 1v2, but just nowhere near it. 6-4 though. You're looking for BBL to make good on this advantage that they've taken in the early rounds.
And it comes right back to what I was saying before the round as well, how Levin is always looking to try and...
Let's go!
Call for what it is exactly that he wants, the setup utility, and you saw that reflected in how he performed with such confidence against Fnatic in kickoff, when on the Euro a lot of the time he was like running down mid on Abyss, and while he had the support of his team there, they were also coming to him, and it was pretty clear between them, like, okay, I'm actually going to hang around a little bit longer, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. So important, as we stressed before. I think the difference on a map like Haven, when it is more fundamental, is that then that vocality is a little bit different. It is more like, what are you calling pre-round rather than anything else.
100%. Now, looking towards BBL's timeout, what they're looking to change. Is there anything you'd immediately identify as like problem issues, apart from the individuality that we've seen some of these rounds go? The big thing for me right now is that Liquid, before, they showed us 2 different styles. They were sort of defaulting, they were being direct. Now they're just trying to create chaos and force BBL to make reactions. As I said before, protocols are always something stressed. We've heard the word valorant thrown around a few times in our years, I would say. But his way of playing, yeah, you're expecting those reactions. If you can find a way to stimulate a certain area of the map to get a set response, then that's exactly what you're looking for. On the pulse. And I think a lot of that comes through mid, as I was saying.
जो सामने के टेबल पे बैठे ना वो थोड़ा दूर हो जाता है तो 5 पिंग आता है
traps on the east side. You've got to be thinking of that buff that ISO got, right, with the undercut, now actually suppressing players.
Yeah, it just makes it all the more valuable as well, only having one. That's the trade-off.
Yeah.
Yeah, for example, if you could land that onto Magnum, then it's the setup gone. He is held up in the heavens as it stands, though. Double kill trips down long. That's the one counter to Camo that you'd be looking for, but he gets away scot-free.
Yeah, with a first trap, there's still a second one hanging around, and still BBL have control of the site.
That true blue duelist. It's only 34 points of health now. Bit of mid-rounding from BBL. Sociable only able to clear the corner, but Kiko, the healthy player, happy to help out those in need. Camo taken down by the toe.
By the blue blind.
And Yumpy still in behind this cage. Space which needs to be cleared. Oh, up again. He's just going to send it straight in their face. And while Patty's walked through it, it's into Yumpy's open arms. Kiko, last player left. Not on the smoker this time, but to save the day from the duelist roll.
I mean, if there was a player to do it right. Here's the TP.
Love you.
And to put the cherry on top. The ulti, which essentially decided the round. Team Liquid forced to walk into a trap. 7 confirmed. An advantage for the next half to work with. And now only 1 round remaining in this one.
Weaponry coming into this one as well, so able to do a really good job buying up the pieces that they did.
Nice!
Yumpy, a player as well who really didn't see it in the first map, but hasn't really struggled to frag out while calling so far. Having a fragging IGL, the amount of value we put on that, so really big of him. The other thing as well, just keeping everyone else in check, and with Levin going walkabouts in mid yet again, he's punished on an opening duel.
Trying to put severe pressure on towards Garage right now, forcing out utility from BBL. But right now, BBL are completely leaving it. Would rather not deal with it. Now looking elsewhere on the map. You're looking at Magnum, walking down C, and the rest of BBL looking towards A. Not wanting to deal with mid at all.
Happy to give it up if they have a setup that can play into that. From Liquid, all of this just fodder to try and cause an issue, but the one you've got to be concerned of is the Hunter's Fury. That question mark space given an answer, but it feels like more of a red herring right now.
Spot on. Nats though wants to continue moving forward and doesn't realise there's a player right behind him. Trigger discipline, just to make sure there's no more. And well, there you go, converted into a kill.
I was wondering where we were going with that one, but Profek realises in the end, oh, it's Nats. Okay,
Magnum
else here. Where are they? Garage. And Magnum has a boatload of them right in front of his crosshair. That's the spike drop to the back of the pack. Camo to collect onto C, but not without concessions.
Now, BBL find themselves in an advantage. You're looking towards the utility to come back in on, and there's so much to be used.
BBL have been brilliant in their retakes so far, but this one to find an 8th could truly separate them from Liquid heading onto the attack side. Profek clawing back the space towards Garage. Skiko out on an island, finding himself in a BBL sandwich, and he doesn't like the sound of that. Stepping back into the reveal. And when the limelight hits his face, he melts under the bright Berlin lights. It's BBL to clean house at the end of the half. And outside of the opening 12, they'll have the majority of the rounds this time.
Yep, and the big thing coming from Fracture and towards Haven, the one word I would use is control. BBL looked and control this defensive half, and now as they move on to the attack, this is Haven. You have to remember that we usually have that attacker bias. Will that come true in the second half?
हाथी तेरे गांव में हाथी क्या रिट्रैक किया म्यूजिक टाइम बेबी अरे ये नहीं वो वाला गाना अच्छा हाँ वो गुड टाइम वाला बहुत टिप खा लिया बे सिटी से बीटी हुई रेड वाला फ्रेम अच्छा था डालूंगा
Chasing my purpose, need a release. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. It's so
यार तुम लोग ने कभी ऐसा ही है क्या कि तुम लोग को फ्रेंच फ्राइज सब आता था तुम लोग ऐसा वैम्पायर बनते थे क्या है कभी बचपन में
I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but
इसके बाद मार भी गए घर पे खाने के साथ खेलते नहीं करके
BBL back in action and making the better of that first half, it's safe to say. The word that you said, control. And I think a control performance is really what we needed with how messy some of those rounds looked towards Fracture. It's onto the attack side, though, where they had previously struggled before.
Yeah, and well, we're looking for them to make good on the mistakes that they have done. As for Team Liquid, how does this comp look like on the defense, right? You're looking towards the double duelist, right? They have to be more aggressive, they have to be trying to take that space. We'll just run quickly into
चकले के साथ करते थे फ्रेंच फ्राइज के पैसे ने सभी भाई सेम भाई चकली और शेजवान
You like the color red?
More of a green man myself.
मतलब best वो था.
I completely hear what you're saying.
Next.
With this one, Cairo, I think in terms of BBL as well, to just take a step back while we have a second. you're talking about a team which in this fixture
नहीं
historically
चड्डी लेनी नहीं ले पाया भाई $50 का था वो मोहित भाई
could have won 5 out of
वरना
the
मैं ले
6
लेता हूँ नया
meetings
चड्डी लेने के
between the
पैसे
two
नहीं है कट्टा हो गया
VCT,
मेरे पास
EMEA. And I think that's sort of that's calling to BBL's history as well, and to
Bye bye.
the
Thank you
fan
for
base
the
that's followed them for the last
$5.
4
Welcome to
years.
the Big House
You
Streamer
think
live
even this
stream.
game, if they were to win it and go up 2-0, they have never won more than 3 games consecutively in a row in the league. Whereas it feels like the identity is a lot different. The team culture, I think, is
Malik
there
Saram
as well.
hai.
You weren't just removing the old guard, which now ultimately represent Eternal Fire in challenges. It's a completely different brand of Valorant.
भाई एक दिन जाएंगे ले क्या
Yeah,
कनाडा
and I
जाएंगे
think like
बहुत
as well,
लगे
when you look
बहुत
towards
मन करता
Liquid and
एक
what
दिन
they've
जरूर
brought
जाएंगे
forward, right? A team or an organisation which is used to being at the height of any esport that they play in, and specifically in
मैं
Valorant
टोमेटो
as
सॉस
well, when
से
you think towards
स्माइल
the
बनाकर
history
खाता
of
था
this
हाँ वो भी क्या
organisation, back when they had Scream.
My G, welcome to the membership. What is up? Long time no see.
Last year now into this one, as an organisation, like they should be up at the heights of EMEA.
The heights of any game, did you say? I
Yeah.
thought you also said
Master
earlier we
Toronto
weren't in
जा रहे हो?
2012. But,
Oh, thanks, man.
you know, they have history. There is legacy
Yes,
there, right?
yes,
25
100%.
years celebrated this year. I think a big thing for me too, when you look at the players that they have and the core of this team, a guy like Kiko, for example, the reason why you keep him on is because he is so hungry, so eager at his age to sort of fit any role that they need for him, and you can build around that. I think that's where it then becomes a really difficult situation for someone like Serial coming into the team for the first time. As I said, again, on this map, specifically when you're playing Astra, which is such a complex agent for one that you maybe don't have a crazy amount of reps on. And then he's gonna, you know, he bottom fragged the first 2 maps that he played, and both of those 2 maps also happened to be maps where he was playing an agent for the first time in his career. The third map, he top fragged, albeit they still lost, but it's that comfortability that we're talking about that comes with time. I think they need to give him time if that's what they want to commit to, because to open up a different discussion at the same point, you're talking about a team which has a Challengers Academy roster, and that's sort of where you look to then pull from in the future, as the majority of players in the server right now on both sides have come from Challengers in the last year or so.
मुझे मिलेगा क्या मिलेगा
100%. But with that being said, we are finally ready to get things underway. BBL on to the attack. Team Liquid with a double duelist on defense. What can they bring forward, and how aggressive can they set up?
Last map
that barrier drop
next
for what Liquid are going to try and do with those double duelists.
That's right, bums back in seats. It's what we want to see. Not quite at squeaky bum time just
That's
yet.
some brilliant
He
moment
still
right
could
there.
decide quite a lot. And that's a different setup to what we've seen from him before.
नीले में एक और बार स्पैम करो आपके दोनों नेट्स गायब होंगे चैट से
Left towards Garage he goes, but Levin is looking. Does he want to disrespect this smoke? Nat doesn't have the right idea, and so Levin gets the opener.
But while this is all been happening, right, it's a complete fake on C, and BBL know that after the initial aggression, they can go and re-clear towards A.
Go back sight, only with a double tap,
Ek.
get to equip it, fighting out
नहीं मारा ना,
solo,
एक नहीं मारा.
fearless, he falls,
जीत गया
Sociable following it up, with that second
गया.
layer of Levin levied over
हाँ?
their heads. The threat
बिना
comes in
नींद के
from
बस
both
इसी
sides
में मेरे
if you're
नींद के
Liquid.
वजह से
Time is
वो
of
हो
the
रहा है
essence. You've
ब्रेन
only
के
got
हो
2
रहा है
players
आजकल
to
भाई
digest
हेवी
this
वाला
with.
Yeah, not only that, you look towards the layers that are happening on screen as well. Levin's been deposited late for a flank. BBL though, they've got so much utility, and that was an absolute gorgeous round of Valorant.
Yeah, really well played from the experience, as I said before, to the youngsters on this team. And with Yumpy being in charge of 4 Challengers players effectively coming in, you're seeing so many of these rounds also where Sociable is so valuable. And the reason why I mention him yet again is he's the eldest rookie in VCT EMEA since partnership began at 28. So, you know, it's not often that you can't really call him a rookie because he's been in the Turkish scene for so long. But he complements a player like Levin really well for, you know, those flag-bearing pieces which they have held on to.
It's an interesting buy actually being bought through by BBL. It's 3 stingers, right? It's not something that we see typically, as well as 2 ghosts. So something different being brought through. It's like not even really
है.
FPX by. Yeah, it's not even really
सिर्फ
that much
टेल
of
वर्सेस
a
बीबीएल की वॉच पार्टी होगी क्या? नॉट बाय
FPS by 3-person
बड़ा भाई वो करेंगे इसके बाद तो मेन मैच है नावी. नावी बोलते चेडी
This is what I have to deal with on a daily basis.
नावी वर्सेस एपेक्स है इसके बाद.
It's an FPS game after all. Let's see if they can shoot some people.
अंडे मंडी जिसने
Playing
स्ट्रीम लाइक ने किया.
onside
लव
right now,
यू.
no extra space, but you can see how much Liquid are respecting this. They finally get back in, but that's when the utility comes out the belt.
मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है इस बार नया
It's
चैंप
not
मिलने वाला
nice.
है. शूट.
It's nice and more nice than you think. Thrifty, the Stinger's fucking out, and now Patidek playing from C-Long. He's already stunned up. That should be easily converted. That round has completely thrown me. That's double digits for BBL.
नावी वन साइडेड मारेगी.
But look
2-0
at the
होएगा.
credits, Cairo. They've got a lot of money to throw around here as well, with the Stinger being a cheap weapon. I mean, what are the repurchases look like?
कल से वापस एलन
Sorry to spoil
स्टार्ट
it
है.
for you
सुबह
at home.
सुबह जाना पड़ेगा मतलब.
But BBL feeling pretty composed after this one.
बड़ा इग्नोर
And,
कर रहा
I
है
think the
मेंबरशिप
difference
के
is
वन
this
से
time,
वापस कर.
they won the
नमन
fifth
भाई.
round. You're now coming into an
इग्नोर
attack
हो रहा है
side
तो बड़ा
round.
वाला
Some nice
लेने
shots
का.
from Kiko Sheriff.
इसका नहीं होने का
Some nice
पड़ी.
utility as well. Like you saw the grab well being used as well. By I think Team Liquid, it was Team Liquid because BBL don't have one. But they like to try and force players into like a bad position. Early gunfight. Levin loses out.
भाई ने ये कमबैक हो सकता लग रहा है.
Winning that one again. Strange seeing him in action at the start of the round sometimes.
Navi is
The
Navi.
best closer that they have, I think.
एलन कर रहे हैं इंस्टेंट भाई मेरे को तो एलन
Is
वॉकर
their
भाई
duel
पता है.
list. So as the round goes on, he gets more and more useful.
Nats के बाद
Same
दो
can be
round
said
back to
for
back
Nats, but
timing
his
हुआ.
sight has fallen at the hands of the Stingers.
Nats के
That's
बाद
what you
back
buy
to
him.
back timing
He's
हो गया भाई.
sociable,
Back to back.
arriving around the side through mid. And so Kiko last left. How many times are we going to say that one today? The secondary duelist is second best this time. I mean, I put a big question mark on the Stinger by like how it was going to work, but already you're seeing how they're using it on that C side of the map, manipulating through
Hello, Binks, your silent
forcing the
viewer is
fights
here.
towards
कैसे हो अजय
backside.
भाई?
And Lohan, he's
Binks
seen
भाई,
enough.
what do you
He's calling
think?
his
Think
second and
रे
last
बाबा.
time out of regulation.
About Yoru and your
Time is a flat
team
circle,
as
look at these
dual
entries. It's
duelist.
just
Very
players running
bawasir.
out, spraying to the side. You get so quickly into position because of the movement as well, and Yampi is loving it. And this time out comes at exactly the same point in which it did for BBL on Fracture. If you want to draw a parallel here, a team 11
अरे
rounds
प्रीमियर फोटोज
to the
बताएगा.
good. And it's where I go back to that conversation about character for both of these teams and the players that they have. I think like you look at Liquid, everyone on that roster has at least sort of a year from the 2024 campaign now coming into this one in VCT, whereas you can't say the same for BBL. I find it even interesting in this pole v pole matchup we've got between Profek and Patatek, that a guy like him, so many people said about Profek, like he wouldn't be ready for the jump up without the time that he had on Go Next. And it was that little bit time before on Diamant where both of those players were picked up simultaneously from free agency, which was sort of like the catapult which started the resurrection of Patatek's career, I think, because he was a T1 player before, but it took a little bit of time for him to get back up to that level alongside Profek as well. Now he's got to beat him. Right, look towards B though, look at the players ready to line up, and look at BBL close by. This could be pretty spicy at the early doors. I'm not going to show all too much. Couple loose cannons, Liquid. They'll back away. It's a gentleman's agreement. There is nothing left to be said of this, but Serial, who could be hot under the collar momentarily, but looks like Levin's the one going to be fighting him. He has struggled in those first duels. Levin.
Timing.
The timing's insane. No.
ये मैप से BBL टाइमिंग पे जीता.
And that's a big one to lose out. That's your Astra gone. And that's the only player that was looking B. He's just turned his head. And now Liquid have to go, try and re-clear towards this B side, and BBL are sitting waiting. Levin takes those every day of the week, but shouldn't be getting any more. It's Kiko to peek into him next. Very easily could have fallen asleep at the wheel, but no, Kiko in for a fight and then doubles down on the double tap when so sociable.
क्या मारता है ना?
I think you know the next words out of my mouth. Doubles up.
That means box. Baba Yaga, how's you?
Yampy's hand. That's Thrifty. Keep calling that Thrifty. Stinger in Yampy's hands. Dude, he's so rich by now as well. He'll just be at 9k soon.
अच्छा केली ये नहीं बोलेगा.
He broke their bye before.
ये तो फोटोज
He
भेज
broke
रहे
their
पहले
backs with some of the impact he had
इधर
on
वो
Fracture.
करके रखा है क्या बोलता
One
है
on the fadeaway would have been good if he hadn't been
तन
snatched
बदल
from the darkness by Profek.
Yeah, Party's trying to come back out through
नंगा
the
नाचों में
CT
इसने क्लच
spot.
किया था
This is not the position you want to be in.
It's a stinger again.
I think you'd be thinking about a save here, right? You look at the money, fact you're on defence, and he's still tried to send it. Will be 12.
बस में वो
It will be
वेबसाइट कौन
mad
सी थी
point
वैल्यू
for
पॉइंट्स खरीदने
BBL.
के लिए
A
उसमें भाई
very
लव यू
convincing way to bounce back
वो जब
from
से खाना
Fracture.
खाने गया
Hey,
है
look,
ना
he
मेरे को
finally
याद
found
नहीं
an
है
upgrade. There was one on the floor, but
Finger
to
में
me
ले
it
लो
comes back to this, slight lapse in concentration.
And Uda
Perhaps from Serial, so focused on other things happening on the map. But
Dal.
it's a point that I've made several
Udal?
times. And you see it there specifically that when you're so
Udal
focused on,
madam.
Micromanaging all the
Are
different
you the
units and
same
stuff like
person
that,
जो
you can get
fifth
caught up in
standard
these
में
kind
मेरे
of things
school में थी?
sometimes, and that's no fault of his
Udal?
own. It's just being thrown into this situation. Not all of that's on the player; it's on the team as well.
I think so
Going back towards mid once again. More players invested from
I
Team
think so.
Liquid, and this time they're sticking around.
कैसे how's this welcome to the stream
Through Profek on towards Nats, and meanwhile Kiko's got
पूरा
one
team
pick,
है
but at the same time BBL have got the rest of the
Team
pack.
came,
It's just
full
two players
team
left
held.
on Liquid side.
एक बार
He was
बोल दो
trying to thin
पूरी
out the
लाइफ
herd with the
सिंगल
ult to help the
रहूंगा
mid
लेवल
push.
बंक पे सुजल भाई नहीं भाई
now,
नहीं
The
पूरा
numbers
लाइफ
are
नहीं
stacked
सिंगल
against
रहेगा
them, and this is for the map.
मेरे
It's been
हिसाब से
over in
यही
a
महीने में
flash. Patty
गर्लफ्रेंड
revealing
मिलेगी
his
तेरे को मेरे
position.
हिसाब
The
से
2v1 begins with his death.
और लाइफ पे कभी ब्रेकअप भी नहीं होगा वो मेन है
Got to rely
फ्री में
on Kiko. And everybody knows where he is, and on top of that, he's stunned up, time's ticking away. You're expecting BBL now to take this. In fact, it's almost a BBL guarantee.
कन्विंसिंगली
Gets
जीता
the
अभी
first,
लेकिन ना
looking for one
कन्विंसिंगली
more.
जीता
You
कुछ
see
भी
that,
बोलो
BBL are just stalling for time. They know exactly what they need to do. We're looking at Ascent here, Hazza, and what that third map holds for us as we move on to that
भाई
with a
है
BBL
है
win.
यहाँ पे है भाई यहाँ
BBL
पे है
battering Liquid,
ये
the
सुना नहीं
regional
जरा है
reps from Bangkok
अल्लाह
on
मैप
the
में तो सुना नहीं
second
जरा
map of their choosing.
क्या लगता है जब तुम होगा चार जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो मेरा क्लोज टू 5k and 6 million subscribers
with them.
let's
We
go
will
make
see
sure to
if
like
they
and
can
subscribe
respond on the deciding map.
बराबर तो बोला उदाल ये लोग इतना क्राउच क्यों करते हैं ताकि सीधा पिक पे हेडशॉट ना पड़े बीपीएल एपेक्स में प्रेडिक्शन ए तू पहले फोटोज भेज रहे बाबा यार देखने का इतना मन कर रही
Red Bull gives you wings.
क्राउच तो वो करती थी Fuck the third map, yes sir! Huh? अरे गोल्डी भाई कितने क्यूटी है उड़ाल बंक्स भाई नाम बिगाड़ दिया वही तो बोल रहा हूँ भाई मैं कुछ गलत बोल रहा हूँ क्या खुदला खुदला है क्या खुदला है खुदला मैडम, क्या आप वही हो जो 5th स्टैंडर्ड में थी? हाँ, खुदला मैडम जी. दीपक सोटवानी, थैंक यू फॉर 35 months मेरी जान के चूठे. बंक्स में 10 और आसपास जो पहला बात करेगा मेरे साथ वो कोई बात नहीं करता. आखिरी कप चाय लेके आए, ठीक है? आखिरी कप. अभी तक 2 आधी ग्लास चाय पी
We will be getting a map 3 after a very dominant performance from them on map 2. I am your hosting, so I've got Minnie and Billy here with me. Now, we talked about how Liquid, they have an opportunity to close this
What
out.
news? Golden Rap में आज पूरा दिन busy. One of my dream completed and intro is Bob Hawk Place. अगर तू सच्ची वो लिया है पपी, which I love puppies यार, I love puppies. तो एक वो स्टोरी में बता देना यार कितना क्यूट है प्लीज. I love puppies यार. हाँ, लड़का लोग से नहीं, जस्ट नेक्स्ट का करियर देखने जा रहा हूँ मैं भी. नेक्स्ट का करियर देखने जा रहा हूँ. वापी मेरे किचन में तो स्नैक्स लेके चाय लेके करियर देख के आया मैं, ठीक है? Next career.
No, but on the side of BBL though, you would expect the likes of Levin to be the one carrying them in a performance like this, but Mini, it wasn't him this time around.
No, it was the Magnum and Yampi.
Yeah.
And Profek. I love the Yampi farming here after I kind of called him out on the map 1. It just feels like every time I say something negative or kind of critical about a player, they just, next map just farm. So I appreciate that one.
You're the prophet. And who are you going to flame for the next one?
It's down to chat. Chat decides.
Oh, chat.
Yeah, chat decides.
Okay, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. We will get back to that. But Billy, Magnum, you know, we talked about how this is so comfortable for him.
Yeah.
We're rolling by the years on Haven. Nobody's going to see when he's there.
Honestly, he was great on Haven. He was just able to anchor that C site. Like, he was just so good. And like this round in particular as well, that pistol round, it was just so nice. Like, he's just always there. It doesn't matter where you try and go and see, he's there. He could be down C long and flanking you guys on his own defense. So yeah, I think his setups were super strong.
Yeah, I think he's just like Haven's so old at this point, and Magnum's played Cypher a billion times. Like, he knows when to be on site, he knows when to be off site, he knows when to be flooding, and I think that just really played into, you know, Team Liquid didn't have that experienced strategy, so Magnum was able to read into that very well.
Muscle memory almost, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just the reactions are so natural for him, and also I love the vibes he's bringing into this team as well, and the communication you spoke of too, Minnie. But let's talk about the changes on the side of Team Liquid. What was the game plan or lack of game plan you saw there? Why do you think they changed their comp to this in the space of a week?
I think they just felt that they were being prepped against, which I think is correct. They were getting prepped against, and I quite like the fact they're bringing out something new. You know, not the perfect version of the composition, but I think it's a nice attempt. But yeah, I think that they just didn't have the layers to the playbook. It felt like they were going all in with a double duelist, which is fine. But once that stops working, Magnum's holding you down. What's that next layer? Like, how are your defaults looking? It didn't seem like they had the layers.
Yeah, I have to agree. It looked really tough, and I know that you kind of touched on it in Agent Select as well, Sue, but seeing Patitech on that Sova didn't look super comfortable. We're used to seeing him on that flash initiator, so yeah, I think they struggled a little bit. And when I seen Kiko on the duelist, I got really excited, because we know he's great. Whenever they have run this double duelist on split, usually it does work for them, but yeah, I think with the Astra as well, there's a couple of question marks. I don't think that, I don't want to say that it's not a fully thought out composition. I just don't think that they've fully figured out what they want to do with it, like Minnie says, with the defaults and everything, how they actually want to approach the map.
The roles might need time, right? Yeah. We have to remember, Serial is not an Astra main.
I don't see them playing this again.
Yeah, a one, like a Lotus.
I think Teo might be back.
Ah, okay. We'll see next time. We'll see next time they play Haven here. But that is all for this map. We will be moving to Ascent. I don't know if you guys expected this or thought we could get this, but once upon a time, this is the only map that BBL would win. It would be the days where they would go to a map 3 purely because they insta-pick Ascent and they will win on it. Now, there's only 2 Turkish players left on this roster, but surely, Minnie, with the firepower, with the agent pool, so on and so forth, you should expect them to be quite good here.
Yeah, but I think the BBL we knew was the 5. I've said it before, it's the 5 Turkish power. I feel like it's not quite the same here. I'm excited for both teams. I think both teams have got players who've historically been quite good at Ascent. I'm looking at Nat specifically. I think he's always been a shining light on this map on the Sentinel. So I'm looking for just a good, solid ascent from both.
Yeah, I think when you mention, you know, BBL and having Turkish players, I think our expectations of Levin do need to be higher, because I think that he had a great performance when he first played in kickoff, and I think that he's struggled since then. You know, he had a great debut, and I think coming into this, you're onto your third map against Team Liquid. I'm expecting you to step up to the plate.
I wouldn't even hate a sociable Jet here. Back in the days, many moons ago, he was in the conversation as one of the Turkish Jets. He just was, you know. And he has a lot of experience on this Jet on Ascent as well. I don't think we're going to get that, but if we do, I wouldn't hate it.
The fan vote's saying 30% BBL, so I feel like I need to flame someone on BBL just a little bit. So I think I got to back up on the Levin here. We're going to need to see a bigger performance from Levin.
Double down.
And now we see if my flame prophecy.
Is that a flame? Would you consider a flame to say we need to see him do more?
I don't think so. I think it's
do you
fair
want me
to
to
set
go
that
harder?
expectation.
No, not too hard, but you know, give your 50% increase.
Bear in mind, this is his first year in Tier 1 too.
Yeah,
like let's ease it up a little bit.
We do this for another day. The BBL fans will hate me. They know I love the team.
La 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 la.
Paddy can also play smokes here. We've seen that before. Serial can play initiator here too. The deadlock, you know, he has played deadlock here.
I'm expecting a double senti.
Maybe we have something. Oh, we do have something. All right, let's start with Team Liquid. The double senti, Billy, you called it.
Yeah, exactly. I just thought, you know, Serial, Sentinel player played similar roles to Nats, so I like this from them. They have gone to things that are comfortable for them. However, only having Teho as that single initiator, I'm a little bit worried about, you know, where are they going to be able to seek out that information other than the one drone that he has. We saw Patty wasting that drone a couple of times on their maps last week against Gentlemates, so that is my concern with Team Liquid's composition at the moment. But looking at BBL, I really like this. We have the triple initiator coming up against a double sentinel. How do you think that's going to go, Minnie?
I mean, it's a crazy matchup, to be honest. I really like BBL's comp, but like if they had a sentinel in here instead of the 3 initiators, I'd love it. It's an awkward composition to play against for Liquid, I think, because BBL are going to have so much
Liquid.
So it'll be interesting.
सिंपल बात है, लिक्विड हार गया, डेडलॉक है सबसे लड़े भाई. हाँ, हार गया, लिक्विड हार गया.
Tools to game map control, so it'll be interesting to see how that kind of plays up.
I just know that Sliggy is probably loving this triple initiator comp right now. I can't wait to jump into this
second. Did she just target us by saying triple? Huh? G5.
Right, the glove fits here in terms of the comp. Yeah, I mean, you look towards it, the desk has already summed it up perfectly for me. This double Sentinel comp being looking to bunker in, although that deadlock can be used more as initiation. As for BBL Esports, I mean, they can go and fight what they want realistically. Looks like Liquid are going to get aggressive with this one early on in mid. Forget the utility, it's Serial Sheriff that shut down the first 2 players. It's just interlinked. I mean, it doesn't start pretty well. It won't continue either. These frenzies that would have been looking to rush forward are put into the worst possible position to try and fight players here. Magnum baiting in with the audio cue, but he's the next on the chopping block. Yeah, I mean, that's just carnage. That is just pure deathmatch. Everybody, let's meet mid and let's see who comes out on top. I really like the way that Liquid set that up as well, because with this util-heavy comp, you're expecting combos like GravNet salvos a lot. You're playing further back, you're expecting that, but you're not expecting them to just like dry peek swing out mid. And I think it's important to mention, you know, the agents that we have here, as it was already mentioned on the desk. We've seen this comp played a few different times. BBL should understand how it works, right? We saw C9 in Americas go for something similar, Apex in EMEA as well. Those both good examples. We've also seen poor examples, such as Talon against RRQ the other day. So, got to make sure you're getting the value out of that utility. Not needed for the first of those rounds, though.
डालेगा क्या बॉल?
So Serial solo on B right now, I think, has to be the biggest thing in my eyes, because he was in a dangerous position. He now has the support of Patty from Market, and as soon as those steps are heard, the rotation is being made, the grab net comes in, it's far too late, the combo is off. Yeah, I mean, at the same time though, the spike has made its way towards the B side, and the wall deposited from Team Liquid.
wall तोड़ भी नहीं
well, they're
सकते
trying to
बे.
continue to
Reverse
explore the
spam
map.
पड़ेगा.
It looks like they want to commit to B. They have to wait on the wall coming down. So much going against them at the minute.
Stuff like this barrier mesh, which is a really important tool, not just for slowing down
Like
the
the
executions that
message,
BBL will want to make with the 3 initiators, when the only gap close that you have is
Come
11
on,
on this Yoru, but also using it as a trigger to call those kinds of plays with the grab net, with the salvos. That one felt a little more on the fly. Micro still being worked on with a new member, but good enough to get them through 2 rounds unscathed. It's an in-zone flawless.
And again, we speak about the
fire
team
the
liquid
watch
buy,
party,
right?
love
The
everybody.
fact that this will have teeth and BBL will have to be careful of that moving forwards. Right now, though, for me, I'm not seeing the strengths of the triple initiators. I know we've played, what, a pistol and an eco round. We haven't seen the full width of the kind of initiation utility. But you're expecting to be BBL going and clearing out loads of this map. And as Minnie said, having control and having players to deposit.
So again, those 2 agents paired up with one another, with the Deadlock and the Teho, with that utility thrown out initially, able to deal any damage or take the space off the back of it. It's so difficult as the defenders to get yourself in those positions, forced to concede. Liquid now investing pieces of their own to start fighting market.
Camel. Go! Gets one of his own from short, but Levin opens up an opportunity right now for BBL to manipulate, and Kiko all alone right now.
He's going to hold off the site as long as he can. Prophet, brilliant position to cut off this rotate. Has found the first of the kills. Nat's the next, but he will land his with a ghost in hand when he had a rifle and then picks up the Vandal instead.
It's a weird situation to be in, a 2v2 with every single player isolated. Don't want to give a 1v1 and BBL trying to link up the last 2 remaining.
A पे उसका setup बिटअप है. B जाएंगे, मैं बोल रहा हूँ. B जाओ, B.
Mid for now.
No utility.
B जाओ, 20
seconds left. You know that the Cypher setup is more likely than not on A.
B जाओ.
It's difficult to try and break those traps,
B
etc.
जाओ.
So you're waiting for those salvos to come up on Yampi.
Lost a player in B main. That would have been the info, but I guess they just not managed to get a look on this one yet. So into the traps they go, just side-stepping it, safe plant gen. That's first point of contact. He will wait for Kiko to arrive.
Yeah, that retake cam used early to identify players, and Yampi not looking the right way. Levin now towards the back of site. He's on 77 HP, right? 3 armor, that's not really nothing to talk about. Needs to be clean fights, needs to win it cleanly, which he cannot do. A bonus converted by Team Liquid. We spoke about the buy and how dangerous it could be.
And it's this triple initiator from BBL that you put under the microscope as well. They've got to do their due diligence. You mentioned exactly about making the most of the utility, especially the Prowlers, for example. That's probably the key bit of utility you're going to have to try and shut down the traps, or at least find where they are. I mean, you got a KO knife on Magnum as well. I think as important as the stealth drone is, that's also something to look at taking it offline. Because if you don't know where the Cypher setup is, you come in late round, there's always the threat that Nats is going to put up both cages and take a solo fight dice.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about similarities between what BPL are running and what we've seen elsewhere in EMEA, right, with the Astra, Fade and Tail combo, a lot of the combinations were like, you'd see the Gravwell plus like the Salvos and the Cs, and we're not really seeing that from BBL so far.
Fighting for orb control B main early doors. BBL just defaulting on this round with a mix of weaponry, and it's that lack of investment that gets shown as Camo is able to use his outlaw to great effect, 11-1, and then dips away. And I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. I mean, you talk about an identity shift for BBL. They've only played 2 comps on this map since the start of 2023, being the variation of that default Killjoy and Cypher variation.
Yeah, this is the first time we're actually seeing BBL play with this this roster on Ascent the full time. We've never seen it played in off-season. We've never seen it played up until now.
And that's the same thing where Liquid, having lost 2 maps which they were really good on with Abyss and Bind, Icebox didn't look great coming in against Mates. Could this be something which they're able to use as a benefactor on that push back towards top 3? as another spot opens up for Toronto. They look to have bounced back well, having converted the bonus. They're able to shut down what is left of this BBL purchase.
Oh, Camo's outlook. So nicely played.
Kayo
At the same
ko,
time,
kayo
though,
ko deko!
look at Magnum. Flash out, but he's got a stinger, man. It's so unfortunate.
It was good on Haven, but not here, not at this range. Back into the traps, Yumpy will go. That buys a little bit of time. It's not quite enough to stop the plant coming in, so extra credit at the very least. But this is the tallest of tall tasks for the captain.
Yeah, it's not only that though, right? You get the spike down, orb in the back pocket. Yeah, as you expect. Armageddon online, that's what I was going to highlight.
Yeah, he was one away from it, so if he had a chance to sort of hunt for a kill there, which is what you've got to do in the 4v1,
Yeah.
you know, you're not going to sit hell and wait for them to
100%.
peek you. That would have been a chance, but Liquid up to 4 rounds, and as it has been sort of stressed at this point in time, bouncing back from that first series,
Deadlock
with
was
a new
ult
player, pivotal.
I think वो
as
A खेलेगा
consistent
with
as Camo
one
has
trip.
been so far.
And Cypher
With a
B
sniper
खेलेगा.
in his hands.
Together, guys. Don't give him anything.
Yeah.
Which isn't what you usually see from him. He is more of a rifle-based player, I feel like.
Nah, I
Even
was wrong.
trading out the Outlaw here and not going into the op. So good looks for them so far. But BBL can come back in with some ults to this buy round.
Yeah, you look towards B main, the Deadlock, the Omen, even towards mid as well. This could be some form of Vision Strikers straight off the bat.
So Camo with the blades over the top. Kiko's the one to find the first of those kills. Caught by the salvos of Yumpy on the opposite side, and BBL forcing an immediate reaction. A play called. Fake out used to reveal the position of the traps. And so is Profek in the corner. Nats to remove him.
They've even invested the Armageddon on top of that. Levin had a chance from window, but can't quite capitalise. It spams City, and it seems like Team Liquid are coming out on top. A 2v3 to try and clutch up from, but it will not happen. It is 5 rounds in a row without an answer from BBL.
Looking really good from Liquid here.
ये बंदा जिंदा कैसे है भाई? कोई मेरे को समझाएगा ये बंदा जिंदा कैसे? इसने यहाँ पे मारा, कोई काउंटर गोली नहीं आई, फिर ऐसा चलते चलते यूं कर कैसे भाई?
With this comp right now, and outside
कैसे
of
भाई?
these,
कैसे?
the fact you're able to throw that early utility through the window does really help, I think. And BBL calling a timeout, first of their timeouts in this deciding map. It feels needed.
Perfect,
Pal
perfect,
looks to the
professional,
notebook
बहुत
for
गंदा था,
answers.
बहुत गंदा.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen so far, I think we've put our question marks on what BBL are doing, but I think at the same time we need to be talking about the good stuff that Team Liquid are doing, right? The variation of the old Vision Strikers, the fact that like how they're moving around the map, and the combinations that while we haven't seen get total value from, like Team Liquid have clearly thought this comp out very well.
Absolutely. I mean, with Liquid having played a lot of the same stuff which we saw before the player change was made, it's nice to get something not only new,
Thanks,
but
but
comfortable
problem
for
is there a
Serial
way
as
to
well.
recover
I
account
think,
if
like Mini
one
spoke
only
about
knows
even
its
the
user
Viper
ID?
ults in
Mithul
the
bhai, you have
pre-show,
to
but
mail them.
I think even
From the
smacks so
email
far as
you
Haven,
have
for example, in the
registered
performance
your
the BBL
right
have just
account.
showed in terms of that prep, like what Kamik still managed to find
And
a way
only
to
they
die
can
to
help
that
you.
Teho ult, which he had thrown multiple times, but other than that, you know,
New
the reads
DP
were good.
कैसा है?
Into this next one, it's
W.
another outlaw for Camo against the Sheriffs.
I think for me, when you look at the BBL comp, right, something that they'll get massive value from is their ultimates, like Dimensional Drift, Armageddon, Nightfall, Null Command, and Cosmic Divide. And that's what we're seeing right now. We need to see BBL convert from an ult used.
Trying to do. Levin has TP'd into the backside with the sound cut from the Nightfall, but now they know he needs to hit the shot and he can't. Patatek finishes it off. It's between him,
अब ये जाके क्या करेंगे
Paddy with a
लोग?
stash that end up doing it.
Yeah, and the spike elsewhere. How does BBL even try and get that one back? Like, they're just exploring the map.
Yeah.
Trying
Yeah.
to find a way into the back lines and catch the players off guard. Take duels, etc.
Liquid know where the gap lies. Trying to plug that space exactly, and Serial will do so. Triple kill, one for confidence. 6 rounds for Liquid.
Yeah, right now
Like,
it looks
fit,
like
tu
BBL
gaya
have definitely
be,
been in
tu
the
gaya
kitchen
be,
cooking
tu
stuff
gaya.
up. We saw the icebox
वो लोग
come,
guns गिराने
now
का
moving
try
on
कर रहे
towards
थे.
Ascent. And there's one thing that's got to be we're sure of is the fact that there's definitely a fire in the kitchen, but it seems to be on certain comps that like just looking a bit overdone.
Now, I like that little piece on the eco, which they're a bit happier to invest. As you say, they do have several strong ultimates which they can look to. One of them will be the null command from Magnum against this double Senti comp. Probably the strongest ult that you could be looking for to take all of that extra utility offline. But Camo's fighting in front of it. BBL considering it, salvos to take him off the line.
Unfortunately, the fake out doesn't identify that the trap that's been placed. Magnum goes searching alone,
and as I said before, it's the solo player. He used the knife early to get the B space, but you know we're only 10 seconds away from him having a second 0 point here, and now they don't have the ult to hit the site either, so hung out to dry.
And Liquid's so ready and willing to go and fight and push forward again. Out from short, peeking scene was there.
Sociable to looking for the sound sensor. Finally, Cotton's onto it. As the mesh is about to fall on A, it's an opportunity for BBL to give this one a go. Still be hanging around in the belly of the beast. Cosmic Divide coming in. Set up for a short push. It's main where they're going to go. That switch player isolated. Serial left alone.
I think like BBL are trying to fake out towards the B after they break the trap in mid, but again, as you say, trying to play in front of the Cosmic Divide. But it's Kiko playing behind it, that's the issue. Yampi finding a deposit to work with in towards spawn. But Sociable still needs to worry about one. Patitech playing within his own team's smoke. Although looks like Sociable has been identified as Patitech comes right on through and makes it a guaranteed advantage on the next half. BBL,
well, this is like some
GG. Just been falling apart.
GG shush right
here. This is
here.
another eco. So 8 rounds expected. I mean, this for me from Magnum makes no sense. Great play from Kiko to stabilize the situation. I thought BBL had found themselves in a great position mid-round. Serial committed to switch. That's where he falls. The ult, the Cosmic Divide, to literally just isolate that one area and Liquid not react to it with any proactivity. It was nice, but again, all these ideas on paper mean nothing when you lose the fight.
Yeah, for me, like I thought they were trying to fake out towards B by breaking the trap mid and
like,
trying to force a rotation from the A side. Obviously, that's not what happened.
Layers to it.
Yeah.
Here comes the ult. It's used on an eco instead, and you feel as if this one really has to stick.
Oh, this is a really heavy investment.
It's a super early Armageddon that comes across lane. So while that space had been cleared out, BBL bail on the situation. Another A site which they'll go towards. Magnum to drop at a moment's notice, down to the last 3 players, up against 5.
I mean, you're looking at Sociable's Guardian as the key piece of weapon rate to work with. And while this is all happening, you've got to be looking at the Team Liquid. They're coming from every avenue.
Profek thrown into the snake pit, he falls. Serial adding further woes to the BBL side as Liquid bolster their lead with an 8th round.
Yeah, I don't know what else we can say, right? Like BBL, they've had the ultimates, we've seen how they're used, there's some nice ideas there, but there's nothing at the other end, there's nothing to back them up.
Like, the rounds are cut close, but close doesn't quite cut it.
Yeah.
When you're investing your null command, as I said before, this huge tool into an eco, your Nightfall in that previous round where Levin was just trying to look for an opener on another eco. We've not seen them on the gun rounds, the swing rounds where you can try and gain greater effect. Difficult to pinpoint right now. That's exactly what Power will be aiming to do as Mark New watches on. BBL fading from this decider where, as I said, last week out, their biggest ever defeat on map 1.
भाई अब समझा BBL fading क्यों हो रही है, क्योंकि सामने fade है, समझ रहे हो?
Coaching staff here, especially with like how loose the ultimate usage has been with no sort of backup to it. On top of that, like Team Liquid have just had the run of it. Every time we see gunfights being taken, I always feel as if you're favouring Team Liquid in those. And BBL, when they get these site takes, I'll ask you a question. When's the last time you felt BBL had an advantage going into?
भाई लेकिन सच्ची बोलूं ये डबल सेंटिनल में ना वो वाला पसंद है जहाँ पे ट्रिप और सेंसर वेंसर सब एक साथ वैसा वो वाला समझ रहे हो. इसमें ऐसे कि डेडलॉक एक साइड खेल रहा है और साइफर एक साइड खेल रहा है, दोनों अलग अलग साइड खेल रहे हैं, तो कर सकते हैं वैसा काउंटर. इट्स लाइक प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट वन सेंटिनल ओनली ना, देखा जाए तो. लेकिन ऐसा क्यों नहीं हो रहा? दैट इज द क्वेश्चन.
There's a comparison between the two teams. You know, well, Patty only has 4 kills. Yampi has 0, the opposite number, right? And this is a lovely trap, easily escaped from.
Team culture so important for both. Mentioned by Lohan on the Liquid side, but for BBL, needing to create an environment where they can stoke comebacks. Kiko TPing away, but not punished. The sound sensor, the safety net, and Camo happy to take that timing mid-round. Big kill onto Yumpy.
Well, towards the B site we look. Levin trying to get something, and Kiko's so hot on the mark. Magnum at least gets the trade out, but still more players to worry about, and every single fight seems to just go Team Liquid's way. That's number 9, and we are yet to have a retort from BBL.
It's another staggered execute as well. That knife hit Nat. There was no trap to defend the site, nothing at all. Camo with a cerebral timing. Consistent as ever. And the rest of BBL falling one at a time. Don't take the foot off the
pedal, guys. Keep it up. We're playing good.
There's no better way to see it.
It's what we mentioned about this comp before. You can take the fight to your opponent. Liquid conditioned that. Now they've dropped back into the bunkered setup, and BBL have multiple threats to be thinking about.
Seeing if they can trigger that A trap as well. Using extra steps through the fake out. Still though, Team Liquid don't need to panic. On top of that drone's massive in terms of the information. 3 players identified through mid.
For all the talk we've heard about utility and how overwhelming it can feel at times, BBL not getting the most out of theirs. The reveal and combination of the suppress have done decent work to reveal players. Magnum and Profek combining to make it a 2v1. But it's the newest player into the side. It's going to have to go ahead and win BBL there first.
With only 50 points of health as well, he's baited the players in. A tap
भाई
of the
Omen का read on top.
He was away.
Omen का read on top था भाई.
Most important, most experienced.
Nats ना मान रहा भाई, एक बार नहीं मरा वो.
Team Liquid finds double digits
लेकिन
in the
यार
first
3
half.
इनिशिएटर है, वो
As I
लोग
was
को
saying
एक सेंटिनल को
before, the way
काउंटर
he
करना है एक
sees the
साइड पे
role,
बस.
the IGL being someone who people need to follow by example. The amount of impact moments that he has had throughout this series, starting on Fracture to, you know, in this situation now, exactly what you want to see, Kiko. Yeah, a couple missed bullets against his former teammate.
Yeah.
Nothing more than just that.
Dimensional Drift, Nightfall, perhaps an All Command as well. A lot of those ultimates coming up online for BBL, and they need them to at least get to a lifeline for the second half.
यहाँ से comeback नहीं है.
Hanging off the olive branch in every sense of the word. 1 foot already in the grave. BBL got to dig themselves out, build a foundation, get some rounds under their belt.
Euro ult मार के जाएगा.
A lot of the game we saw in Game Changers, EMEA with G2 and GX on this map. Defender side in dominance, but BBL wanting something on this, you know, to work with by the time you get to that side swap. They've invested heavily here to take the A site, and while Nats goes checking, it is overlooked. Profek with 1 back.
At the same time, we look towards the main once again. There's already a clear flank coming through. Kiko out through heaven, getting 2! BBL just continue to hinder themselves, hemorrhaging players, and there's nowhere to go. The annihilation, the player through shot is stuck through door, identified. Profek needs to come up huge, but cannot do it. It's 11 It might only be a pistol that decides
Binks कर दिया
this
इसने Nats को.
full
मैंने
map,
क्या किया
this
भाई?
full series, and
भाई
the next
clean
half.
खेल रहे बे
And it is
Liquid.
rookie stage. It's Serial to save the day again.
Huh?
Brilliant timing on the barrier mesh to just drop it in the door frame. So many of these rounds coming down to the wire, but BBL haven't got the bottle, and so they're getting battered instead. Back from Bangkok, it's been a bounce back from Liquid. And their former servant on the receiving end. His history against this team from kickoff up until
That's
now
some kaise reaction right there, coach.
With 11 rounds
I'm with you.
already,
That's some kaise
dare I
reaction right
say.
there.
This might go 13-0.
Looks certainly like
Caster cars.
Hey, and look who it is!
No, I know. Hey, listen,
Had to be done.
it did. But yeah, I think like for as much as we can criticise BBL, I think we can really compliment Team Liquid for how they've played
Coach
so
is in
far.
shock.
Not
भाई
only
देखो
just like
technically
not only just
दोनों
utility
setup तुम लोग
as
देखो
well
ना,
in the game plan,
Deadlock का
but
पूरा
like the
setup एक side पे
individuals
हो रहा
who've
है.
stepped up here,
Cypher
right?
का
Because it seems as
side
if
पे
like
पूरा
we're
setup हो रहा
seeing
है.
Kiko continue to get
तो
doubles,
जैसा तुम लोग
etc.
normal खेलते हो वैसे खेलना चाहिए.
Putting his
Considering वो
foot
लोग
down
एक ही
as he
sentinel
said,
है.
pedal to the metal into middle, Patty double, nearly a third. Yampi had a chunk taken out of him, while the knife is not going to land for all too much value. It's the Armageddon that you're looking towards, the grab net, to have them up to their knees. BBL can't get out into the site without a duel, and it's Yampi doing the battling for BBL right now. But his best efforts will fall on deaf ears. 12-0
second map
ends the
जीते ये
half.
लोग 12-4 13-4 क्या MD
One enemy remaining.
कबड्डी होम लिक्विड ही लेकिन बुरा लग रहा है यार. मतलब इतना भी ऐसा नहीं था. 3 इनिशिएटर है एक सेट पे
Red Bull
यूटिल
gives you
डंप करना है.
wings.
योरू का क्लोन है जो ट्रिप पे फंसेगा. ब्लाइंड है, योरू घुस सकता है. इन्फो है, ड्रोन सप्रेस है, कितना सब कुछ है भाई. इससे ना एक की जगह पे पूरा सेटअप है यार. पता नहीं, ऐसा भी नहीं कि दोनों का सेटअप एक साइड पे और बाद में 3 मैन स्टैक दूसरे साइड पे और एक बंदा मिड खेल रहा है. मतलब रोटेशंस भी आ जाएगा, एक जगह हेवी फाइट भी होगा, ऐसा भी नहीं है. नॉर्मल वाला वो हो रहा है यार. कैसे नहीं घुस पा रहे. कॉम्प टिफ नहीं बे, अच्छा कॉम्प है. तीनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है तीनी में.
With BBL trying to write a new legacy for themselves and pin down some consistent success, they have been stopped dead in their tracks by Liquid, and now posed with the possibility of picking up a record which no one would want to hold on to. The last 13-0 in EMEA from Fnatic beating Oglu in 2022, Cairo, 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's not something you want to hold on to. I guess one round at a time for BBL, right? Like
You don't say.
yeah, I know, but like you have to try and spin it some
ये
way.
देना
mate.
जरूरी था.
As we look towards the
Production.
triple initiator, they'll be able to go and try and fight. You'll be looking for the combos with the Astra, the Fade, and the
एक
tail,
round जीत जाए यार,
which we
please.
never seen much of on the attack. Maybe it has more effect on the defense.
Inexperience was cited by Liquid as the reason for their shortcomings on the international stage. But this looks to be a professional performance from front to back. One round on the attack side to do it. Coming into the pistol, the A split is set up. If you are BBL in short right now, you have to hold on. This is all you've got left.
Yeah, need to try and get something here. Profit at least getting one.
W.
Oh, two! Unable to escape the salvos, but an advantage now for BBL to work
W.
with.
It's that slight overheat which could
ये
cost
लोगों को
them.
डिफेंस
They're
स्टार्ट करना
able
था
to
basically.
even the score, get the odds back in their favor. Twice as many players
2v4 for the old heads. And identifying exactly where the Tahoe is. Closing the door, but the timing's insane for Nats. Patty Tech can't quite get it to work. And now Nats escaping up towards heaven. The footsteps will be heard, but there's no way that he clutches up from here.
Nats has already had his impact in this series. Now he wants a little bit more. It's a 1 versus 1 right up behind. Yumpy in his face to get that first round on the board as BBL break the ice.
ugly bye.
Congratulations, we had production scrolling through the tomes, the annals of VCT EMEA history. How long has it been? Oh, sweating. 3 years. And this from BBL is great. Just to highlight a little bit of the micro as well. Shutting the door was actually a decent idea. I think. Yeah, slightly overlooked. Nats coming through it, but then finding mate, having a priority when you know you're getting split.
Listen, this is the copest of cope takes, but remember, Ascent does tend to lie on that defender bias.
So I was saying, man, it was a 10-2 half. It was a 10-2 half. That G2GX game, we saw a very defender-sided Ascent with 3 initiators though. I didn't have that in the script. Magnum's judge.
Oh, brilliant work. Yeah, really nicely done. Sociable's taking a great time. Okay, nice
Zone flawless indeed. That's what we like.
Dobara bolte.
BBL. One at a time, as you said.
That's it. That's all you can do, mate.
Dad, we're close to 5k likes. Next match, heavy match hai. ठीक है, खाना वाला पॉपकॉर्न लेके आ जाना जी.
It's like the voice line in game. I don't know which one it is. Like, spend everything. You know, there are no credits to be saved here. If Levin, okay.
Dad, आज रात को क्या करे? Members only value के लिए या
heavy shields. If someone doesn't tell Levin to buy heavy shields on this round,
time to jump. You save him for the next one.
No, where is it? It's
what to play at night. Valorant.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you.
The slig pen's already been whipped out, so.
Oh, I love it. At the same time, though, Levin, he's gone walkies, mate. Found himself towards top mid, and unfortunately, well, he won't need
actually,
it.
Non-members, this is your time to members look ki gaaf maro by voting the other
also
side.
At the same time, BBL, they take space towards B main.
Just saying.
To push across the map.
Membership लेगा 150 का तेरी है ऐसे समझ रहे हो?
A-sided.
दिमाग लगाओ.
Is in a fantastic position to gatekeep B right now. BBL playing with
हरामी हरकत करो, come on.
Left open. They realize that this is what you've got to go for, right? Liquid are going to be fairly execute heavy. They'll default, look for a gap, and then try and exploit it.
And that's the
those combos.
No, just
the big thing for BBL is they cannot let Team Liquid set up with the double initiators. Or double sentinels, sorry.
Timing on the Prowler's absolutely horrid.
Cancel करो. अरे मैं non-members vote कर रहे भाई. मैं क्या किया भाई?
Out. Those Liquid players, Camo caught by the C's drop back.
Welcome
Into
back.
short they go. That's Nat's position. Prophet looking to hold the line for what could be the
last
time. Support arriving. The captain's on the scene. It's Yumpy to drag Liquid down.
Yeah, अकेला कैसे बचा है?
And the last 2 remaining players on BBL reconvene, get
मैं भी
together.
cancel करूँगा.
They
मत
still
करो
have
यार,
2
मत करो
flashes on
please.
Magnum to
Upgrade
work
करो
with.
ना.
Liquid's past, looking to stop their future from finishing off this map here and now. Yumpy in the heavens, it's Magnum on the drop down. Judge is gone. Phantom is good.
W. जितना नहीं था ये round, लेकिन ठीक है W.
This show doesn't stop just yet.
Yeah, I feel as if we're watching a guy be resuscitated on the operating table every single time.
Guys, these first rounds, they will just do stupid things to try to win the game, okay?
Okay. Now, Yumpy, I ask you this question. Do you expect the Stinger buy, though? Is that his sort of...
He's got a spot on.
Nice! When you hear him shout like that, you would run through walls for that guy. And right now, BBL, that's what we need to see.
Nice.
Well, they need to be careful of this Stinger buy. As Yumpy said, silly things could come to light.
We've got a lineup here from Serial as well. That should be dropping into market.
Yeah.
I'll be playing from that position right now. Tech has salvos, of course. The cage just to threaten. Nuts has done this a few times already. Lineup is still there, but there's no player in that position right now, not unless Levin wants to rotate.
Yeah, this is nice stall out from BBL, though. You look at the utility that they have. The triple initiator doing really well right now.
The timing was completely off there as well as Liquid looking to get up in their face.
Na 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 na
To just pad out the stats as so
na
far as
na
the
na.
rounds go on. That's a triple kill from him now, but
Na 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 na.
cause for
कुछ
concern
दिखाई
in
नहीं दे
this
रहा माँ.
round. 3 versus 2. Swiftly settled. 11 and sociable.
12-4,
The
12-4
Turks on the
baby,
scene
12-4.
have shut
12-4.
down Team Liquid.
Hey, listen, this is looking like a possibility, but we can never really like be excited about it because of how close Liquid are.
काश जितने वोट है उतने मेंबर्स हो जाते हैं यार. हाँ हो सकते हैं उससे ज्यादा, but that is not the point. मैं आज के दिन की बात कर रहा हूँ. आज उतने मेंबर्स होते थे.
Flight attendants, like if they have a worried sign on their face,
हरामी
then
ही
you know that
कह
the plane
दे.
is to veer off course a little bit. But BBL seem to
Come
be
back
on track
होगा ना.
right now. We've got an Odin in the hands of Profek.
The other thing you have to remember, right, is right now BBL have no
उससे
timeout, so
ज़्यादा?
it's just
Excuse me.
cruise control and gotta let the players go.
I like that idea, just breaking off the shielding of Link with the Odin, looking for a spam off of a reveal perhaps.
अगर सप्रेस होता ना ना.
Is the paranoia gone?
लग गई.
Done. Yeah, with still plenty of tools to work with. Ooh. Magnum's knife in the next 10 seconds, but I don't think he's going to get a heads up on this short play.
Oh, it needs to be careful, but I don't even know if Liquid are going to commit to this properly, right?
Oh, brilliant angle from Magnum. Just saw through the slit. Nats now removed. The fake out broken.
What?
Never walking in solo. Don't worry, that wasn't a camo.
I thought it was.
180 flick.
I mean, Magnum gave us a 360 Elliot.
Yeah.
And he'll need to give us more than that right now.
Can he send Team Liquid's head spinning? Drops back with the flash. Salvo's at his feet. It's a bit of damage. Profex Odin out in the open.
Clean
Magnum last line of
be.
defense
Boy,
again.
serial
Finally he
clean mara
falls.
be.
Liquid in position. 3 versus 2
buddy.
situation, and in terms of the retake, your Prowlers and Drone are gone. It is just that Horn and the Salvos when the time arrives.
Listen, probably waiting to use the C's
Took
and the
the
salvos
darwaza
at the same time. As identified, Sociable making his way through
Bhai,
A main.
broken
Chance to isolate, sees the gun barrel but can't win it. Now a 1v3, which cannot be won out. Team Liquid convert the inevitability of a set and
return to winning ways in exactly the kind of form that you expect from a team that wants to be at the top of Group
Time
Omega.
for
BBL missed
NAVI.
their opportunity. That last map got out of control
NAVI,
far
where
too
are
quickly.
you
The same thing
going?
that Liquid said
Where are
against
you
Mace, that they
going?
had that burnout as the games went on. They played more maps than almost anyone else
That's what
globally. They're in the top 3 for that metric, yet still they're showing no signs of stopping here.
I think as well, like narratively speaking, coming out of this game.
Going by support में रीजन क्या डालूं? नीरेस्ट रीजन सिंगापुर और थाईलैंड है, मुंबई नहीं. लग गए तेरे मेरे हिसाब से. How about you join the Valo SA Discord and then try your luck there? How about that? How about that?
And they've proved that.
Definitely. Liquid
Nene,
with
Bakcha
a
Dine.
fantastic performance. Just still getting used to the Wednesdays and lack of the crowd, and perhaps that's exactly what they needed to bounce back a game with a little less pressure, I suppose, in some senses, but still.
69% Valo, 30% झेलता. वो 1% क्या है पता है? 1% वो लोग हैं जो लोग मेंबरशिप लेना चाहते लेकिन ले नहीं रहे. समझ रहे हो? This is the time you bite. Thank you.
And the week previous, how they look, where they're going to be in the group. BBL, is this just a like one-off? They don't have to play foot until the last stages, whereas Liquid, they need to play foot next week.
So we do have that interview ready
Paco,
for
who's
you.
the
Down
best
the
agent
stage
in
is
VCT?
Insu
There
with
is
Patty.
one and only one, baby.
Thank you very much. I am
Both
now
goodbye.
joined by Patty from Team Liquid.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank
now,
you.
almost a 13-0. Almost, not quite. Almost there. But I think I was getting a little bit worried after Haven because your coach said, you know, last week after that Haven, maybe there were some issues that didn't get sorted in between the maps and they costed you a best of 3. But today, it was as if Haven didn't happen. So how did you manage to turn that around today?
I think we just have a lot of confidence right now, and we are focusing really on ourselves, and like we really don't get to ourselves like that we lost to Haven, because I think we still have a lot to work on Haven. So like we kind of knew if we go to Ascent, we start defenders, we're gonna smash.
Was there ever a little bit of like, oh no, not again, it's Haven again, we could have 2-0'd and thinking about
nothing of that. No.
मैंने
same answer दिया. Yay!
Almost famous now. We hear now.
भाई मैंने same answer क्यों दिया पता है? क्योंकि पातितिक और मेरे में एक चीज कॉमन है. That I am also a पाती. W. भाई मेरे को सच्ची रेस्ट की बहुत जरूरत है. मेरे को लग रहा है मेरे जोक्स बहुत गंदे होते जा रहे हैं.
Mining them every game, so you instantly lock in and you just reset after the, let's say for example Heaven that we did. We just full reset it, we played our game and that's it.
I think everyone knows that Nat is, you know, the leader, the voice. So I wanted to ask you, who's the second person? Who's the person maybe when Nat isn't at 100%, there's someone to step in and kind of take over that role as well?
इसका smile देखे me देखा मेरे को लगा रहा me बोलने वाला है. देखा बोला बे.
I like that. I think it suits my personality especially.
Have you had to do that a lot on this team, do you think?
No, because Nats is doing a really good job at it, and our coaches said that like he should be the one doing it because he's the captain of the team.
Now, when it comes to the new things we saw today, we don't have that much time. I can't ask you every single one of them. So I'll knuckle it down to how much time have you had? Is it just been that week of changing all these things coming into today, or has this been brewing in the background?
2-3 days bolega.
And roles and so on and so forth.
I think everything is pretty fresh. We don't really have that much time, especially with changing the player. We had to go basically through every map. So, I mean, changing comps, you know, coaches are cooking, you know, and whatever they cook, we're gonna play. So it's just that simple.
It's not a risk to you guys, you think, because the season is not that long, you know, every game matters so much.
I think there is a risk involved, but it's a calculated risk, and I think our coaches are pretty fine.
नीचे लिखा था देख रहे हो G winner
Everyone
करके.
has full belief.
इसने देखा?
Full belief. And last question for you, the Sova, my goodness,
देखो
it's
नीचे लिख
been
के आएगा.
a long time, you know, a year,
victory
maybe
अभी
even more
आएगा.
at this point since we've seen the
इधर
Sova.
है.
Are you comfortable with that agent? You know, I feel like some people have to sacrifice their comfortability a little bit.
I don't know, to be honest, if I'm comfortable on it a lot or not. I think I just need to get more reps in it, and I think I'll be fine. But yeah, the Sova call was kind of last-minute change, so...
How last minute?
Last minute.
Today, last minute? Yesterday, last minute?
I mean, yesterday.
Yesterday? Oh, wow. Well, you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you so much for joining me, Pakistan. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
We will be heading to a break now, but don't go anywhere
Do we
because when
miss
we come
TH?
back, as you can see behind me, Apex.
That's some
will be
harami
taking
question
on
right
NAVI.
there. That's some harami question right there. आगे भाई दोनों अच्छे टीम से बट नावीज एंजल वन बड़ी 40 साल का एक्सपीरियंस नहीं सर 30 साल का एक्सपीरियंस आज एने है रोज 2:30 वेट करता आज एने नहीं है परसों से एने है तुम लोग को मैं बता देता हूँ शेड्यूल Let me check the schedule right now. So right now ये चालू है बराबर अभी कल है वापिस EMEA which is अच्छे गेम्स फुट है और हेरिटिक्स है ठीक है दो अच्छे टीम्स है और बाकी दो टीम्स हारने वाले हैं जो है जेंटलमेट्स और जायंट एक्स बराबर है फिर उसके बाद होएगा एक और ये ठीक है उसमें है फनेटिक कॉय केसी और वाइटलिटी चारों टीम्स ओपा और 5 अप्रैल को 2 तारीख को नहीं 2 बजे वो है ईजी वर्सेस सेन और 100 थीव्स वर्सेस लाउड चारों अगेन अच्छा ओपा और फिर वही दिन पैसिफिक है जिसमें जेनजी आरआरक्यू जेटा और डीएफए मतलब चारों अगेन ओपा मेरी कांड में ओपा मेरी लग गई रुक जा भूख लगा है भूख लगा फ्लोर और गवर्नर मारेंगे आज
I wouldn't be who I am.
Angel one, baby, Angel one. Don't doubt the angel.
To keep the faith, to elevate. Hope for better days, they will come in. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
ऑर्डर लेने आई हूँ जल्दी चुपका दो कौन खाएगा तुरंत पूरी कौन खा रहा है
Did you like my new intro? क्या बनाया ना मैंने? Crazy.
सच बोला तूने?
सच क्यों बोला?
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host Binks and I'm joined by Billy and a special guest on the desk. Kiko, welcome. Massive congratulations. Before we get into everything, I wanted to ask you, are you aware of the fandom of Nats and Kiko? Cats, are you aware of this?
I mean, I think I saw it on the broadcast once, like the cats, something like this, but that's all I saw.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny.
Yeah, you like it? Yes. Okay, we have an endorsement from Kiko. We love cats.
We do.
We love cats.
We were highlighting it last week. We were highlighting it again this week. Yeah, we love the cats duo.
We love the synergy that you and Nats always have, it feels like, especially on that defensive shot. But I have to just go straight in and ask you about the ISO. We were incredibly surprised. We didn't think you were going to change your comp so drastically. And Paddy said that the Sova duty he was on just now was decided yesterday. It was super last minute. Yeah. So what about the rest of this? Your ISO, how long have you had to prep this?
Hello,
When did you guys decide to change this comp? You can be honest.
Let's see.
You can be honest.
I mean, we had yeah, no, it was just like a last minute decision. I think we had one crack of it, so you know, I've never.
तो 11 महीने मिला था ना.
ISO last year. Couple
के
games.
बाद मैंने नजर लगाया आज तक नहीं
Same
मिला.
as this year basically, but I played a lot better this year compared to last year on the ISO. But you know, it was just like a last minute.
Hell nah, bro. दी मेरे घर चिपकू आ गया.
I think that.
रोहित तू गया भी.
Well,
मैंने कल परसों ही एक शॉट
was your choice.
एक लड़की
no,
का.
it wasn't my choice. It was either.
जो बेड पे.
And yeah, I mean.
और उससे टाइटल लिखा हुआ था न्यू फियर अनलॉक. बेड पे बेडशीट लगी हुई है.
To be honest.
उसने बेडशीट ऐसे खोल के दिखाया और अंदर
having like less prep time because of course coming back from Bangkok
the
and having
bedsheet
to
निकाला
get everything sorted, new map pool as well. We were kind of highlighting that you guys have probably been hurt the most with the map changes. Do you think that that's
dinner हुआ बना रही थी यार अभी मेरा पूरन पोली जल गया होगा.
Definitely, I think that since we came back to Bangkok, we switched
आज मेरे नीचे आ जाता.
and 2 of our best maps went. So I think that yeah, we were pretty low on time in terms of map pool, but I think we're in a good place right now. I think we have a good direction.
Hello.
And I think
yeah, that ascent was great. We love that. We love the ascent. Now let's talk about the next match because we do have Apex taking on NAVI. They're gonna look for a bounce back after what happened last week. And Billy, maybe I'm biased, but it seems quite close. This is not as a big of a matchup you would think traditionally with an org like NAVI versus Apex. I think it could go either way today.
I would have to agree with you. And I don't know if I'm just like riding on the fact that Apex managed to get a map off of Team Heretics last week. Like, I think I'm on that kind of Apex wave and I'm a tier 2 defender as well. So like I love this org. So yeah, I think for me, coming into this, NAVI, they need to like flip the switch and really kind of figure out how they want to play. And Apex, in kickoff, I would have said this is an opponent that they should be beating.
Yeah, 100%, especially in this group, you know. Okay, Angel not looking so angry right now. We'll see what happens a little bit later. Kiko, you got any scrim bucks? Have you scrimmed these two teams at all?
Yeah, we scrimmed both of them. Apex are looking good.
Apex are looking good. I love to hear that. Yes. Oh my goodness, you're really fueling, you know, our delusion almost. But I mentioned already, Angry Angel. We didn't really see Angry Angel last week, I don't think. I felt like he could have been maybe feistier. He himself tweeted, in case you guys don't know the context of this, after kickoff, he wanted to show us in stage 1 a new NAVI, a new Angel, specifically an angry NAVI and an angry Angel. So we're going to play a little quick game of How angry can Angry Angel should be? That I'm just naming it like that now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show Billy and Kiko, you guys, a couple of clips from NAVI's game last week, and you tell me if you were Angel, how angry you would be, and we will have a little meter, you know, on the screen. We'll see it in just a moment. So let's just kick things off with some of the comps that we saw. Now, I'm going to try and not be angry Yingsu here. I'm going to try and be as calm as possible. So, Billy, when it comes to some of the NAVI comps that we saw, how angry do you think Angel should be?
Refresher. Yeah, let me
and you too, Kiko, if you want to take a look at what they ran on Fracture and Split. Is this a cause for any anger?
I don't think Angel is angry because, of course, he's the IGL, so I presume that he would have helped put these together and he should have an understanding of the ideas of them. So I would say, given how they went, not super angry, but not
in the middle.
super happy either. I would say lukewarm.
What about you, Kiko?
I mean, as Joe, I think he's choosing the comps, to be honest, with the coach. I mean,
but
to be honest,
if it was you, how angry does this make you? I've never seen you angry, to be fair. Not that
I mean,
type. Yeah.
Split, I would say, because I wouldn't be playing Duelist. I guess I would be playing like Astra or something. So I guess it would be up there a bit.
Yeah? In the middle. Should we
Yeah,
go in the middle? I think in the middle is where we are. In the
Cheers,
middle, I like that.
cheers,
We're starting, you know, a little bit more. Next, I want to show you some highlights. And I think this is one of the things that's made me incredibly happy. I'm not angry about this whatsoever, which is Koala Noob, specifically on that operator as well. Super impactful. And when your duelists are doing things like this, Kiko, there's nothing to be angry about, you know? He's just he's contributing to this team.
Yeah.
I
I think he's playing really good right now. I think that if I don't know if I should say this, but if other players are popping off and he's playing as good as he's
Kaula Chad.
Really good.
So the rest of his teammates need to maybe reach this level.
Yeah, I
you
think
know,
so. I think they're able to. I think that, you know, he's playing really well. So
yeah, I don't think that.
Padte. We have lost 2 games at VCT kickoff tournament. One to Kaisi, one to Fnatic. We could do better than this. I would like us to have more games to learn from. Angel was just saying. बहुत experience है आपके पास. Even if we win, but we have what we have. On next split, we are gonna see different NAVI, angry Angel one. ठीक है. With this, I feel it's a 2-0 to NAVI.
That did miss, and it missed again.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds in a row.
It's 2 rounds in a row. He looks off to the side too. He's like, no one saw that, right? No one saw that. We saw that. We saw that, Angel.
Are you angry at this, Billy? It says angry Angel.
I'm angry at this. He should be even more angry at this. He's supposed to be leading
Ah!
the team. Yeah, take it off the chart. Yes.
Fully, I agree. He should be completely angry. Just because he's IGL, you tell your players, make sure you know your lineups for their game. So yeah, I hear this all the time.
Yeah.
You know, he should be up there.
Nats has never missed a lineup, you know? I've never seen
I mean,
okay,
I mean,
would Nats ever get angry if you guys missed lineup? What's his reaction like? Is he just not bothered?
I mean, he would scold us, but you know, he's not like
Jokerex bhai, girl hai.
In terms of like get super angry, but he does control.
He'll tell you off a little bit. You know, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. But for more,
Bang bang,
what we
give
can
away
expect
cup.
from this match, let's throw this over to Mini on
आज ही
how to
30 gifted
wasteland.
members किए हैं मैंने.
Hello everyone. Last week we were looking at who was going to
जो किया वो है
waste,
नहीं chat.
and luckily Mini, Boo and Flora both played a fantastic waylay, and I was able to pick out some clips from them. So we're going to look at how to waylay.
Yeah.
And on attack side we're going to be looking at a deep dive concept with Mini Boo. So as you can see here, Heretic setting up for an A split on Ascent, and we're going to see nice little flash. Refract put down a deep dive for Mini Boo off of his ult. And here is a beautiful, because if Mini Boo got into any trouble here, he can dip out immediately. Unlike other duelists, he's able to just snap out, but he sees Governor in trouble, immediately gets the kill on him, uses the saturate up top, makes Fluorescent look a little bit silly there, and then dies. But a beautiful round from him, able to go in deep. And I think that one thing that we need to look out for on this attack side,
इधर मुझे दिया खास दोस्त में मुझे love you यार.
so on that round
तो
we can
photo
see
भेजेगा.
Mini Boo's got the ult and able to overwhelm with a deep dive. But other teams maybe sometimes not using enough utility around the waylay. And
I
that's the
can
problem
vouch
we get
मुझे
with
मिला
this
gifted
round. But
love you
Heretic's
यार.
beautiful. next clip.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
we're gonna
टफ
look
जाएगा
at
मेरे
defense
साथ.
from Floor on Icebox. And I wanted to highlight here, if we see Floor playing it today on the Icebox, look out for her going for these re-clears on A. So in this specific clip is a bit more of a trap play, we call it. So we see Governor breaking the recon for Floor, who's up on the top of pipes, so the Heretics doesn't know that she's there. And then Heretics taking the forward space, and based on that, they trigger the trap. Floor goes in with this break shot, dives deep in. Beautiful cleanup here.
भाई अच्छा था भाई ये. और उसने डबल डैश भी नहीं मारा, सिंगल डैश मारा.
So lovely couple of concepts there to look out for. The deep dive on attack, and on defense, look out for the traps and re-clears.
Thank you very much, Coach Mini. I will make sure to be looking out for those things. But we have to talk about this Koala versus Floor head-to-head. I assume when you say that Scrimbucks, that Apex is doing pretty good, that Floor is doing pretty good?
Yeah.
How good are we talking? She frying?
Yeah. She's frying, I think,
cooking.
Like 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10?
Like almost dropping 30s, you know, like every
Oh, wow.
Yep,
okay,
yep,
I mean,
cooking.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Yeah, but when I look at these two in particular, you know, there's a lot of similarities coming across from these two, both Canadian, both coming across to EMEA, and I think as well.
भाई मेरे chat भी Canadian है भाई Canadian is everywhere क्या?
The other day, so it's really nice to see them kind of get into the group.
इधर देख रहा हूँ मैं, कहाँ से करूँ 2x इधर?
Koala Noob is going to play today because of course we saw a lot of Yoru from him in kickoff. However, we only saw him play Raze last week, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how actual flexible he is for this team, I think. And Floor, we know she can play on anything that's required of her.
Bias for Floor is always gonna be there, obviously, right?
I think his age
is very tough to come from GC.
What are your thoughts? You know, some duelist players maybe flexing over to the Waylay and some choosing not to.
I think it's super dependent. I think that there's like
there's
op duelists and there's like super aggressive entry
advanced.
I think that he's more of like an op duelist. I think that he's a smart player, so he's not like super aggressive, hyper aggressive, and turning off his brain and just sending it. I think that he's like a a smart player.
And how do you deal with some of these players? You know, being an ex-duelist. Well, current duelist, it still counts. You know, duelist right now. Yeah. How do you deal with players like this that like to mob, that like to be aggressive and surprise you sometimes? And might be difficult on paper. So I'll start with Koala. You know, how would you deal with his opping prowess?
अरे यार एसी डाला तो ठंडा लगता है, बंद किया तो गर्मी लगता है भाई. कोई solution है?
I would say just not dying in the default, because I think that's where he, as an op, you will get value. And the worst thing is when you have to play retake, which is, it's awful.
And what about
What's your opinion about SC2's current performance?
Abhijit
bhai, genuinely speaking, SC2 अभी खेल नहीं रहा है.
Honestly, if you wait 5
practice
seconds and don't die, then you're good for the round.
Oh, and don't die? Oh, goodness. That's easier said than done.
Yeah, I love that. But Koala Noob as well, when we consider Koala Noob, how do you find switch and roles? Because this is something we see from Koala. He switches, he was playing a Sage on Lotus, and then he switches back onto the Duelist. How do you find it, having to switch from like smokes to Duelist?
Love you,
of course, they have quite different play styles, those roles.
I mean, as I said, he's like a smart player, so I don't think that duelist
role
I think that he's he can play anything, because if you're not hyper aggressive and just completely just sending it, then any role can fit you if you as long as you learn.
Speaking of smart players, Avova was rolling back the years, the centuries, everything that he did last week. Perfection, Billy. I can't even criticize Avova right now. He's just so reliable. Every single one.
It was ridiculous, right? Across both of the maps, he won 3 1v1s, he won a 1v2, he won a 1v3. He's got a 56% clutch rate right now.
There are a lot of
he's
things
in the top when it comes to the actual ratio in the league. So yeah, this man in a clutch, you don't want to be against Avova right now, especially the form that he was in, and being able to do that across all 3 maps. So yeah, I think like Avova right now, star player for me on Apex.
That lower throw was diabolical. As in a good way. As in, I love it. I love the pun. I love the pun. Now, it feels like almost years ago that you were on Apex.
मैं एक्टर के जैसे दिखता हूँ. हाँ? सही टाइम पे शादी की रहती थी ना, 4-5 हेक्टर में यहाँ पे घूम रहे रहते थे, मैं हेक्टर की तरह दिखता हूँ. हाँ? एज गैप पता है? एज गैप कितनी बड़ी है? हो सही क्या? Are you genuine?
Coach, and I think he's gonna you know, bring the team up.
That's a great compliment, and I love that you have the loyalty. You're still supporting Apex. I love that because Apex, they're about to come back onto stage once again here in week 2, and so are NAVI. Both of them came out last week without a win.
Sorry, I would like to apologize.
In terms of storylines
on
either side, but today they're guaranteed. One of them is guaranteed a win, and you want to be going into week 3 at least with one win underneath your belt. We talked about the stakes for Apex. Stay in this league. They don't want to go down to Ascension, but for NAVI, Billy, they have to reclaim that throne. It feels like it's been so long since we've seen them consistent, and we've seen them as a dominant force in EMEA.
I mean, they were consistently not.
EMEA.
No, Billy, not to be that person. But yeah, I think as well, when we look at this head-to-head with this matchup, when we look at the actual group,
the account is back. Their
easiest matchup, right?
I was 100 million today.
And perhaps if Apex didn't have that performance last week, maybe I would have said NAVI should be absolutely taking this one. It should be their easiest game throughout the whole group. So for both teams, this game really could decide who ends up going to playoffs and who doesn't.
Oh, 100%. And of course, I don't think anyone has ever underestimated NAVI in the history. And we're getting to a point that it's an upset. I can smell an upset. We're on the precipice of maybe Apex being able to pull something off here. But let's take a look at the map vetoes in just a moment. We do have some new maps. I know you guys kind of suffered a little bit on Team Liquid, but here, last week, NAVI decides to ban the Ascent. And they banned the Ascent.
NAVI इतनी beautiful team क्यों है पता है 12 गंदा जो
NAVI, they played this map so much last year as well, and it's something that they look decent on. However, last week they decided to insta-ban it. They've decided to insta-ban it again this week, which, considering Apex's performance last week on it, not a total surprise. And Apex coming in with that fracture ban again, that's the insta-ban that they've had so far. But I think for me, if we do get to that split eventually, I'm so excited to see what the teams have cooked up, because they didn't play this in kickoff at all either.
No, I'm a little bit upset though that Apex banned Icebox to go to split. We might not see that waylay.
Apex
win percentage, but still I think floor was tremendous on it. But let's talk about this Lotus. Kiko, I don't know how much you know about the map pools of both of these teams. Are you surprised that we're going Lotus first, or?
I'm not too sure about that.
No, you're not too sure? But do you remember NAVI's Lotus at all? They ran a wacky comp before. They had some.
It was disgusting.
They were. Billy will give you a bit of a rundown here because
honestly,
they were.
Kiko, they had a Tejo, they had an Astra, they had a Vise, they had a Sage, and an Omen.
Sage.
Yeah, it was a koala.
And it was a koala Sage.
No duelist.
No.
Yeah.
That might be a bit troll.
Yeah, it was a little bit, but let's take a look and see what we're going to get now this time around. And it looks like Hero of Rays. Sorry. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Billy, what do you make of this?
I was going to come to you because you're holding your head, Kiko.
I'm pretty sure I remember playing against this in practice, to be honest.
Oh, did it go well?
Huh?
Did it go well? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was an interesting game for sure.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure I played this. I'm not sure.
Do you have a preference in comps looking at what we have now?
I definitely prefer
the meta one?
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's Tejo Breach is super powerful in this map, and I think that Viper is also super strong. I just want to see how much value Koala can get on the chamber. I think that's going to be super important. Like how deep lines he can get into the spawn. I think that. I mean, it's just dependent on the op.
For me, when I look at NAVI, I was slating them before for running that double sentinel and not really being able to find much value out of it. You know, the way in which they were utilizing the Sage wall, they couldn't really space when they were on defense, or kind of figure out where their opponents were, create question marks across the map. So when I look at NAVI on the chamber in this being sentinel, that's again where I'm starting to get a little bit confused and kind of trying to figure out
I would give it a solid 7 on 10.
And what do NAVI want to do with this?
And we've never seen Floor play Yoru on Lotus either. A lot of exciting things coming into this. Thank you very much, Kiko, for joining us. And it's time for me to toss this over to your casters. Have fun with this one, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. It's time to get into the game. NAVI, I understand the thought process. You lose 13-6 to a Harbor, you got to shift up the comp, but been a little while since we've seen the chamber brought out here on Lotus.
Hey, Koala Noob came in. He said, I am the best operator player in this league. So I'm going to play the agent that gets free operator. Like,
all right.
It's not the most complex level of gameplay that they're looking to bring in. I actually don't mind that. I think the last comp they had, I'll be honest, I hated it. They had double walls, not a whole lot in terms of actual initiation. This, they brought back in the Fade. Hero's most played agent historically is actually Raze, even though maybe not at like the highest level. I don't mind it. I think there's much more potential, and if you've got to switch things up, why not go for something more aggressive? They have the players to do it, and Koala Noob, I think, has easily proven that he is someone that can go toe-to-toe with anyone in the server. Give him the weaponry to do so.
Not again seeing Navi go back to the drawing board, and like you said, not looking to do anything overcomplicated. Well, looking at the split from last game, it's probably a good thing to go that route. Nice opening by Batu through the wall. Obviously had the info from the drone, and now they've got the opening. Apex looking to pick up the pace towards the A site, and filling in the space is Xiao. He's isolated though, nobody close by, caught by the stun, but his smoke gives him a little bit of free space to play with, and he's ready for this backside wrap. Catching the first at least, but going down after the spam through from Hero might just have recovered this.
A solid reveal. I know Billy will be happy about that one. It's going to at least garner them an extra. But the spike in the meantime has gone back. In fact, it's going around the world, all the way towards that C site. The problem is, with Governor going down, they now sit with a disadvantage. Batu even trying to find a little bit the fight versus Ruxic. This is now a winnable position, even though the HP is very low for those Apex players.
A stun coming back on for Malzy, and a flash as well with low HP in the 2v2. And the utility they have, it's difficult to run the clock down. They have some reactive utility for the deep control. Batu, he was looking for someone coming through spawn, but now has a chance to dive on them. They're not going to be caught by surprise though. Navi covering all their bases. Malzy on the walk around. He might just have caught some beautiful timing. They're still expecting him to be down below, but the shot fired a little too early. Nice connection. It was damn close in the end. 15 HP, but it's enough for Navi to take the pistol.
Nice try, but yeah, Navi will be the ones to get onto that board first. Even after a bit of a shaky start, it was just some solid utility to even things up, and then I think Angel being fairly patient, maybe realizing that they would have left somebody behind. There you go, yeah, just catching Governor. Pretty awkward position. I will say this is something we've seen before. Flashbacks to Fnatic. They have this youngster who we know is going to play the Sentinel. You put him on the Raze, it's insane. So I'm excited to see Hero play. I think putting someone like him in a more aggressive role is something that he's going to shine at. It's just whether or not that setup's there. Because I think that's what a lot of what the desk was saying, was that a lot of the supportive utility was just really messy last week. When you go close to a Fnatic on a map or two, choke a victory, there's definitely still support there. But Apex looked great. Well, especially on Ascent, they look fantastic, so I definitely understand why it was banned.
Apex using those pistols, the numbers to their advantage. They've already managed to overrun the site. 20 HP left on Hero and some support coming in from Angel, but these are opportunities that Apex are keen to capitalize on. Navi, they won the pistol by a narrow margin, but by a fairly wide one. They seem to be losing the follow-up. It's only Koala Noob remaining. And as strong as he may be, this one looks like it's too far gone. Salvos online for the post plant, time already ticking. And you know there's been some recovered weapons. We can see it's fluorescent with a Vandal. And that goes exactly as you'd expect. This looked like it could have been a nice start to Navi's map pick, but Apex knocking on the door from round 2.
These are those sort of battles where you know your opponent's group, you get a multi-spray down, you get your ult online, you're feeling fantastic, but instead you take individual fights versus those five players rather than playing for the retake or falling back or using any of the utility you've saved up, and you end up looking incredibly foolish. Apex, this is a great start, obviously, being able to bounce back, retrieve a free Vandal, I think at least, and a free Guardian, and then have your extra cash to purchase back up. Well, probably couldn't be happier right now. On your own map choice, that's a pretty severe dent.
Oh yeah, maybe as well, thinking back on the previous games they've had, that could be a dent to the confidence. A few more will be needed to knock this squad down, we know that, but certainly early days. Alarm bells are ringing. Obviously they've got themselves one rifle. The rest of of the squad will just be playing with the pistols, and so they don't really have an ability to contest that plant. Maybe even the hope now, as the spike goes down, that there's over-aggression, or that they can slip up behind. The latter is already being put to bed by Batu, breaking through this choke point. Well, apparently quite easy. Angels found Malzy for free, Heroes on for another, and there's some threat to this round. Has to be a recovery, and it looks like Fluorescence there for just that with a fade out on the TP. It's a double stack on down.
Tomo, thank you for the membership.
Very difficult for Xiao to defuse. He had a chance, but Apex, they hammer it home.
Yeah, not just falling back. Make that one at least a little bit more costly, but ultimately, they had all the save cash from the last round where they win the second with nothing, so it's not going to do too much in terms of damage. And this is where we need to see the response from NAVI, and immediately you are going to get that operator on the so this is where we kind of need to see the proof of this pick, because in terms of utility...
6k likes करो chat, 6k likes करो, 6k, hello. मेरी रूह तक आवाज आ रही है क्या? Hello.
There it is. Great. A little bit of defense. What we love to see, so long as Koala stays alive and within range. Moving up with the operator for now, securing a lot of control, but look at the information. Fluorescent is gaining great stun. The follow-up isn't there though. Angel still able to connect the shot. In the meantime though, the space has been taken on B, and Avova is creeping his way into the back lines of NAVI. That's a danger for later on in the round. For now, he'll be trying to work space and link up with the rest of the squad. 3 players on the other side of the Viper wall, waiting to break through. They're aware though, they've spotted Avova, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Surrounded by players, taken down. Malzy makes this again. Doable. He's very low on HP though. The Governor's going to have a lot of work cut out for him.
Just saying, because of the deep position of Koala, the stack up was available for NAVI, able to take so much extra space. Trap still online, so they know that if there is anybody pushing, coming from that cross angle.
Just saying, bro.
See if anybody gets aggressive now, knows that somebody is within the sight. Somewhat waiting for the peak, hits the timing, and now only Governor stands to face versus 3.
All missiles away.
Big swing, lined up as well. Governor The 3K is denied though by the man with, well, you've heard about the big green gun elsewhere. He's got the big green dot on his rifle. It's landed him the round for Navi, and equalization as well early on needed for this squad.
I'm not sweating at all.
Not even close.
Thank you for the 29 minutes.
Sort of like Navi characteristic over the last couple of years is they can never make anything look easy, other than of course the second half versus Liquid.
Right. That was a targeted line. I would be the target of it. Appreciate that, Tom. No need.
But it's not to confirm that Navi है मैं पा रहा.
But
hey, sorry, you got to cast Kadabra win at least.
I did, and that did make me very happy.
It's just Enzo.
100%
and hype a little bit.
Retake करने का सोच रहे सी, घंटा retake नहीं होने वाला.
An immediate aggressive attack towards C, but there is a split coming from behind. Well, it's only Angel to find absolutely anything here. Xiao on the site will be decimated, and yeah,
impossible है भाई ये
they have put everything into this round. Only had
without
one player surviving, of course. That was him, and he gave that extra gun over to a teammate. So financially, losing this round has put them in the bin. And obviously, again, we're still talking about that extra little financial boost that was there for Apex after round number 2. They're still doing all right, and this 4-player, well, likely 4, maybe 1 less if somebody goes hunting,
That's a good spot.
will mean that they're right back in the thick of it again.
Early on, looking very good. Again, the real problem that they had in the previous round was all that control Koala Noob had. Like you said, Tom, Navi were able to group up, make those big rotations. They were also aware of the flank up from Avova. They also managed to catch Fluorescent coming out of ult, even stunned up. I think it was Angel connecting that shot. So there were a couple of things that went right for them, and it still ended up in that, well, it was a 1v3 turned 1v1. Now we see what happens when those boxes aren't ticked early on, and it's a clean win for Apex. Again, early days, alarm bells are ringing. The scoreline may be close, but Apex are the ones that are putting rounds on the board that when you look at them, it feels like they could do it again. They're repeatable rounds. For Navi, that's not the case, so I think it's a good time to sit back and think about how this map's been going so far before it gets too far out of hand.
It's been a quiet start for Brooksik, but a very, very early position in this series. Not too damning just yet, but yeah, it definitely seems like the case. If Koala's not able to get himself into a position, it doesn't seem to work out. And this round was basically just a reactive play. Like the Rolling Thunder was thrown into that C site aggressively. They try and catch them from behind, but Apex was so ready for it. And that's the sort of credit I want to give over to Apex for watching their game last week. I think they had a lot of really cool setups, a lot of like great sort of utility usage. But I feel like they were also quite adaptable, which again, when you come in as one of the teams that obviously ascended, lost two of your players, arguably your best players, and then had to rebuild from there, and have then since had changes. I think Governor had a couple of rougher maps when playing that Teo. He started off great here, so definitely some solid signs. Even Floor was a little bit quiet as well. So you get both of those players on a par. I'll be honest, like it was argued on the desk upset potential. I might even argue they come in as favorites.
I think I'd be with you. You know, looking back at some of the games that have happened already, there's question marks in my mind coming into today. A lot of those are on the side of NAVI for now. Let's see if they found the solution, and well, that is not how you want that one to start. Koala put to bed immediately, and they're left with nothing. Yeah, indeed, that was their operator. Now you're left with the scraps. Hero at least has a Guardian, but already the advantage sitting firmly with Apex to get themselves a plant, and the post-plant utility is incredibly strong. You've seen it before with the Viper, but having Governor soon-to-be set of utility alongside an ultimate online realistically shouldn't be needed in this round, but if it is, they've got that safety net to fall back on, and it's only NAVI who are falling at the moment. 4v2.
4v2 नहीं ये मैप गया.
Maybe a bit of a confidence boost for Ruxic if he can get on the board, but he cannot.
ये मैप गया भाई.
Speaking of Molsey's Rolling Thunder that was used not long ago, he's over halfway to getting it back, so they're doing well to just collect those ultimate orbs, but more importantly, just farm up these plays. And this is the thing, again, I'm talking about adaptability. This team being able to sort of change what they're doing. They got caught up in a round by a very aggressive push-up.
It's the only thing he can do.
There you go. It's not even, that's the thing. It's not even the prediction coming from the IGL, so making a read of the game. It's someone who's been over in Americas, been over in Pacific, and now come to EMEA, has the read on Koala.
Yeah, that is wonderful to see. And again, yeah, for Apex, that's how it's felt. They know what's going on. And for NAVI, they need a very strong opening hand to a round for them to have a chance. And even then, it comes down to the wire. We need to see a turnaround for NAVI, and this is the round where you would see it. They said he can only do one thing. Well, if that was pushing up and holding with an op, he doesn't have that choice. Koala Noob forced down to the rifle. One away indeed from the ulti being pulled through, but he'll have to find that with by more conventional means. With a minute on the clock, it looks like he might get the opportunity. At least it did, but I see that spike slowly drifting backwards after the early space.
I think that's what Apex are almost going for at this stage. You look at your opponents having a duelist plus chamber. You know that the concept is going to be to try and get aggressive and find some of those opening picks. So if you don't spot anything on one side of the map, you're going to be a little bit wary that you've lost space elsewhere. It does mean that if your opponents play very passively, as NAVI are right now, you are going to burn the clock quite low, looking for this aggression. And they've ended up finding it. The door opening, attempting to try and surround. Batu, it's huge though from Hero. That double drops the spike. They even had the cross coming through with the ultimate, so a problem, that Armageddon. Spike is going to be stolen. Not going to be able to be blocked. Fluorescent has done well. Koala is struggling at the moment, eliminated within that A site solo. And somehow this now comes down to a chance again for Apex.
Tom, they were being played like a fiddle. Realistically, that B push saved the day. Xiao finding the pick outside C, got rid of a big danger, but still the danger is lurking. Being the standout player for Apex in so many of these moments. And you talk about clutches. He is someone that's going to win his and shut yours down. A chance for NAVI that's slowly fading away. They seem to have seized the day in this round, but instead it was falling back into Apex's hands. Now it's Avova who has to make good on his promise, and he will not find the clutch this time. NAVI in with a diffuse and a much needed round.
कोई problem नहीं है.
Again, though, that comes down
Next round
to
जीतेंगे.
two big individual plays. One of them is obviously that
मैं क्या
double that
बोला?
came through from Hero at the beginning.
अपने
Like, the
anniversary का
timing
बोल से?
couldn't be any better. Your opponent has a stunner,
मैं पहले
but
पूछा.
then the biggest is Xiao. Like, having a read that Fluorescent was still on the other side of that Cosmic Divide, otherwise you're getting backstabbed. And then having a read that the other player has also gone around to backstab you through the same Cosmic Divide. That's just Xiao having a solid read in this round. Talk about recreatable rounds, maybe not so much, but hopefully for Navi that can be the sort of igniter. And more importantly, we always talk about if you get like a decent amount of rounds on that defensive side and going to attack, you're not going to mind too much.
And even, I'll say those were the second and third big plays from
मेरे
Xiao.
friends को
Catching
कुछ
the
मत
lurk
बोला.
outside C as well. If that corner isn't cleared, if he rotates
यार
more
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है वरना
passively, this
बोलता था
round
मैं.
falls apart as they are able to
कर
embed someone in
खेलने
the
दे मेरे
back
को.
lines. Apex had their opportunities, they didn't connect them, but
ये
the credits
दुनिया
are sitting
ये
right, even
दुनिया
after an
पिक्चर
investment.
दी मत
Right,
करना.
jump peak saves
अभी
the
अभी
bait.
कहाँ है?
Well, it saved the round, perhaps. Certainly saved the opening pick. Koala, though, will be resetting, and he's on his way to the C-side.
They jump one side, peek the other to give Batu a chance, expecting that aggression. There goes the tour de force offline for at least a few seconds. There has, however, been a response with the Nightfall. That will delay them a little bit. You lose your sound, you lose some of your health. You're not really going to be wanting to try and blitz in. The thing is, though, after expending utility that direction, it's a pretty hefty opening. With a showstopper online for Hero, I wouldn't mind just seeing a retake play from Navi. They are very quickly taking it over towards the A side.
हाँ?
You've seen salvos go down now.
अरे मैच देखते थे खतरनाक मैच हो रहा है इधर.
Window should have closed in terms of taking side control. I see the smoke down on the right.
एक सेकंड ना. अरे एक सेकंड ये राउंड के बाद.
Safely deployed, good spam.
ये राउंड के बाद
Is
बता
there
रहा हूँ.
right away, and the problem will be rooting these players from that position. Showstopper, one of the best chances they
Crazy
have.
ult मारा ना ब्रीच ने पल को देखा तुमने?
Not landing, not finding its mark. And this is the thing, there is no need for Batu to take any of these fights, especially in Tree. You know your back is secure, and there's plenty of friendlies to take that fight up front. Apex are shredding them. And well, if you want to counter to that big old gun, having to fight through a pit is going to make it pretty difficult to use the tour de force. Koala almost falls on his way back and knows he has to fight to keep that weapon a fight. He does not win. And Apex, they maintain their lead, extending up to a two-man gap.
-1 husband
It
karo.
is 5-3 in the lead. Again, I think it's the mid-rounding that just looks better from them at this stage. Realizing after the Nightfall goes through over on that C site that, okay, we have lost a huge amount of ground here. It's not worth just sprinting into the site and re-hitting it. Let's go all the way back around to the other side of the map. There hasn't been a lot of resistance on it.
Samyan bhai, thank you for the $2 and the pound.
That we had basically from Xiao. Other than that, it has been a very, very
Log
comfortable take of that A site. And one man that we sort of highlighted the agent choice, an agent that allows him to, especially on defense, should allow him to pick up quite a lot of numbers. Koala's been having a really rough time.
It's been a good read from Apex as well. A couple times now you've seen Koala group with the team. That means that your flank protection, your player that's usually holding that choke point alone, is there anymore. Barely making it around the corner against those classics. They didn't expect NAVI to go quite so low into the angles, but it's worked out wonderfully for Apex anyways. A 3v1, Xiao the last man standing, and a guaranteed plant and an orb to be claimed. This will be 6 rounds unless there's a big play from Xiao. From there already. Big numbers on that attacking side with no signs of slowing. A full buy for Navi in the next, but when you look at ult economy, which is something that I would say they almost need, you certainly want to have on your side at this stage of the game, there's nothing to fall back on. They're going to have to do it with their rifles. Again, we fall back to Xiao in this 1v3, but it looks incredibly unlikely.
Yeah.
Well, they're also just so patient. They're not over-facing, not taking risks. The post-plant
एक genuine question है बंक्स में क्या है genuine question?
Also has those salvos available. This time doesn't, but it's basically just like, okay, let's make sure that Xiao doesn't even get an opportunity. Apex looking like a well-oiled
What is she hitting my head?
The second they get that plant down, and again, like you look at the composition that is there for Navi, they actually do have quite a good comp for disrupting a team from getting into those post plants. They just haven't. Like, they've been losing pretty much, I would say, almost every opening duel. At least most of them. I think again, you talk about Koala, like, he has been counted. He's been caught every single time that they've attempted.
कैसे निकल बाय मैं बड़े
I
सारे जाके
want to talk about basics.
APK region ने था region है APK.
100%. The fundamentals just look better on their side, and that
Kapish
might not
bhai.
be a map-specific thing, especially
You
with this
know
being Navi's
what
choice.
Kapish bhai
You
does?
have to wonder what awaits us when we move to Haven for
He
Apex.
is owner of 3
Already got rid
restaurants.
of some of that early aggression, Navi, or some of the danger of it, I should say, with Fluorescent so aggressively pushed up. Navi fill in the space after, but it's nothing but dubs for their side. Every fight going their way. And the spike left in the
ये नहीं
dirt.
कि 3 रेस्टोरेंट है 3 रेस्टोरेंट का खाना
मेरा भी रेस्टोरेंट है
Got it in an unusual way, still being in that choke point by the time Navi pushed
जा
through.
निकलना तो
Despite having Fluorescent up so far,
चल
it looks
चल
like they're
चल
paying the
चल
price with this round set to fall into the
नहीं
hands of
सॉरी
Navi.
सॉरी निकल बाय जाके तो $5 मेरी जान के टोटे
Should get the job done unless the jiggle's just off.
वो almost
It was
almost
almost there. For a second I believed, but 3 players alive, definitely the cleanest round I think we've seen from Navi so far, and I don't mind it. Like, it is, again, it's something just
कपिश भाई मेरे पास एक ऑफर है हाउ अबाउट एक रेस्टोरेंट यहाँ पे खोले
मैं रेडी हूँ
बात कर रहे हैं ना यहाँ पे 2 लोग कर रहे हैं ना ठीक है so it will be a 70-30% पार्टनरशिप 70 मेरा क्योंकि 35 उधर भी जाएगा समझ रहे हो या तो 70-30% पार्टनरशिप रहेगा ठीक है पूरा किचन से लेके प्लेस से लेके खाने से लेके सब कुछ आपका समझ रहे हो मेन्यू तेरा बाय डिसाइड करे
क्या होगा मेन्यू में
मेन्यू में सब ट्रेंडिंग एक रहेगा शवरमा ठीक है एक फ्रेंच फ्राइज बराबर है एक पिज्जा समझ रहे हो ऐसा हर एक क्राइटेरिया का एक एक अच्छा चीज रखेंगे एक वड़ा पाव
एक वड़ा पाव
हाँ
एक ही वड़ा पाव
इसको बिजनेस से सीधा आउट कर रहे हैं अपन ठीक है और ऐसे सब समझ रहे हो टेचा भी रखेंगे भाई टेचा क्रेजी चीज
टेचा आलू
हाँ टेचा आलू क्रेजी गांड जली थी मेरी मस्त चीज है भाई
कल बनाऊं
ठीक है और मैं बदले में आपको देता हूँ शाउट आउट कैसा लगा
They'll come through sometimes and try something new, but then you almost wish it was back to basics at those times. So,
Barwa
see how this
Bindi,
goes
Barwa
so far.
Bindi,
It's
yeah,
been around
yeah,
for Navi,
yeah.
2 for Apex. The pattern has
Kapish
been there
bhai.
quite a while. We'll see if they can break it. Moving into the close of the half, 6-6 still possible. Deep door ult, and they will fall back from the C site completely. A free plant, and this is the thing for Apex. If that plant goes down, it is so difficult.
जल्दी जाना पड़ेगा 3 2 1
So
go
much time is taken off the clock just by the utility in play. They'll instead try to get ahead of it, trap these players on the site, and fight them here and now before they can retreat. But that doesn't seem to be going well. A dominant performance from Apex. And in a 2v4 now, well, what's the decision? You could see a world where they go and save. But still, pushing forward.
Poison all going down. It is the call to leave. Definitely a moment or two where I didn't mind, again, Navi trying to get ahead of the play, trying to get back into the site, but it definitely seemed like more of a raw push attempted. I think a paint shell thrown into that backline. Just as I said, once the plant goes down, it seems like there's going to be a solid hold. Malzy
Navi
try and hunt that down. I'll also say as well, like, Navi got rid of the, in my mind, the one massive danger, which was if you got rid of Governor, that was the Armageddon gone. Because he got it online from the death.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to matter in the end.
The other thing is Malzy's the guy going aggressive. Yeah, he's 13-6 at the time, so he thinks, sure, I can go take him down. Problem of a few weapons, but more importantly, that death, you've got the pick first. That put him 1 away from a rolling thunder. So now big ultimates with a little bit of ground take, with an orb seized. You can have not only Governor, but Malzy online with their ultimates as well. Now that's going to be a terrifying prospect to play against. technical pause in here for just before the final round of the match. Might even give the players a moment to take
next
a breath,
year
take a breather for
already
Navi.
opening है next
They
month in
certainly needed it. It has
Indo
been
Chinese
a
menu.
feast
ए
of
नहीं
breadcrumbs
यार
for this squad.
नहीं यार
One round.
भाई देखो भाई लोग यहाँ पे ना चाइनीज करते हैं घटा
मेरे को बहुत
चाइनीज
पसंद है इंडो चाइनीज माय
नहीं नहीं
फेवरेट
इंडो चाइनीज नहीं भाई जैसा कपड़ा रहता है इंडो वेस्टर्न वैसा इंडो वेस्टर्न रहा चाइनीज में वही रहता है भाई चिल्ली मंचूरियन ये मैं थक क्या बे थक क्या लेट्स हैव अ बिजनेस मीटिंग कॉल 2 दिन बाद आपका पेमेंट होने के बाद आपने बोला है कि नेवर सीन बिफोर गिफ्टेड दिखने वाला है तो उसके बाद एक मीटिंग रखेंगे समझ रहे हो क्योंकि उसके पहले मीटिंग रख दिया तो हो सकता है कि वो पैसा बिजनेस में चला जाए और मेरा कटे तो वो गिफ्टेड के बाद विल डू अ मीटिंग बिजनेस मीटिंग एंड लेट्स डिसाइड द मैनेज टुगेदर वी कैन हैव दिस पार्टनरशिप डन डील एंड या समझ रहे हो लेट्स हैव अ इंडो वेस्टर्न कुजीन व्हाट से हाँ
कैंसिल करी तो कैंसिल
we can have
वो
some
ट्रिपल शेजवान फ्राइड राइस लिखा कोई यार भूख लग गई
ट्रिपल शेजवान फ्राइड राइस सब जगह मिलता है वी हैव टू डू अ अल्ट्रा माचो मैन शेजवान फ्राइड राइस नाम सुनती है अंदर से
क्या होगा उसमें
हाँ
क्या होगा माँ
सेम ही चीज चिपकाएंगे नाम अलग समझ रहे हो
तो
ऊपर
कोई
से
अगर
यूं करके कुछ
कोई
डाल देंगे।
अगर स्विगी पे सर्च करेगा ट्रिपल शेजवान फ्राइड राइस तो तेरा नहीं आएगा उसमें
तो नहीं चाहिए ना हम लोग का माचो अल्ट्रा में आएगा एक ही नाम वन एंड ओनली वन नहीं मतलब वॉच पार्टी हो रहा है मैच के अलावा खाना डिसाइड हो रहा है इधर हाँ ये क्या स्ट्रीमर बनेगा भाई इधर वैलो का वॉच पार्टी चल रहा है मैच चल रहा है 2 हैवी वैसा कैजुअल है क्योंकि कॉम्प डिफ है ठीक है वी कैन टॉक या समझ रहे हो और छोले भटूरे की जगह पे हम नाम
हॉट
रखेंगे
हनी चिली मशरूम
भटूरे की आग ऐसा कुछ
हॉट हनी चिली मशरूम लिखा कपिश भाई ने
हॉट हनी चिली मशरूम that's good I approve I approve I approve yeah वो एक डिश रख सकते हैं मेन एक भरवा भिंडी मस्ट है भाई देखो भरवा भिंडी मस्ट समझ रहे हो चाहिए मैं तो बोलता हूँ जो जॉब से अपन यहाँ पे ही लोगों से दे सकते भाई जो हमारा कास्ट दोस्त मेंबर बनेगा और जो 400 गिफ्टेड करेगा उसको 5000 सैलरी वाली जॉब स्टार्टिंग में लॉस होता है भाई हर जॉब में स्टार्टिंग में लॉस होता है उसके बाद
तूने कितना गिफ्टेड बोला
बहुत सारा
hero, it's not the worst case scenario.
तो सारा सैलरी का
Buying a
उसने
throwaway
ऑलरेडी दे
Odin.
दिया
स्टार्टिंग में वो होता तो
I'm not sure, does that make you happy or sad? Happy that they buy it, but then they have to throw it
पहले
away?
डिब्बे पे
Because
love
it
you
means that
विनायक
they're
भाई
acknowledging the power of it, but it's a financial issue. You know, like it's a great piece of utility, but maybe they're not confident on using it to entry. That's really on them. A little aggression from Navi that we've seen before, and Apex already on that learning curve that they've stepped back. They've conceded that space last time. Navi went for this hard A push with lots of players outside A. Apex ran into it, got destroyed. That shot from Kuala Noob a little early, and it's not going to find its mark. Of course, he risked being caught by that drone if he stuck around, so he had to TP out. That's why he just fired the shot, just in case someone rounded the corner.
They've done really well with the drone as well. Like the amount of times that he's been in aggressive position has been completely caught out.
यार क्यों फेक में कर रहे इतना अच्छा कॉम्प है
Full coverage. 45 seconds left. B has the trap. You also have the operator still facing in that direction, and while the Rolling Thunder is going to be utilized, as you said, this is all a ruse. And in fact, it's worked perfectly. We've seen Ruxic TP to the other side of the map.
Whoa!
It's an attempt to try and dance out of there for Hero, but although he goes down, that's actually not bad. He has bought extra time.
Yeah, what
It felt like this was the best opportunity for Navi with a conventional A hold a player up on Ruppel. They had in fact, the showstopper, obviously, they had a huge chance to catch that A push, but they second-guessed themselves. And of course, with the Rolling Thunder on C, you expect that they're committing. Back two's being caught. Navi on this slow walk, the train arriving on the A site. And Apex
chocolate pizza.
Armageddon put into play. It forces Ruxic forward. Angel goes back. They're not on the same page, and they'll pay the price for it. With inefficient trades, the salvos were there as well, just to make it turn from bad to worse, keeping them on the other side of the smoke of Ova with another, but he's still got two more to pick up. They're dancing through that smoke of Ova. That was so desperately close, but in the end, enough time on the clock For NAVI to push up to 5, it's nowhere near as bad as it could have been coming out of that defensive half.
Yeah, it's not a clean round, but it is a round nonetheless. And yeah, going into it with 5
भाई एक डिश का नाम ये रख सकते हैं, गोट ही कह दे मैं.
Nonetheless, we're gonna have to wait and see what they can pull off going into that second
के अंदर कुछ भी रहने दे, नाम से लोग लेंगे ना पहले. ए भैया एक गोट के दे मैं देना भाई. Crazy. हाँ? डब्लू भाई कौन ऑर्डर करेगा चैट? रेडियंट रबड़ी, ये हुई ना बात. कपिश भाई हो जाए, इसलिए मैं 70% मांग रहा था. सारे आइडियाज मेरे, चुराना नहीं. आप ही बोल रहे. एक यूसी आइसक्रीम. यूसी आइसक्रीम में क्या करेंगे पता है चैट? यूसी आइसक्रीम में क्या करेंगे? खाली ग्लास दे देंगे. वो पूछेगा आइसक्रीम किधर है, बोलेंगे यूसी हुआ है. लॉल ड्यूड, फ्री पैसा 400 का रखेंगे वो. हाँ डब्ल्यू बेबी. तो गार्ड बर्गर एक्सक्यूज मी जेनल पकोड़ा भाई है भाई है.
Welcome back, folks. 7 to 5. It's been a bit of back and forth. Despite NAVI being off to a bit of a shaky start, they've managed to scrounge together enough rounds to make this look doable. Moving on to the attack, an attack where previously they won 1 out of 7 rounds up against Case.
थोड़ा शर्म करो, मैच चल रहे इधर. हाँ, क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ, टॉप फ्रैग किसने मारा जरा बताओ. देखने दो कितना ध्यान है, कहानी में ध्यान है पूरा टाइम. क्या डिश होना चाहिए,
रिवाइंड करके देख सकते हो, मालूम है ना.
अभी भी दिख गया.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I think when you had that sort of 4-player aggressive take on the defense, it looked a lot better than anything else they were doing. So that's kind of the expectation here, is that you will have these group ups of 4 and then leaving Koala hold on to positions. Now, though, they're actually going to aggressively fight forward. It's not the worst start, but Governor able to get to a good stun coming out of the Apex side of the ball, but realizing that this is not worth fighting anymore. You already have the player advantage.
Guess करो तुमने काउंटर स्टन क्यों नहीं दिया, क्योंकि तुम्हारे पास ब्रीच नहीं है. लॉल.
I don't doubt of over that much.
बड़ा पे मैं बॉकला गया है.
There's no point in risking it around Mound. You've already got that advantage, and you can put a smoke down, and you can see the effect it has. NAVI stopped completely in their tracks around Mound.
I think there's a magnet on Koala where the Jarge is like, I'm gonna get you. Like just following him around the map. I think he's had to shoot it every single round. Governor really is in his head.
Fluorescent, nicely done. The blast pack in from Hero, but Fluorescent didn't take the bait. Dealing with the problem of Xiao first, and wow, that's enough flashes.
Maybe blind,
not something that NAVI could have imagined in the last time they played this map.
The thing I love that is we have the.
समझ गए, तुम्हारे पास बहुत आइडियाज है. समझ गए, बस हो जाओ. मैच देखने दो.
Yeah, I got them all. I got them. Oh, why didn't my kills go up?
Our upper's dead, but he locked in. Well, it doesn't matter. They're locked in nonetheless. Apex with a pistol under their belt. But hey, NAVI saw the exact same fate. They found a pistol, but then they lost the follow-up. Perhaps they can look for the same success. Now, I think Apex are not giving up A main in quite the same way that their opponents were, looking to battle for it a bit more, a bit much perhaps from Fluorescent, but that's because the gate crash was online.
Language.
Got their info early that there's players outside A, but they seem to think that it could be a bit of a fake, a bit of a maneuver from the NAVI squad. They might even be right.
Language chat, language. भाई मेरे पास एक सेक्सी डिश है ये राउंड के बाद. गेम पे कोई ध्यान दे रहा है? भाई वो डिश सेक्सी है, मेरा वाला डिश सेक्सी है. अनोखा आइडिया, अनोखा.
Slightly overfacing. I don't think we've really witnessed that at all from Apex. They've been looking much more synergized in terms of play, and there we go again. I'm telling you, the drone is tracking only Koala. Set to the wrong sort of animal.
Well, I think as well, though, you know, he's the guy that's always going to be holding that gap of space an absence of info, and of course that's where you send your drone in. The problem is because they saw him, they think that it could still be that A hit. You've seen Viper rotate over just in case, knowing that there was just one, but with the wall still available, and the information coming at a much heavier cost than I thought it would. Governor's been eliminated immediately, and now this is fairly similar to what we saw from NAVI. One player on the site can't afford to be isolated, but does delay them slightly with the util. NAVI, 15 seconds left. The spike is coming out the door. Where's the spike going? If they picked it off, that could be the round done and dusted, but instead, NAVI walks straight into an open B. It's a risky play, but it seems to have worked out.
Also with the pistols, the B site is so much better for them. They can get in these close range angles. They can play that post plant nicely, although not having a mass amount of utility. The boom bot, the paranoia is not bad.
Heavy
Trap yet to be utilized, but not wanting to give away the positions. Everything here comes down to that time. A chance for Hero to find some damage, but not expecting the second player to be here. Koala as well, still having a bullet or two left, but already somebody on the diffuser. They need to get in there and soon, and it's not going to be soon enough. What could have been a dangerous round. And of course, I'm watching APK. I'm going to assume he
भाई डिश का नाम रहेगा मालूम है? साई चिकन. ठीक है, साई चिकन डिश का नाम रहेगा. तो उसमें बेसिकली क्या होएगा, अगर मैंने ऑर्डर किया ना 15 टेबल पे जाएगा वो, समझ रहे हो? जितना ऑर्ग्स में रहा है उतना टेबल पे वो जाएगा. बहुत बड़ी डिश रहेगी वो. किसी और ने ऑर्डर किया, वापस 15 टेबल. ऐसा क्रेजी झूलते रहेगा इधर से.
You can see the idea, and you can see that had Apex have chosen different routes back into the site.
Plant and 2 kills?
Yeah,
with just classics, that's not bad.
It's better than the expectation coming into the round, so
100%.
yeah, they've done a good job. Problem is, 4 rounds behind, and if they don't win this round, then all that good work goes out the window.
मेरा वाला अच्छा था. मेरा वाला अच्छा
here and there.
सकल भाई thank you for the $5 मेरी जान के टोटे.
Pack doesn't even have any shields
कल से एक और गया है, सोचो एक और टेबल extra.
This is where the rifles fully online. The one interesting thing is if this comes
क्या
to
लगता
a
है मेरे को
late
शॉट
round,
मिलेगा कि नहीं? 6-9.
maybe a post plant. That dimensional drift is available for Fluorescent. The chance for her to get her team the info if
5-10.
they're in a winnable spot. I don't think you're going to see that ultimate thrown in just for fun. But with how much aggression she's already got on the A site and the look that it's going to be a C site hit, the 2 players there are going to have to do a lot of work. Although the snakebite timing maybe made probably second guess things a little. Maybe it should. There's quite a few players here now.
They've picked up the first, not ready for Governor perhaps, but Hero is on the ball. They're not spotting him over though. The double kill has put Apex in a decent spot considering the round that they're in. An outlaw in play, but everyone's 150 full shields. And
that's some jigla.
Weapon not reloaded on the peak is probably the biggest issue of all. Fluorescent. Well, now it comes down to tidying up. It's housekeeping. Can they pick up 1 or 2 extra kills? The round looks quite difficult to find, and indeed they've got a beautiful little stack up. The flash will not catch them either. Two players in
गेम में ध्यान दो अभी.
Very
कोई
aware
नया
of what is
बंदा
about
आएगा
to come
स्ट्रीम
around that
देखने
corner.
के लिए, नॉलेज मिलेगा करके बेंच काना बट रहा है इधर भाई.
Decent from the side.
Come back to the game.
As I said, a lot of those rounds have been messy towards the end. I was looking at Fluorescent, who's currently 16-9.
पिंकी दी के लिए एक शायरी हो जाए, एक
there was still
शायरी
a part of me that thought that maybe she could take it over the line. But this is the thing. They are now going to go in with full rifles, dimensional drift still available, not utilized in the last round.
चलो.
A chance to
भाई कोई नया आएगा, वैसे भी सब्सक्राइबर्स नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं.
backside with
पंच काना देके भागेगा वो.
left to play with them.
अबे ये ज़ोरो का डीपी अपना
running full sprint all the way up. The problem is
क्या
to do
language
that with 3
है?
players and still have a player on B. You don't have that traditional sentinel.
बोलता
Means the A site
फिर
is
भाई को
quite
बोलता
open.
आपको देने के लिए, रुको यार गेम पे ध्यान दो अभी.
Pressure applied there early, but now players making it to the door. That wall's soon to fall. That's going to open up a window for them, and it's free. Angel caught off guard. The ultimate by Fluorescent used to more or less keep herself alive and confirm that information. At least 2 spotted. Good idea about the extra. Great stun. Not such a great follow-up though. NAVI. Oh, that's a heaven sent of a round for them. We're back into winnable territory. One picked off on the cross though. Ruxic 11 HP and Hero on 66, but he lands a headshot that turns the tide back in their favor. Showstopper already online before that kill, and now Well, that will be a beautiful safety net, maybe even used here just to close it out. This is a Nova after all.
Stop, I popped immediately. This is just for time. Just to try and bait the opponent, and he's just going to go jumping straight through. Okay, it needed to be incredibly quick reactions from above to get that one, but a solid round from Hero.
सर मैं थोड़ा busy हूँ नीट मार दे नीट के कारण tomorrow after going to Monday seeing him blessing I will share his pictures on WhatsApp dancing up place tension मत लो top मारेगा I am with you tension मत लो love you buddy.
It's good to see that Koala's still in high spirits. I think that is the thing I really like about Koala, is even if he is not having the best of games, it still seems like you'll cut to the cams and the vibes are still there. That's something he's brought over from Americas, I feel. I don't know if the EMEA guys are quite as positive as well. Clearly you need to pump up Hero more if he's going to be doing stuff like that.
Yeah, keep it up, whatever just happened. That is a wonderful opening. Blast pack into just a dry swing on Governor, who has no idea what's coming. Weaker weapons indeed, and well, they had no chance in that duel, as we can say for Fluorescent and Nova. A quick shutdown, a redirect to the C-site. NAVI find themselves walking into an open site. Well, depending on how quickly they get there, Batu has rotated in. The last remaining player for Apex in this round. Claiming this would be something he looks back on for many years to come, but in-zone flawless in the stars for NAVI. One round behind now. Very nicely recovered from this squad, who seemed to just be clawing for any foothold in that first half. Now they very much
put the guy from the Turkish league back on Duelist. Good strat.
Not bad.
Good strat.
Not bad. Top fragging now.
Took that one straight out of the Fnatic hand. Funnily enough, their opponents also did it for a game with Batu, so we've seen this one before. But no, Hero's having a fantastic game. Batu's just spotted a sneaky Ruxic, maybe trying to get into the backline, or at least trying to sell the idea. This is a ruse, by the way. Hero, who has been the star of the show the last couple of rounds, is tempting to try and sell the idea of a fake. You have to bear in mind, though, Fluorescent is waiting and watching.
No smokes, buddy.
The problem now is that the fake has done better than the take.
No,
I mean, little do they know, the take actually worked wonderfully. You sacrifice a player and that whole half of the map is wide open, but you'd be foolish to go running in as if that were the case. They don't know that the gate crash was used towards the C site. They don't know that only now has that op rotated back into the A site. So they've taken their time waiting for opportunities. Those opportunities never came. So they step up. I will say, risky to shift walk up in this space where they know there was an op before, and with Governor waiting eagerly for Heroes roundabouts, there will be no flank. It all comes down to the site take, and it looks like they're moving towards B. It probably better to avoid the operator. Let's see if they have a better time against Batu.
Well aware of this potential. It's whether or not they can maybe spot an angle from above. Missed shot. That was an opportunity, and now with the remaining players still having that Armageddon online, this is a seemingly an easy setup. Not even going to use it. Salvo's attempted to at least try and chunk a bit of damage. I believe that Xiao did take a slight hit, and the patience from Fluorescent has put NAVI back into a horrible position. But here comes Xiao. Tried his best to bring that round back. That's not going to be the case. Apex will hit 10 first.
पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है
They
गेम
kept
में
those last few rounds
already
relatively
smokes
clean.
डाल दिया उसने बच्चा ने push stun बचा
At least
उसके
able to afford an investment out of this, and certainly not lost yet. That's just one little hiccup, but they managed to put 3 rounds in a row on the board. A repeat of that would be wonderful, and that's exactly what they're going to come in looking for. Calling a timeout here to touch base with Happy, with their coaching staff. See if they can find an easy solution to some of these problems. But here on the attack, it hasn't looked that terrible. I think the fact that Fluorescent finds an opening pick and is able to escape out is just the nature of that operator and that Yoru. And the fact that they move back towards A after the plant, and that's where Angel gets caught out, isn't ideal either. Those 2 op shots landing, I think, made the difference in this round, and especially with a big performance by Xiao on the site. There's definitely some hope to draw from that. In the first half, I was certain this was
going to look a lot more dominant.
क्या score है?
Just because of how
39,
strong
30, 10.
Apex were playing, and now honestly, it felt like Navi were getting a
भाई
little look
heavy comp
in some of
पे
the rounds they were
बार-बार वो
winning.
लोग का
This
util
time,
आता है,
I don't think
बार-बार
that's the
stun
case.
आता है,
They've
बार-बार need
earned
आता है,
that
bench सब
early
बार-बार आते
contention in
रहते हैं.
half.
कर
They
दे,
still have to make
ball
up
up
for
down
that gap
होएगा
in
100
rounds
बार.
from the first.
Yeah, no, and it's also now, I don't mind the pause here, coming in from Happy, an attempt to talk through with the squad. Like you said, the deep playing operator, it kind of solved the whole idea was to basically try and push all of these players over to the C site. But when you have that operator from Fluorescent, she can hold across so many different angles that just mean that you have to either be very pacey with it or you still have to use utility. So I can't expect that we're going to see those same sort of ruses attempted by the side of Na'Vi. And then coming into this round, a couple of ultimates incredibly close being online. Again, we're going to see this aggressive push up, an immediate usage of that arm again and trying to force them into the hands of Avova, and that's exactly what they've done. Angel's not going to survive it. It all hinged on a kill coming out from Hero. Xiao has at least got rid of Fluorescent though. The trap for them when they went back has been dealt with.
I love how optimistic Angel is that maybe they wouldn't have put the ult all the way into the corner.
You don't have anywhere else to go at that point.
Yeah, it was run into the choke point with the spike was an opportunity, but yeah, they might have been a bit more annoyed if you had done that. At least it's retrievable and found by Navi with a slow shift up. Clearly Apex not expecting them to still commit to this angle, and Avova's the one to find the info. At least gets a paranoia out of them.
Help करना Litmus.
Somewhat less utility for Navi to work with, but post-plant Astra can still do quite a lot.
The plan is here. You have that Cosmic Divide available, and that is going to be used. Trying to keep a couple of pockets of space. Try and use that surprise element. Could make things that little bit more awkward. Obviously that time is already ticking and Koala's been forced off the angle back into the salvos. In fact, he's going to go down to a snake bite. It's pure utility. Xiao looks for a gap but instead is found by an opponent. Although that time is ticking, Rooksik can only get one. Solid trading, but more importantly, solid utility usage from the side of Apex. I think it was 2 kills in that round came back off an ult and off just util alone.
Yeah, they've done really well. Batu in particular, I know it's easy when he picks up the 3K, but
commentary का sound कम कर, तुम्हारा सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, कैसे सुनाई नहीं दे रही है, बराबर है sound.
Inside, waiting for the steps to be made. Well, that one was doomed from the start. But the snake bite, I didn't realize he was that low. Not ideal, hidden inside the smoke. It's like a trap.
That was the thing, they forced him into that position because of where the salvo was and because where other utility was thrown, and then he just steps back into it. So a bit of an error, but also there wasn't really any space that Koala could go back into. Viper's Pit immediately utilized outside of C. Now they do have the Nightfall and the Showstopper, so if they wanted to clear this, they could. It seems like the plan instead maybe to go back towards B.
Can be very effective here as well if they decide to deploy it. Looks like just a straight push in with the Showstopper. Hero chasing them down. Stuns caught him. Governor's not gone terribly far, but I think he'll be safe there. Depends how deep Hero put that shot, and indeed he's lost a lot of HP, but survives on 50.
Blocking vision.
Good start. Look at this late lurk by Xiao. They're already retaking control towards the broken door. If Xiao can creep up, I think he'll be a little late though. Apex moving somewhat quicker than their opponents might expect them back into this retake.
The thing is they've got like a double lurk, an aggressive play. Hero ends up taking out his IGL, removing him from position, but it's fine. Ends up trading out those remaining spots. I actually really like that post bump from Navi. I think the fact that they don't just sit back and allow their opponents to retake, they leave Koala deep towards B main, they leave another player out towards A main, wrapping him behind, but they realize, okay, if we just stay on the site, we can still be surrounded from all the other angles. So they use that Nightfall in towards their opponent's spawn, and that's where they end up finding the value. Sure, might look a little bit silly, but I think, again, it's just Angel trying to be as disruptive as possible and give his teammates a good opportunity.
Yeah, I was worried that would be the first domino. I mean, he was a bullet away from taking down Governor, so fair play for just standing in it. Took one for the team.
By reveal OP.
Now opens up onto Fluorescent. You have to note that Apex don't have a lot invested into this round. That gap between them and Navi likely to close in. We've seen them juggle the weapons right back. Weapon that was dropped will be at least kept. Or rather stolen, I suppose, by NAVI.
10-11. मैंने क्या बोला था? 13-10 ना? बोला था कि नहीं?
Push indeed, already down to a 3 versus 5. 2 players on the B site, but not going to be close enough to cause any damage. And you can see the respect they give that orb, just scared a snakebite would come in and steal the round away. With Batu's utility so far, I think that's a fair risk assessment.
Well, it's also you run through a poison orb, and on the other side, someone has an SMG, even a pistol, a shotgun. Like it can be incredibly rough. Governor at least managed to find one. The salvos will give him a 1v1 fight. I was expecting Shao to be that far forward, and with the spike now making its way to the back of sight, don't really see any real opportunities. Of course, Batu with a gun in hand. They had 2 for this round. One of them was Fluorescent dying in the first 5 seconds or so, just attempting something incredibly aggressive.
They're going to look for the other weapon.
Yeah, I think that has been juggled very far away, but Mozzie doesn't really have anything to lose.
Where's that rifle? Yeah, I think he's so stunned. Like, where did it go? It fell through the floor? Call a pause.
I like the idea that
just juggled it back.
Fluorescent is going, no, that's where I went down. That's right there, right there.
You open?
And then Mozzie's going, it's not here. Not here. Where?
Bichara.
Look again, look again.
I like the stun. Trying to keep them contained. Oh, there's the rifle, but no chance to run away. Boom. The spike will claim him. And an assist for Chamber as well. Koala will be happy with that little stat padding. 1 round between them. NAVI, they really came in on shaky foundations.
मेरे को लगा नहीं था कि नावी इतना राउंड जीतेगा अगेंस्ट एक सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ genuinely अच्छा खेला नावी
but now 1 round behind and the attack side looking good. That's 5 out of 7 rounds have gone their way, and I don't think there's been anything like insane that we look at and go, there's no way they can do that again. They've got a very well-rounded attack side on display, and it's Apex stalling out. They've called a timeout to hopefully pull them out of this tailspin.
Yeah, I think Koala's had a decent resurgence. Like I said, it'll be about those lurks and holding down any aggression that can be thrown through, and you kind of have that expectation when your opponent is running this Breach, Teo, Yoru. You want to try and have set plays. You have all the pieces to get yourself information and then set up into something. Well, if your opponent is holding angles with an operator, you can't do that as much. You have to know exactly where they are, and well, so far, I think Koala's been quite dynamic. The other factor has to be, though, that it does seem like, well,
I think Yoru ulti
have all been having
or Breach ulti should be easy peasy round. Easy 12-10 for
this guy to be playing a duelist, but it's good to see that it doesn't look like there's any rust there whatsoever.
चाय से खत्म हो गया
within the server.
आज मैंने 1 कप चाय पी है.
I guess the main sort of difference here, and probably one of the reasons why Apex have timed this pause so well, is they come in with 3 ultimates. 2 of them can be combined together, especially alongside those salvos. So I have high expectation that Apex are not just going to be sitting back this round.
It's good to see Heroes manage to shake off that rust coming into round 22. Let's see if NAVI can paint the scoreboard red with another. It's Hero lighting up a kill feed, and Malzy again, same position as before. He's able to somehow, around A main, attack or defensive side. They lose opening duels. It looks like it's slipping away, and he's the one to step up and put that performance through. Got his Rolling Thunder as a result, but also went down. So that'll be for a future round. 3v3, and the pressure onto Fluorescent, not with an operator either. So those headshots might be necessary as they cross out, and it's a clean opener.
She's done her job. Just needed to get the pick and get out of there. Good opportunity still for a post plant, and HP already low. I feel like there was a temptation from Koala to attempt to get a little bit more aggressive here. Dimensional Drift is going to give them every single piece of information they could ever need, and actually they're walking towards of over. This could be perfect. Has that paranoia, immediate usage of the utility. Oh, going to try and go for the knife. Doesn't quite manage to get that pick though. Still standing as Rooksik, trying to dance within the smoke, so will not survive any longer. Again, solid support utility. Apex now 1 round away from taking their opponent's map choice and going over to Haven.
Right click.
No matter what you can say, NAVI, they look a whole lot better. The work they've put in, the rethinking of how they approach this map, even just from the get-go, in terms of the agent comp that they've brought to bear, it looks so much better.
Right click किया तो knife
before.
The problem though is,
हाँ? आराम से बैठो बैठो.
I have a feeling the governor thought Fluorescent got that knife and has got a little bit overexcited, but I appreciate the support governor gives to his teammate.
Shot 45.
Maybe a little bit unlucky not to get to the re-swing. Definitely feeling confident in her ability. Well, maybe a little bit too confident. Even still, though, hero lost. Shout trades. It's back to a 3v3. Spike on the B side, but you have to bear in mind that they're taking their time. Cosmic Divide utilized once again just to make sure they can get safely into that post. Oh, maybe not.
Again, Malzy's had a great game.
That's
such high
side.
Yeah, it is. It's not fantastic as the strategy goes, but this is the Brimstone main that's known for just the same kind of play. Ruxic is in a smoke. They haven't seen him, but they are shredding him. The knife attempt again. This time it's back to, and it's the utility to claim
भाई मैं 13-10 ही बोला था ना.
Last alive, and the spams give him away a clean response from Apex. 13 to 10.
मैं बोला था कि नहीं कॉम डिफ. मैं बोला था कि नहीं 13-10.
Strong. A resurgence from NAVI in the second.
भाई यूटिल एडवांटेज बहुत था बे. बहुत. नावी 10 राउंड निकाला वही. क्रेजी वाला होता. हाँ? ये नाइफ कहाँ ट्राई कर रहे हैं? गोली मार के खत्म हो गया करके नाइफ कर रहा है. इसे नाइफ नहीं कर रहा.
4 years I finally got player cards. Oh yeah, me too.
कौन सा कार्ड?
Bro, look at my card. Look at my card.
Yo, Batu.
Bro, I'm freaky today a bit, you know. Batu.
What's up everyone पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट? मैं क्रिकेट ही नहीं देखता. 2 नाइफ ट्राई किया. गोली खत्म हो गया शॉट ही मारने के बाद. ऐसे नाइफ नहीं कर रहा हूँ. अब हेवन है. अगर हेवन में भी ब्रीच या फिर तेहो नहीं लिया ना नावी ने, नावी इज कुकड. It's the meta. It's something which gives you a lot of advantage. And अगर नहीं लिया, कुकड 2-0 मेरे हिसाब से. ना? यप. लग रहा है. 10 बजे काम पे जाना है. 9 बजे BC. और रुक जा पानी लेके आए. मेरी कान दुख रही है भाई. 4 घंटे हो गए क्या? 5 घंटे हो गए स्ट्रीम को. मतलब ये मैच होते हो तो 6 घंटे हो जाएंगे. लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम्स आर बैक ओवर. भाई कुछ लोगों को चैट में ऐसा गाली देने का मन करता है ना. मतलब ड्रेड भाई एकदम छूते हो यार आप. गलत मेंटालिटी है आपकी. हाँ, गलत. एकदम छूते हो भाई. बॉस पार्टी के लिए सोफा कितने लेते हैं? क्योंकि बाद में मेरी एनर्जी उतनी नहीं रहेगी यार. नींद आएगा. +1. यस. देखो मेरे को कुछ चीजें ऑर्डर करनी है. मैं आया पानी भी लेके आया.
What a fantastic start for Apex. They're on the board 1-0 against Navi in this best of 3. I am your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Minnie and Billy. It got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but Billy, Apex have managed to close it out. It's feeling like an upset.
On Navi's map pick as well, nonetheless. So yeah, it's a little bit concerning for Navi, but I kind of wanted to talk about the comps as well before we even like dive into the overarching things about what happened. I know that I said I didn't like Navi's Lotus before, but when I look at this now, I don't think that they found the exact value that they were looking for starting on that defense. I was expecting them to fight for a rubble a lot more. You know, they have the perfect amount of utility to be able to do that with the Raze, with the Fade, an Astra Star, an Omen Blind, whatever it may be. And I think it was round 10 where we actually finally see Navi finding success and being able to fight for that A-rubble control. So yeah, I mean, I still have questions about this composition. Yeah, still not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think if you contrast the Apex comp to the Navi comp, the Apex comp is the strong meta, and then on the Navi side, it's like they're relying on a chamber, and the chamber didn't really hit, to be honest with you.
We were all shocked, right? Because it was Hero on the Raze, and then you put Koala on the chamber. Was that the difference? Do you think
Hero had a decent game. It seemed to be going well. I just frame it more like you think about all the strong agents right now in the meta, and there's none of them really on Navi's composition.
That's so Navi, right? Navi always do this. They always, for some reason, they don't want to lean into the meta right now. But Apex, they took full advantage of this. We actually saw that in the game. So take a look, another look even, at Governor and Vova and T-Strat in Koala Noob.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably on A somewhere, guys. Don't worry. Oh, they have an up. They're probably going to be in some sort of 4-1, okay? Or he might go aggro. Good job. I knew it! It's the only thing he can do.
Mini, Governor had the read there.
Yeah, and that's not even really anti-strat because there's no footage on it. It's just understanding how this chamber's going to play, and it seemed to work. Like, Koala didn't get much impact at all on that defense. I think he had a total of like, I counted like 2 AWP kills. Like, I didn't see much.
Yeah, I think it was really difficult because I think Tom and Mitch kind of mentioned it on the cast that any time they had that Tejo drone, they were just always able to kind of find out where Koala Noob was, and so it kind of put him in an awkward position because if he is getting suppressed, he's not able to TP back, and then at that point he was having to play a bit more careful on his defense. He couldn't go for those early engagements, which we would normally see him seek out.
And I love the impact that Governor has brought in game, you know, the communication, the vibes as well. He was standing up for so much in that map, and you guys mentioned it already. Hero, it wasn't the issue. Hero on this raid, you can see why they decided to put him here, and Floor on the other side. This head-to-head battle, Billy, was so back and forth and so interesting. And I remember, sorry, I directed this at you, but also the knife. Now, Minnie, I know back on Fnatic you had this rule, the knifing rule. It was a big no-no. So if you had seen Floor do this, we might see in a second, trying to knife somebody and failing, would you have fined her? Would that have been a fine?
You can't find Floor, I don't think.
But anyway, but you would find others.
I mean, usually, yeah. I mean, I think I got angry once. I don't usually fine people, but I got so angry that I was like, you're gonna get fined if you go for knives. And this was at Champs, I think, or something quite big.
But this was at 10-10, I think, the scoreline.
I mean, it's pretty outrageous. It's pretty outrageous.
I love the confidence though, and I think a lot of what was helping set Floor up was that supportive utility from Malsey, right? I think he had a great performance again, being on that breach and being able to help set her up. A couple of team flashes here and there, but we won't talk about that. But then going up against Hero as well. I mean, Hero is a player that was primarily a duelist and in tier 2, right? This was something that we've seen him play a lot. If you go on his VLR, Raze is his most played agent, right? So it was a very welcome change, seeing him jump onto that. And it's nice to see Navi actually, you know, considering their options, but especially when we talk about Koala Noob's flexibility. We kind of hinted at that in the pre-match.
I would say though that Navi, this is Navi. We shouldn't be at this part of the season talking about options compositionally, I don't think. Like, it's crazy that we're almost like hitting a panic button in my opinion. Like, Hero looked great, but this ain't looking good for Navi. Like, their season isn't supposed to go like this. This team was built to go to international events, to go to those global events, not to lose to Apex.
Yeah, I mean, the thought of even being 0-2 down, right, going into week 3 is not what you expect from Navi, but They haven't lost to Apex yet. They've lost map 1. We will be heading to map 2 of Haven. Does the Navi stocks rise?
क्या आज रात को value
in your
होगा?
opinion, when we go to Haven?
Value क्या?
So it'd be hard for me to,
I mean,
say that.
are they good on it? Are they bad on it? Give me the lowdown.
They're fine. Like, they took Fnatic,
इसके बाद
who are
करेंगे ठीक है rank
traditionally a
push.
very good Haven team, like very close and should have beaten Fnatic. So they've got to be pretty good. But this is Apex's pick for a reason.
Well, let's take a look and see what agents we're going to get for this map. And it looks like a floor neon on one side and an angel vice, which means Shao is back on server.
I mean, that's nice. The Shao and Silver is nice. But Navi double Senti Haven, this isn't something like...
But it's very Navi. If it's anyone, it's them.
Yeah, it's very Navi. These
given up.
agent selects, I've given up.
You've given up. But I will say, with Floor being on the neon on the other side, this double Sandy Billy could be a very strong thing for Navi.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, like you say, with her choosing to play that neon, we've seen so much Yoru from her. I think that playing the neon, it's going to be difficult because if she's running into either hero or angel setup, she could be alone on site at that point. She could be.
आज फिलहाल तो वैलो होएगा यार.
So yeah, I think again, I would be expecting her.
बस भाई कुछ रीजन के वजह से मेंबरशिप कैंसिल करना पड़ेगा. लव यू कोई सीन नहीं यार, कोई सीन नहीं. सब ठीक हो जाएगा, टेंशन मत लो. मैं इधर ही बाद में ले लेना.
Where those double sentinel setups are.
Yeah, I think that on, like Haven is all about A main control usually. And on defense, I don't see a way for Navi to be able to actually take A main. So I think that's going to be the thing that I'm going to be looking for in this game.
I can't wait to see it. Now, last week, Hypok came back.
I can't wait to unsee it
होने वाला. Mitch and Tom, we're just living in the greatest timeline of all time, I think.
चलो भाई जल्दी चलो का मेमोरी तो ले excuse me.
And we're getting to see Angel
मजाक
play
कर रहा था.
Vice.
सच्ची अपग्रेड करो तो फिर मजाक के लिए.
Different interpretations of how agents should be played. Brimstone was what he spearheaded. We just saw the running through an Astro Wall on a fade.
How about the
Now,
Brim Haven?
we'll get to see his interpretation of how Vice should be played. This one might be a little bit more conventional. We shall see. Thorns early and activated down in sewers. No possibility for Apex to continue that A push. They'll be sent back to this long aggression on its own, and a paranoia, but it lands a little late. Fluorescent goes down. Still good for the trade at least. No. Oh, I'm surprised Governor's still going. Governor pushes right up when it seems like the push on short was cancelled. They initiated a solo A push?
No, I think what it was is because they put the shock darts in, they believed there could be no one in that corner.
Oh, okay.
So, but they didn't bounce them far enough into the back of the wall. So Xiao, I think took 0 damage from those shock darts. So just a bit of a misread on the utility, and because of that, he's the one to go down for it. Then again, it's his own shock dart, so there's only one person to play that scenario. Nobody currently within this C site, and a lurk being left on Hero. Now they've intentionally not broken that trip, maybe trying to sell the concept that nobody was in this position. It seems like they be wrapping right back into Hero's cross. Even still though, Badger's gonna win that fight and gets the second onto Koala. 2 players waiting and watching for the young Turkish player. Xiao with another. It was hyped up on the desk, him back on the server. Well, he needs to ace the pistol, and he is not going to. It's Batu who's there to win this one out. Fantastic round from this guy, and we've sort of mentioned his recent role switch.
Love your stream, please. Moria bhai ko shout out there. Moria bhai, shout out to you, मेरी जान के टोटे.
The idea that his trap inside garage didn't give him any security in his head. Someone could be in any corner, and he cleared it, found his pick, and followed up, knowing that if I take a player out close in garage, someone's probably going to be close to swinging.
Moria bhai, shout out to you, मेरी जान के टोटे. Love you. Loading हो गया.
Whether it's in the window
or
in this laneway here, that's exactly what he ended up capitalizing on.
I do think that trip actually ended up leaving Navi in a spot where they were more isolated for those fights. Like, I do think you're much more likely to have Koala in a position where he can directly fight. Instead, Hero's playing deeper, and I think that's kind of their undoing. They end up getting caught.
Iris?
Just going to say, disgusting attempt at early fights with an Ares spamming A long.
Your favorite gun, isn't it?
And Ares.
Oh, yeah, you love the Ares.
Yes, I just so.
You're the LMG guy.
Got so much ammo.
Yeah,
No, I'm a HMG guy. Give me the big one, the big boy, not that light machine gun 150 ammo BS. And then you look at the outlaw as well. So even if they had full shields, which in this round they're not going to, you're going to tag him up for 10 and easily take him down. Now, great highlight from you, Tom. Koala Noob.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Has his own outlaw brought to bear. Misses
और
both
करो
shots.
highlight.
He'll have another
HP highlight हो गई
opportunity.
उसकी.
That was one of the only players that could take a shot from him had he have landed it. 3 have light shields, and that will be an easy pickup if given the opportunity. Excellent usage of a terrible gun by Governor.
जिससे जंप करेगा मरेगा.
Cover going out. Mitch being a hater.
ऐसे ट्रैप में मैं बहुत पर्पस चुका हूँ.
He can't do something. Nonetheless, a solid setup, which is going to garner the easiest kill in Batu's life.
Zero bhai, love you.
Something that I'm sure Navi are going to be checking for from now on. Oh, the stinger, a bit of a stinker, as Shao is going to add another to his tally. Getting ever closer to already having his ultimate online. I think he's going to get one up closer as well. Fluorescent with the final. 4 players survive, and more importantly, so does the Ares.
Well, I'm not sure about that last part, Tom, but the rest I'm on board with you. A nice little team ace as well to pick up the spirits across the board. Not that they're needing much picking up.
Can the people play in VCT Pro Team with the boys? Obviously they can.
I think, you know, it was a questionable fight from Malsey going out wide with the stinger, but, you know, he'll pay the price now. He took his risk, played a light shield alongside a pistol. This is a nice bonus round from Apex, and in particular, it is the Outlaw I look to. So much potential to come out of this weapon, and they're going to stack a lot of their players up on A. 4 of the Apex members ready for a fight, but that fight goes the other way nonetheless. These players pushing on long, trying desperately to take down Governor. Will they risk their back being wrapped up on? That's why Angel is locked in on this position, and they've spotted him with the reveal.
Yeah, Angel also threw the thorns. So the second player was actually denied being able to get through that choke. Ruxic, though, going alone. Running through the smoke on A, maybe still having the expectation that there was nobody there. Luckily, there's been a pretty hefty gap on the other side, and it'd only be an overextension into Batu, but the thing is they have no idea as of yet how far the squad have got into the back of the site. The rows basically just used to make sure there's nobody there, and I guess the cage to make doubly sure there's no one in that corner.
Yeah, if someone peeks from backside, they can just quickly.
It happens. It happens. It's happened in a scenario where it literally doesn't matter. So I think that's okay.
It's hype back. I'm sorry, hype. I regret saying
why have you said that?
I'm getting ahead of the problem, you know.
I wasn't gonna say that. That's just mean.
I don't know, Tom. I don't
know.
But yeah, Avova, well, he's going to be a little upset. No, the swing doesn't come in on time. He's going to be a little more upset.
There you go, the Angel with the no look.
Well, some casual wrong right there.
There you go. Relatively clean.
Dad, we are very close to 10k likes.
Shao
still having
a very solid game. Finding a couple of openers with the Sheriff. And that's the thing. We've always talked about Shao across his history as a player as someone who can literally play anything. But you go back, and I think the Sova, and for me personally, him playing Fade, I think is where I always saw his sort of best gameplay. Even if at times we were hoping for the Shao stopper to come back into play on the Rays, it never really came about. Again, though, with this Neon, expectation is that there's going to be these aggressive starts. Already, though, a repeat from Koala. Just wanted to take the fight with his second player there, and he's walked backwards into the aftershock.
Not a strategy I've seen much before, Tom, but I don't think we'll see
it's a 1-for-1 trade. That's fine.
Yeah. Ideal scenario.
And for Fluorescent as well, you know. Decent trade.
Yeah.
Could have been an advantage, but we'll ignore that.
It won't be, yeah, thanks to their mistakes. But for Governor, he still has quite a number of players coming towards him, and a reveal right behind him. Got a nice little angle there. They don't have any idea. It's free for the first. The plants are in danger. They have to step in. The stun is perfect. Governor with a wonderful play that seems to have locked Navi out of this round. They'll wish they had that extra player, as that Ruxic is the last one standing. Paranoia even caught him. Insult to injury. And a firing squad awaiting him if he peeks. To attempt the spam through the smoke to deny the defuse. There's no chance. as he realized and acknowledged early on. That's another round for Apex. What a play from Governor. He had everyone coming his way. And just that one dodged, no need to replay that, one dodged reveal, and this is what he gets.
Yeah, I think fully confident.
You see me for
That's such an evil laugh.
Can we get a compilation of all of his little laughs after rounds? I mean, I feel like a lot of them, like.
Do you think education is important in India?
Time, you know, it's high energy. Yeah. But I feel like Governor's a different person every round. It's
obviously it's important.
Okay. Nice try by Fluorescent, and Hunter's Fury committed off this early on. The other players were a little too far away. That was dead on.
ये कौन से angle
forget that it does actually have a distance range rather than just actually just hitting whenever you line up. But yeah, that's why you saw the players run backwards into the spawn. That's one of the few places they can survive. This aggressive round hasn't worked out. We've seen an attempt with the Hunter's Fury combined with some aggression. However, though,
मैं बोला ना position अच्छी है.
Not having that expectation that somebody could be so far up. Avova is tagged relatively low, but has managed to escape, bringing this back into a 4v3. Again, though, it's a full gamble onto the other side of the map as they attempt to make their way into C. Maybe not. Expecting that they've sold a ruse. There's a chance that if Angel falls here, this ends up back in a 3 versus 3, re-aggressing round onto the angle, but he will win that fight. Already spotting one. I think once the second player goes, surely the full team will almost start just running back in the other direction. No, they're looking to try and pressure this. They're going into the blender, but eventually Koala has made that realization that this is not worth it. Even still, though, from a 4v3 with a low HP player, we now sit in a 2 versus 2. The one danger, though, or the one major
Indian education
danger, is that Hunter's Fury is online for Shao.
सबसे toughest है भाई.
A lot of kills.
लोग बाहर जाके MBA करते बोलते ये क्या है यहाँ पे इतने easy करके.
And then fade away.
यहाँ पे MBA किया तो एकदम on top.
Wonderful work
डर
again.
जाएगा.
Navi, there should be no way for this one to fall the other way. Hunter's Fury, like you said, online if they need it. Defuse halfway, smoke pops. They've seen it's half. Now they know that they're in a dangerous scenario, not giving him the time to defuse even off the reveal pop before it. They'll be swinging on into the angle. And that is a nice recovery of the round from Navi. Again, the early dangers here. Firing herself down through mid for this early fight. The Kamehame from Governor doesn't quite land what it needs.
Yeah, there you go.
That was so I can see him getting but meters, less than a meter in it by the looks of things. That could have changed the tide, turned it completely the other way.
Technical pause, but yeah, a bit of a back and forth. I think that maybe the Hunter's Fury there was just a little bit too late from Governor, because you kind of hope that it hits first so that then Fluorescent gets the reveal of somebody in behind. You can maybe then throw a stun or something in and trap them, or you were hoping that they were outside the A site. Stun goes through, and then the option is to catch them as they try and go back. Instead, because they were kind of around the window, it left her in a little bit of an awkward spot. And so far that Neon hasn't really found too much value on the defensive side. Of course, that can be where things become quite a bit more difficult. There's also the potential as well, though, as we saw in the last map, Operator comes online and Fluorescent is pretty much going to revolutionize the defense, just how much you can shut down. I think the difficult thing as well when running a Neon into a composition that has that double Sentinel is you're almost definitely going to be pushing into someone. Like, we've seen those double lurks, Hero on one side, Angel on the other, and then sort of the info gatherers going elsewhere. But neither side really having a full chokehold on the map just yet. Obviously very early days. The thing I'm looking at though, Mitch, is a lot of ultimates available and about to be available for the side of Navi. I think especially we've already seen the talk of the Vice being nerfed mostly to do with the vines, understandably. They do a lot of damage, last a long time, and the wall is going to be shortened in its time. Like what you can do when you go into a buy round, just taking away all of that weaponry, and it is a large area. Yes, sir. No weapons. Could set them up nicely into this round, especially then when you consider that, okay, if they run in with the dimensional
headphones खराब हो गए, मैं वीडियो एडिटर और गेमर हूँ, कोई अच्छा बताओ ना, कोई भी अच्छा लो, 6,000 के ऊपर अच्छा वाला बाप वाला मिलेगा, रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से वही सर्च करो, स्पेक्स और ले लो.
from 100's Fury onto that dimensional drift. It's an easy follow-up to try to take them down. Usually, though, you're going to have something like a
have decent aim, but stuck in flat any tips. Make such plays जो ये लोग कर रहे हैं ना, combos, plays,
options to work with, and this is the time to use them one round behind.
Push करना, क्यों push कर रहे हैं? क्यों दूसरी जगह तीन जन दिख रहे हैं? थोड़ा सोच के खेलो.
This right back up into the server, and then we'll see this one kick off as both squads come in here with economy in an interesting spot. It could swing either way in the early half. Not quite the impact. Oh, they're even practicing their aim.
Catch. भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? भाई टेक पॉज में बात नहीं कर सकते. What about वो लोग चिट्स में लेके फेंक के बात कर रहे हैं? What about that? देख रहे हो 3 राउंड बचे, तेरा वाला कॉल करते हैं. How about ऐसा कुछ? ऐसा किया मतलब धो डालेंगे इनको. हाँ, हो सकता है. IM हेडफोन्स कैसे मेरे को यूज करते हुए देखे कभी? Vedant bhai, thank you for the 29 with Jan Ketote.
He was a second ago.
He's not allowed to have a chat. He's not allowed to have a chat with the
New intro, amazing. I love you, yaar.
We need to get involved real quick.
That's a negative. He was definitely, for anyone, he was definitely not having a chat with the. He just said a few words to himself. That's what it was.
I think he was making comments about Evova's form in the throw.
Of course.
Hand warmers. It very much adds up for me where he'd be taking that.
I definitely want to see more content based around Mozu, because I actually think him and Angel are primed for it. They both seem like very grumpy men, but they both have an incredible sense of humor. Like I think one of the pieces I got to do around Ascension while talking with Mozu, and it's very difficult to tell if he's trolling or if he's not.
Bhai kaun jeetega?
Whatever problem.
Kaun ke hisab
se so luckily there are other people who are going to fill that time. So we'll be off to the analyst desk. We'll see you in a moment.
Wait, are we other people? Are we considered other people? Is that who Tom was referring to?
Bhai, inko दिखाया मतलब कुछ major issue है.
Yes, we will be getting to game soon, but for now there was a gear issue on stage. So we will keep you guys updated as soon as I know more information. But for now, let's talk about the comps. I don't think we had enough time during Agent Select to talk about this. So now we have a lot of time to yap about it. Let's start with the easier one, I feel like, to talk about, which is the Apex comp. They bring in the Neon. Batu is playing Cypher. How do you guys feel about this?
I like this. Yeah. Oh, look.
Binks bhai, aap STL ke roster mein kyun nahi jate?
I was expecting the Haven one to fly up. Yeah, I think that Batu on Cypher.
भाई सच्ची मैं बोल रहा हूँ, ये बहुत लोगों ने पूछा कि मैं STL के रोस्टर में क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है. गोल्डी भाई की वजह से. मजाक से हट. मैंने गोल्डी भाई को शपथ दी, कि मैं खेलूंगा मेन लाइनअप तो उनके साथ ही खेलूंगा. समझ रहे हो? तो जब भी गोल्डी भाई का एक ई-स्पोर्ट्स टीम रहेगा ना, मैं और गोल्डी भाई विल बी डेडली डू. या तुम लोग को पता है, अगर मेरे को ई-स्पोर्ट्स में खेलने गए तो किसको बोलना पड़ेगा? हाँ, चुपचाप उधर जाके गाली का.
Spoke about, you know, the angry Angel, the angry Navi. Is this a byproduct of that, do you think? That is...
Binks sir, I have one request that you please rate Naughty is a really good value player. शेर भाई, मेरे को किसने मारा था रेड? बताओ. इतना मेहनत कर रहा हूँ. 3 साल से वॉच पार्टी चालू. 1 मिलियन हो पा रहे मेरे? बताओ यार. क्या तूने मेरी मेंबरशिप तो ली है सपोर्ट करने? बताओ ना. बताओ.
This is just put Angel on Breach and it's back to their old comp, which is still not great. But
she's education is graduation.
Yeah, Angel really doesn't want to play Breach to the point where he's willing to play double Senti on Haven, which I don't think is very strong.
Now I love this because Shao's playing Sova. Yeah. You could the other 4 could be playing whatever
they
want. You know, I wouldn't even care.
please play Valo
The
Esports.
fact that Xiao is back on Sova, the world is right again.
Bhai maza aayega.
This is what we wanted to see from Navi because it's great and it's
Bhai
comfortable
कौन
and, you know,
genuinely bolo
we
Goldberg का race
boys
place miss
just
करता
gave
है.
you a
Genuinely
It's
bolo.
still proper gave you a
he's
still
molding.
angry.
Kौन
The
कौन?
issue is right. As much as Xiao is great on the Sova, the issue is the rest of the comp isn't great.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Mini wanted
So
to go down.
it's basically like
पूरी
you have to think
दुनिया
about
trap
like,
तोड़ती है
why
भाई
am I
Cypher
not
की, but
happy
not
with
Goldberg.
this? It's like
That's
again,
some
on defense,
humble
attack. We can already see
humble
the
person
show.
right there.
We don't have enough utility to actually take map control appropriately, in my opinion. Like we can get down into the device down into sewers is looking okay, but to go into like an A main default back into garage and explore the map a little bit, there's not enough there. And then the XX aren't going to be as strong. And then we flip to defense where traditionally you say that the
If you raid naughty, I will take membership. Sher Singh bhai. नहीं चाहिए membership.
they're going to just win every single
Trap लगा है तो
yeah, I don't
पैसा
see this
बर्बाद नहीं
I
जाना
think as well,
चाहिए.
when we're looking at their composition, we're looking at ways that they can bait out that aggressive utility from Apex, which of course they don't really have other than say like the Yoro clone that can go in. So yeah, I think when I look at Apex comp in comparison to Navi, how are Navi actually going to bait out any of that utility? How are they going to deal with, like on their attack specifically, like Mini said, how are they going to deal with the Cypher utility that Batu is going to have up? What do we just send a Yoro clone into Garage and then that's it? It's a bit
बाचू से याद है अपना बाचू क्या कर रहा है बे? स्ट्रीम कर भी रहा है क्या?
Been like this. This is their identity. You know, we talk about what is the identity of certain teams, and they've won in the past being like this.
मस्त गरमागरम chicken sandwich लेके आया हूँ मैं मैच
We
देखने.
have
ठीक है
restarted one of the players' clients, and we're ready to send this over to the other people. Take it away.
Let's go, other people. Let's go. Let's go.
Got the other people here and ready to roll. What was that?
That was Kyra on the third mic.
Oh, fantastic. Shall I ask him some questions?
Carry the glass खेल रहा है?
No, I don't think you should.
भाई बट्टू को carry the glass के लिए duo क्यों चाहिए? वो तो अकेला ही glass उठा सकता है. I would like to apologize.
9. And it's going to be an Angel
Gaya
1v2 clutch to close.
I'm delighted. That means I get to see the split again.
मैं
And
गया
oh, wow.
You're excited for that.
If Angel's playing the Vice over
गया रे,
there,
मैं गया
then
रे.
I'll be thrilled, to say the least. But yes, between these two squads, the first map, I thought we had a series set out to be domination from Apex. I think
By be honest,
squad,
ऐसा क्या
Navi,
problem
they
है
started out a
कि G
bit
lag
slow.
कर रही है?
They really found themselves in that.
विघ्नेश भाई सच्ची जी जो लैग कर रही है ना वो यही है कि प्लेयर्स उनका लैग देख के ग्राइंड नहीं कर रहे. अब तो इधर प्लेयर्स है ही नहीं ग्राइंडर्स जो खेल के जाए वहां तक. सिर्फ यहाँ से सोचते हैं कि मैं उनसे बेटर हूँ, जा नहीं पा रहे वहां पे. वही चीज लैग कर रही है भाई. कब देखेंगे अपन 5 इंडियन प्लेयर्स जी में? लव यू रिसीजर, तुम जैसे लोगों की वजह से.
Lots of ultis for Navi.
Yeah, I'm looking at that operator in play for Fluorescent, but unfortunately, all the way over on the other side of the map.
Here it is.
An attempt to try and.
अब मैं क्या आंसर दूं? हर साल नया टीम आता है.
Batu will go down.
कुछ ना कुछ चेंज होता है.
That's actually well
कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा किधर लैग कर रहे हैं बताओ?
In terms of getting that opener in deep, Vice wall as well, and the Vine's already placed but immediately destroyed. That's the thing though, Fluorescent actually going to bait out the wall. I think expected it. I don't know, I heard something around it. Like it went, but instead she's gone back in the other direction, still having that expectation of players close. The trades will come in, but still sticks in Navi's favor for now. Already, Hero in position, Xiao with another. It's going to be left all onto Avova, normally good in the clutch, but the time is ticking. So much still to do within these moments. And already you can see the shock darts coming in. Hero going to run all the way through. And it will be the head popped off. Navi
crazy shot
will get themselves back up to level.
Crazy shot, crazy.
Didn't cost him that much either. Again, we talked about this combo before we went, and indeed, there we see the wall go up. My sound must be a little low. Oh,
you made me down myself.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom. I'm sorry. Listen, I've piped the sound up. If someone fires an op, I shall go deaf. But for NAVI, they came in and they only used that combo of the Hunter's Fury and the Dimensional Drift. That's very good ult usage from a squad that, again, looking at their last game, it seemed like there were a lot of moments where panic overtook. As soon as they heard steps, everything was being thrown at their opponents, but it's not the case here, and it's good to see. 3-3, neck and neck, and Apex not happy about losing the last 2 rounds. They take a pause here, going back to the coaching staff.
ये हीरो तो फेनेटिक का प्लेयर था ना, अभी नहीं है ना, इसलिए इधर है ना.
Here and now, because as you can see down the bottom of the screen, those numbers when it comes to credits, they're not particularly
कौन विन करेगा ये वाला नावी को टफ है थोड़ा.
The ult on Fluorescent might make them do it.
क्या लगता है G versus BRX?
Then again, I'm looking at Fluorescent currently having a
2-0 G जीतेगा, 2-0. हाँ, BRX नहीं, Genji और PRX को है ना 3-0. समझ रहे हो? क्या समझते हो भाई तुम लोग? अपने पास पत्रिक हुआ है. हाँ. इंच. कोट. Full support भेजिए को.
Whose fault is it? It's Mel's. It's Mel's fault. That's whose fault. It's Mel's fault.
Gifted आना बचा है.
Well, I'm just going to throw Mel under the bus. Just keep in mind, I wasn't involved in that. I've already got hype after me today. Don't need anyone else. I apologize again, hype. I love you. NAVI, 3 rounds in the ball. Looking good. Some steam.
यार गोल्डी भाई यार.
This play towards A. A lot of space, given up for free. They'll use utility on the way. Governor hears that, wants to confirm they're here, and it's the drone. 2 players spotted. Yeah, it's going to start to get you suspicious. Rotations come in. 3 players, maybe even 4. Again, remember, Malzy didn't have the weapon to start this round out, but now that they've seen the danger, it's swapped over into his hands, and Fluorescent will be sent in with the ultimate. They've got a stun lined up as well. But Angel doesn't seem to be on the line that they're looking for. In fact, that's because the line is for a long fight.
Ready? Steel guard and utilize, and that takes up such a mass amount of the map. It won't affect Fluorescent if she was going to attempt to use that overdrive. Fact is, though, the post plants have looked better from the side of NAVI, already going to be using those thorns, but left Koala at the back of the site, not able to quite deal with Fluorescent, but down to just 8 HP. Those thorns are going to be deadly. Rifle retrieved as they now look to try and get onto that defusal.
Oh, nah, buddy. Buddy, nah, buddy. भाई गलत मारा. 6 months से जॉबलेस था, आज 15 month का रिलेशनशिप भी गया. Life is getting difficult day by day. यही है भाई, यही लाइफ है. इससे बुरा कुछ हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता ना. तो अब you are entering a new life.
This is what you want to
तो
see from a
आपको
squad
स्माइल करके स्ट्रांग रखे, गांड फाड़नी है.
Foundation's not looking good to build upon. This man
full support मेरी जान के
heavy. He's down on 3 HP. Going in for that 3rd fight, still manages to connect it. Great reaction from Ruxic as well, putting through that paranoia and then repositioning to make that fight almost guaranteed for his squad. NAVI, look at the reward that they get. We talked about the credits being a little shaky for Apex in the last. The consequence of putting all those credits in and losing is that now they ain't got anything to work with. A rifle saved by Fluorescent, the rest of the squad with pistols. And again, ulti's online, your Hunter's Fury, they'll, at least coming out of this round, have Rolling Thunder, but not likely to use any of those ults.
Attacking map है, लेकिन 2 round तो चाहिए.
Calling into question anyway, but unfortunately for Apex, this has been a full all-in gamble down towards C.
Game sound कम करो. चलो कर दिया. कर दिया game sound का. Chat जो लोग बोल रहे गेम साउंड कम है, पूजन भाई को हेलो बोल देता. 5-3. Yeah. Yeah. बेसिकली यही मैं समझा रहा था पूजन भाई. मैं ऐसा कम ज्यादा करेगा ना, मैं सब जगह से गाली खाऊंगा. समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? मेरा point समझे
Losing one.
The only thing I'll say is I think that vine placement could be a little more passive. Just because I think you could break it before you go through the wall if you're a little cautious. But I suppose the idea as well is for us to have more undermined in walking through that choke point. And even the breakage on the vines is going to be great information. Activated late just in case. And no choice but to say that call was made long ago for Fluorescent. 5 rounds though for NAVI. This was a very tight start, but they are running away with the lead now, Tom.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing some of those stars align. Like, Xiao's looked great.
भाई membership pitch करो, breakup जिसका हुआ है उसको हाँ भाई जिसका breakup हुआ है भाई membership लो.
Sort of impact wasn't able to
15 साल तक मैं साथ दूंगा.
A player that I think we've all been sort of watching fondly, hoping that we're going to see that level that we know we can get from the youngster. Nonetheless, looking like again a fairly aggressive stance. You've got a Neon on defense. You've got to try and go for something. Paranoia put through. Again, it's going to be attempted. The same play with the Hunter's Fury. And it's exactly the same result. Surprisingly, I think when they see that Hunter's Fury online, they have expectations. They've used the From the Shadows as well. Rolling Thunder, I think, is actually going to catch Avova, who's still in the back. This is a very weird round. They're currently fighting for the spawn. Mosey's still going strong. Let's turn it back into a 3v3. Considering what was committed,
यार $,
even scenario in terms of personnel, but Apex
मेरे मुंह पे निकल गई, माफ
The
करो.
sheer chaos, I have to say, NAVI did very well in adapting to it. Players in front of them, behind them, Hunter's Fury thrown into the mix. This wasn't an easy
We saw him,
to the round. That timing for Hero
Love
was
you.
perfect, slipping in as Malzy rounded the corner, posting up and landing the headshot. Another connection.
30 HP for both of those fights as well.
माफ करो यार.
3-piece on B, it just seems to be his standard, his baseline performance.
विकास टीम मेरे
From
कह
here,
दे.
there's no chance for Governor
यार
to have
सच्ची अगर
impact
आप
on the
काश
round.
10
They're
मेंबरशिप
spread
लेते तो
out,
ना
they're
मेरे को
running
मालूम
the
पड़ता,
clock
पता
down.
गाली नहीं पड़ती कभी. वहाँ पे प्रोटेक्शन मिलता है वो ग्रुप में,
When
प्रोटेक्शन.
they're offered up for NAVI. This is their opponent's map pick, Tom, but it's not looking like it. Sure, they wanted to start here on the attack, but you can see exactly why.
Your ultimate set play
But
is basically the
defense में
same.
क्या करेंगे
Like,
मेरे
it
को
was
देखने का.
the exact same Hunter's Fury, the exact same position for Fluorescent. Okay, the TP into the spawn was new, but it really relied on the first, like step 1 and step 2 going well for step 3 to actually have any level of impact. And then after all of that, they threw in a Rolling Thunder as well. So you've used 4 ultimates and your opponents have survived with 3 players alive. That is not great.
And we saw Vova as well try to TP past the Rolling Thunder, just missed it, got hit by it. You know, if that works out, maybe he can dive on them, but even then, I think the value is hard to find. It's a big risk, and it relies on NAVI being caught off guard.
Also, if there was any confusion, him then using that means they go, I think there's a guy over there. Like, Hero was just slow walking towards already. Governor going down. Look at the info. That's 3 players spotted by Koala. They immediately start their rotation back towards the B site. Now Hero, well, you mentioned it. He's been the king of the B site. Just holding on to the exact same angle as the prior round. Sure, been forced off it, but I don't think they're going to mind too much.
Yeah, I understand why you go B when Hero just seems so comfortable here. A shutdown of the first. It's Fluorescent down. She's been struggling in those early fights. The Vines in play as well. Look how annoying that makes it. The players slowing their push completely, and as they set their eyes on the site again, the backstab from Ruxic seals the round. Malzy is going to try to save this operator. They now know exactly what's in his hands, and look at the response immediately. They're running it down after him. Chance to pick up one. The reset, no, not quite so easy. Ruxic finds him in the spawn. Another round for NAVI, and the BM's coming out. They're feeling good. This is a good side to NAVI that we don't get to see.
It has big hope for G this year. I hope they play well. This year का 3 साल से big hope ही है. Full support करेंगे end तक.
Sort of steamroll teams. It can be difficult to stop, but yeah, I think the fact that
Bro, he shot at my flash.
the fact that they were able to weather the storm of the high impact ultimate round, you go into the next one, you're going to be feeling massively confident off the back of it. 7-3 on that attack side. They come back in again with the immediate usage of that Hunter's Fury. Xiao has been pinpoint accurate, and each time has picked off a major threat. Ruxic is... Don't you dare. Don't you... He's gonna get it, Mosey is down to 26 HP. You know the
no way, right?
He's probably left. because why would he go through this?
Well, he certainly didn't know he'd lit him down to 2 health. That might make him a bit more frustrated with that scenario. Information landing.
Gotta run back.
Thanks to Batu, they know exactly where Navi are going, and Apex are ahead of it. They've still got their traps here as well. Spike still committed to this C site. There's no going back anymore. It's time to fight that damage on the side. So good for Hero. They are staggered and stalled slightly, but the Spike making it here, and Hero thinning out the herd. This man is a big danger. The Spike's gone to backside solo. Well, we better hope that there's a lot of impact to be had. Avova coming down on long. That's a free kill onto Angel, and Koala
double blind!
I think that even caught Angel. Yeah, oh, he's done for. No chance in that fight. The wall on backside. Well, that's what's coming out of it.
Almost
था. Hero.
From
Fluorescent, at least another round for Apex. A chance for a 7-5 half still there, despite this huge streak of rounds from Navi.
Hey, so cute!
Like sometimes Navi do get lost in the chaos. Like I think having this super aggressive push, Xiao then just, I think maybe expecting that they had that backside control. I'm not sure. But clearly not realizing he had the spike. I don't know, because that was just a free delivery system, and then them getting surrounded from behind, it just became an incredibly tough position for Navi to fight back from. That leaves both teams fairly low on ultimates. Okay. Fluorescent not expecting just the sheer level of aggression through their own cages, even going to get the info off the back of the neural theft. That will tell them that this A site, at least for the moment, is free, although Ruxic has been slowed. And there is a cam available potentially. He's just going to stand in the open and try and remove it. Okay.
A brave play indeed. Okay, the wall's being spotted. And this presents a big problem. Late fight from Hero as well, completely unknown. They know that they also can't fight through this spawn angle. The wall will block them off unless it's just one player to go, or unless they group up and blitz it together. There's risks with it, but the big risk is they'll never make it towards the wall. A little shaky, but they get there in the end. Koala with another, and finishing it off with a triple. I think that might put him positive ending this half, and a resurgence, not just from Navi, but from Koala Noob as well.
Me,
8-4 at the halftime. There's a real chance that we go to 3.
One enemy remaining.
This was
I think we should be Fnatic. We were up like 11-4, 11-5, and we let the pressure get to us. It happens. We were a new team. We didn't have a lot of time together. We started completely like changing the way we view like how we want to improve in practice. And ever since we started doing that, we've been absolutely like, improving at a very rapid rate. So now at the end of the day, like if we can keep our momentum doing this trend, then all the pressure gets to us. Like, I think teams are very underestimating us right now to be like kind of middle of the pack, but like I truthfully believe that like we actually have like very good ideas. Like Angel's a very good IGL. We have a bunch of fraggers on the team.
Well, I think he hit the nail on the head there, Tom, with some of the issues that we've seen in the past about letting the pressure get to them. We saw that, I think, in the last game that they played. It was chaos at times in the protocols, the decision-making. And
they
the last two
games massively, so yeah.
Yes, sir, Mohammed Bhai.
We know that the pieces, they can become greater or equal to the sum of their parts. This is a squad that can go far, but from what we've seen so far, excluding this map, excluding this series perhaps, there's been a lot of problems. There's been a lot of hurdles to get over. It seems like now, though, they're starting to do that piece by piece.
Yeah, it depends where you put your expectations, though.
Not gonna lie, Angel, good Angel.
Navi being maybe a potential upset team at best at the moment, and like you look at this matchup.
Canada ko baare ho pata nahi meri jaan.
These are maybe most people's, or at least some people's, two teams that can finish bottom of this group. So you almost look at Navi and go, okay, if they're going to be a world beater, if they're going to be a team that can make it to an international event, they kind of should be trouncing Apex. And I think Apex proved, like, okay, last week they can take a map off Heretics. They definitely have a lot of good ideas, but you look at these two teams on paper, and you go off the history, you go off the success that Angel and Xiao have had, bringing in one of the better individual players from the Tier 2 of Americas. The expectation is victory. And right now, okay, they've got the lead, but they're a map down. in a series that, if they do lose, playoffs already starts to seem dangerous.
I do think, though, for NAVI, the simple expectation of be better than they were before, build on what we saw is sort of where they have to start, considering previous performances, and in that regard, moving in the right direction.
Doesn't look at it like that. I can tell you that for free.
NAVI can look at it how they want.
Yeah.
They decided to pick up these players up. That's their decision. They got to live with it. And I think for NAVI, slow growth. That's where I put it for this roster. Maybe they have to do it under a different banner if things don't go well. 8-4. Early pick the position from Hero. There's been a lot more of a battle into the spawn than I think we see in any Haven game.
By the way. She was well aware that somebody could have been in this position. The problem, though, is that he has completely missed the timing. It's gone from the most valuable position on the map to the least valuable position on the map in a matter of seconds. Batu's left, potentially walking into a stack, but the C site is completely clear. And I think the other players on NAVI are going to be desperately confused as to how this has happened with a player towards the spawn. Now Batu's going to walk back in and go, there was a guy in the spawn? Like, how has that happened? But it still puts NAVI in a 5 versus 3, and you can see that Apex are not just going to sit back. They're getting aggressive, moving forward into spots where they can find a surprise. Unfortunately, the surprise is another player to fall. It's all going to come down to what can Fluorescent do alongside the IGL of Molesy, doing decent damage in fact. A few low players. But unfortunately, the sheer numbers were enough for NAVI to take that.
I think Batu almost signed his death warrant, but that shot out on long. That meant that Hero immediately said, oh, there's still one there? Perfect. But to be honest, if he played it slow, if he played it in the most bait way possible, he probably gets huge impact in that round, hearing the rotation, getting behind them. But most of the time, you know, because he doesn't have the info on where they are, most of the time he would be... My goodness, who put Yedishe on the server? Most of the time, he would have just completely sold the round and thrown it from the get-go. So I understand his decision to run back, but we can see from our perspective, slower approach would have worked out. For NAVI, 9-4 now. Apex, they're going in for that full force buy indeed.
If you know NAVI, you know that they like to go for this 3 rifle, 2 pistol buy. They were pretty much the team that pioneered it. So you come in with 4 SMGs and a sniper, and you have a real opportunity. Koala, I think, may already have a decent idea of what's been invested, but Hero is looking for a nasty surprise. Only having a pistol means that he has been slaughtered, and they can get into a close range post-spawn. If they can get into the post-spawn, they may not even need it. Koala, only going to get one with a rifle.
They don't know Angel's here. He's caught a lot of them reloading, but Malzy corrects in time. And the smoke couldn't have been timed better. They did know NAVI. They knew exactly what they were coming up against. And Apex, they find their reward with very early congestion. The vibes on NAVI perhaps dropped just a little bit there with stern and serious faces as we go to the player cams. Over an Apex, well, this is an opportunity that they are not going to take very lightly.
But that's the thing, the whole point of that purchase from NAVI is you come up against a few pistols, a light buy, people take some individual fights, you have the advantage with the rifles.
Oh, we blurred that part.
But if you have weapons, then having those 2 pistols can be a serious disadvantage. Hero going to be the only player with a weapon and stuck in the corner, trying to get away, but the spams are prevalent, no escape. And this is this is now a second time in this series, we're only in map number 2, that we have seen a pistol victory. I'm out of here. Quickly responded on with the second round win. Fluorescent will check the corner, not the prettiest, but the job is done anyway. 1 away.
प्लांट पे दे दे अल्टी आ जाएगा
the overdrive available for the next round and
इसको दे रहे प्लांट
Ruxic, don't like your odds.
क्यों इसको क्यों नहीं दिया
Spike planted.
नेक्स्ट राउंड जरूर करके जा सकते हैं
all I can say.
Just goes down to a spike here.
गेमिंग तो आपका
most likely. I mean, again, you're going to be picking up an Omen ult point.
आपको गुड आइजल के पता है लैंग्वेज
Is that really worth it? For Apex, they could find something a lot more valuable, especially Fluorescent, 1 away from old Malzy. Yeah. Most importantly, the Rolling Thunder could be just 1 orb away, so just not worth throwing your life away and throwing an orb to the opponent's side. For minimal gain in return.
Shadows traveling.
And yeah, it'd be nice to take a few kills here, but I think that's something that, you know, that ship has already sailed with the rest of the squad falling. They'll go down to the spike. Navi, they stay on 9 as Apex close in the distance. And like you said, Tom, this is the second time in this series already that we've seen that. The pistol win and the follow-up immediately. It's the second time we've seen it happen to Navi as well. That's the worrying thing. They've really not had look, and I think looking back at previous series, like, it just seems to be the early half, they always set themselves up with a disadvantage that has to be recovered on.
That's the thing, I wouldn't put that one down to luck at all. Like, that for me is literally just their opponents going, I know what you're going to do.
Oh, not this one, yeah, for sure. I just mean in the overarching scheme of things. This time, obviously, like Governor said, and I can't quote it fully, but that works every time, at least for them.
Yeah, paraphrase.
Just a little.
Here we go, though. Koala Noob back on the operator. Didn't have the same success when running the chamber, but I don't think that means he's going to shy away from anything here. 3 players around this angle. In fact,
6-9, shout out
with an incredibly aggressive play over on that A side. Now, Ruxic is someone that, you look back to kickoff, had some really big individual games. I think it was especially on maps like Bind. He looked like he could put up numbers. I think there's no doubt his individual ability is there. But in this matchup so far, he's not had the best game.
ये clear नहीं किया है chat.
All the bait here for Shao. Oh, goodness.
Clear नहीं किया है.
Beautiful opening, but Ruxic being here isn't accounted for. 2 shots and both connect onto the head. Apex, they try to make it work here with these weapons. They had a real chance at least to do damage, but an in-zone flawless from Navi, a statement win of this round, and that's double digits for this squad now.
मेरी chat कभी पढ़ता ही नहीं है weapon, bye.
But they'll be investing fully into this.
This was the round that mostly only had Guardians, but I think for Navi, just winning it so nice and clean, making sure they keep the operator, no real repurchases other than a few bits of utility, maybe some extra shields. I think they'll take that all day long. More importantly, once again, we're seeing Shao with that Hunter Fury online. I can already tell you right now that Su has requested a Shao highlight package for him back on the server, and while Florence has just taken that open up, but doesn't expect the 1-2 punch. In fact, you can see Ruxic's plan is to wait a little bit longer to maybe catch a second player. The rest of the team, though, has just gone straight into C.
Yeah, they've got the Vice Wall to cover off the B-hold as well. No late flank possible from this squad. Hunter's Fury, it's fired blindly. It's not finding the impact, but Angel and Koala certainly are. Back to a 3, in fact, 2 versus 2, with big pickups on the other side. Koala Noob sends the decoy. He's going to use this to post up. That's the operator on a long-ranged angle. No real opportunity now for Apex to re-aggress on that spot. The rotation already coming in as Governor goes wide around to the A site, where he should be able to freely walk in and get that plant down. Oh, no! Koala with the miss!
And that actually allows, well, potentially allows Avova to get out of here. We'll have a smoke in a second as well, just to mark his own cross. That was seemingly a freebie.
30 seconds left.
Gonna witness that plant coming in. The rest of the team's still a little bit unaware. Good position from Shao, though. Should be the that's now the second time in this round that Avova should have been dead to rights, and somehow they've managed to come out of this from such a huge advantageous position for the side.
They heard him.
Navi, and well, Koala probably doesn't realize he's walking into a 2-man trap. Who would expect multiple players around this corner? He's predicted the first, but yeah, Governor is eventually there on the trade. A round that looked like it was done, I'll be honest, with the amount of ultimates that we used, the amount that was thrown in by NAVI, but it's actually a huge resurgence in the late round from this Apex squad.
I gotta say, I'm becoming more and more a fan of Governor, not just, we talked about roles a lot starting out, his appearance here in EMEA. Oh, but he's putting the frustration into the other side, at least Avova certainly was with those peaks. But I think that, you know, in terms of vibes, like, he's just bringing the team up in a lot of these plays that we see. And then right there, when he hits that last shot after the big read, the stack up on that A angle, just takes a cool little sip of his drink. I love to see
He's chill when it's his own plays. Yeah, when it's someone else's
he's hyping them up like crazy.
Knows what he's doing. Already, Koala has taken some aggressive control. This was very much predicted by the opponents. Well, Batu has been
You have
caught
to be
out
ready for
completely.
that, dude. You have to be ready for that,
Not the
dude.
start they were looking for, and now you can see immediately from Apex they have to try and basically fall back and clear all the angles that they've just lost.
एक कोई तो मैप में ऐसी डाल रहा ट्रिप लेकिन वो एंगल क्लियर हुआ था.
Also aggressed.
कोई तो मैच में अभी recently.
And has the traps to cover his back as well, so he can even embed that little bit further. The camera for sight. That's huge information for NAVI. But still sticking around on this three-man A-hold as Apex look for space elsewhere.
After plant,
Heard the drone go up on long. And Avova, of course, his position, he can play wherever he wants. Just to be a thorn in the side, has the ultimate to TP if needed. And that is a big pickup. A couple times now, NAVI have found big value, even inside the smokes, just holding their angles and finding, I guess, pretty predictable timing. Maybe even using the neon utility as a signal for exactly when they should fire. Because the timing's been perfect, and often they've been catching people pushing through those choke points, just like we saw this time.
Not going to allow for much. Maybe you would have seen a from the shadows steal of the spike.
Now he be like, hey, Binks,
something here, but I think the 1v5 has made sure that this is a no-go for Avova, and it's a very small world where Koala takes out the action. I think it will be just too far gone. I think the next clear would have been the exact position. But this is the problem. When we saw Fluorescent on the other side getting aggressive, it was very much something that Navi were watching out for. I think multiple different players doing so. Koala got way too much space there.
Well, I think you have to look at the difference though, right? When Koala does it, he's going down sneaky with a game.
Technically अगर देखा जाए तो ये लोग अटैकिंग साइड पे है बराबर, मैप अटैकिंग है बराबर, कॉम्प अच्छा है बराबर, और 4 ही राउंड दूर है टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो. हाँ, मिक्स टीम अलाउड भाई, जो अच्छा खेलेगा वो रहेगा. सिंपल है. वीसीटी का मतलब एक ही है, जो टॉप प्लेयर्स है वो खेलेंगे. वेरी 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 सिंपल. अभी कौन सा और कैसा टीम बना है, सारा लड़का लोग रखे, मिक्स रखे, वो और की मर्जी.
Where, at least in my mind, they've got quite a bit to make up for.
Yeah, you're always going to have those sort of
switch-ups
once you make the mistakes, and I think that's what Navi have been doing throughout this series. The change of comp on Lotus, although wasn't successful, definitely still had its benefits. I think the composition here, again, outside of the meta, but there's definitely a level of comfort from their players. And on this defensive side, that's where you kind of expect it to thrive. You have that really aggressive stance that we've seen from Ruxic and Xiao. They look like a great team over on that A site. You've got the almost free roaming Koala, and then you've got at times a double Senti setup, which if you're walking into Cypher and Vice, it's never going to be easy.
Oh, that reveals caught. Hero's still alive, but eventually he will fall. The TP from Avova. It's not even the first one we've seen in this map from him, going straight into the enemy spawn, down to 30 HP though. Not long for this world, tries to take someone with him, but at least finds the space for his squad. The Vice Wall almost working in Apex's favor as they use it to block off Garage, and it almost works as a smoke as well. They're able to cross all the way back to long, Rolling Thunder online, Hunter's Fury in play. Navi need to be quick on this retake, and that's a wonderful shot for Fluorescent. This one is real quick. They tried to be quick at least. That's something.
टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो 3 राउंड. Leggy boy, thank you for the membership.
I'd say both sides. We've seen a lot of punishes onto those Sentinel players. Like a really solid combination of the reveal and the stun. Although the stun, I felt like at that point was almost cosmetic. Fluorescent was gonna find those kills, but the pop flash from Molesy, and this is something I spoke about last week, is that Molesey's supportive play around Fluorescent has already leveled up since kickoff. At kickoff, there were mistakes. There were gaps where I think neither of them had the exact right read on each other. I think in the last 2 games, Molesey especially has really done well in sort of making sure that Fluorescent is never going into a fight without that support.
Hi buddy, hello.
And if that happens, Fluorescent is probably
What are your views on Jagoman आसपास? मेरा views है कि वो दोनों अभी ये game नहीं खेल रहे.
It's going to be especially important on this round, as we said. Rolling Thunder.
क्या चल रहा है? किधर हूँ? किसका match
full of targets. They were slowly shifting their way towards that side of the map. It's where the Vice Wall is. You can see it right now. on A-Long. Right now. There we go. And they've obviously got the Thorns right behind it. So a lot of utility when you consider there's 3 people here and a Vice Wall. There's a 2 stack on B with deep aggression as well. This is a lot to work with, and so that sends Vice over to cover in C gaps, covering garage gaps with Ruxic on his own. Ruxic, that double is huge. B side open for business, and Angel, having just fled it, will find himself smoked off. Both sides, in fact, this is a plant that should be undeniable. All put into play, but the TP out is not free. No one's watching again. A few mistakes.
Already tapping that spike base into the open, leaving Batu to try and versus 3 players. They need to try and isolate as many of these fights as possible, and Xiao is not going to allow it. That will be a 12th round onto the board for the side of Navi. And that is the thing, I think what we have witnessed, especially from Ruxic in this second half, is so much confidence. Like, think about that 1-2 punch they had over on the A site where he was just deep waiting on contact. He immediately swings, finds a multi-frag. You then have the exact same here where he's in such a deep, risky position. But it's just a surprise factor. I'm a little bit disappointed, especially when Apex are up against Yoru. It's very likely there's going to be angles like that. So if you're not checking for Ruxic, you should be checking for Koala.
Technically,
very true indeed. Yeah, just that escapability that they have. Oh, just like that. Quick shot towards garage. And already he's outside A. Quick teleport away. And a free pick. That flash was pretty much just used to check if there were other players here still around the area, and they found out, yes, there are. With it being destroyed, a bit of a punish, I suppose, with how long it's going to take to come back, but that's about all. Malzy hoping for space, hearing the jump peak might tempt him to swing out a little bit more wide, and that's exactly what Xiao wants.
Right there.
They've already spotted out the Thorns. Not because of the step. There was a step, so he just popped them. They're ready to shoot it. Instead, setting up with the Rolling Thunder. Xiao may be able to dodge this. I think he might be caught, in the back line, so you're not going to have that same sort of aggression. Instead, dimensional drift being utilized to try and get as much information as humanly possible. Nothing in terms of ultimates that will be able to deny too much here. Especially that Hunter's Fury that's gone down, unfortunately, for the attack.
Nice, that's a good stun.
Numbers back to even. Good stun though, will slow them. Big TP from Ruxic, but it's being spotted. He realized that in time, thankfully. Back he goes.
Save.
Paranoia not ready, not online. They have to just swing right into these angles. Going well to start with, but then they run into Fluorescent. A 3-piece pickup. And Apex just 3 behind. What needed for Navi to take us to OT? It feels inevitable.
बस मैं रूड क्यों रहा मैं कितना रूड हुआ
I was about to say we are currently in I was looking at that 5v4 and I was thinking in my head
4 राउंड थे तब 4 अल्ट है अभी 3 राउंड है तो 3 अल्ट है
13-9
crazy भाई crazy
come off it mate. If Angel 1v2 clutches this, I'm just putting the headset down and leaving. I don't want to hear whatever you're going to say after. I want to hear a word of it.
I will say they're coming in with a stinky buy, which, if anything, maybe sets him up more so for a 1v2 clutch, but
stop it!
भाई मेरी चेटे यहाँ तक आ गई भाई पीछे किसे किस सकते
It might be the greatest prediction.
चलो ignore ही सही मीर भाई मैं ignore नहीं करता मेरी जान.
I'm also looking at the fact that Fluorescent's coming into this with overdrive. Pause is being called by Navi, and as said, the economy
Why don't I receive any
notification
of this stream?
They don't have any
मैं तो हर
ultimates.
दिन
It would
live
only
रहता है
come
हर
down to
time
maybe Xiao getting something done with Hunter's Fury, but he'd need to get an orb and a kill or 2 kills, which, you know,
सामने वाले हैं Echo बराबर ये राउंड तो जीत गए. इसके बाद टेक्निकली 2 ही राउंड रहेगा. उसमें से भी अगर तुम लोग ध्यान से नोटिस करोगे तो टेक्निकली 1 ही राउंड पे उनके पास बाय रहेगा. Any comments?
Weak buy. Not a round that Navi should win. Certainly not with a clutch from Angel.
who only has a gun.
Vishwas bhai, thank you for the 10 months.
Not necessarily the best stats line on the server, but we'll see. Tom's prediction still up for grabs. Apex still able to push this to an OT.
If he 1v2s in the next round, I'm going to be annoyed.
Yeah, be fuming. I almost hope for it. I wish for it.
Would take us to split, which already shown mass excitement for. A slow, tempered start to this round from Apex. Again, they're going to know that their opponent's economy is weak. Xiao has managed to get one away from now. And now it is just a singular kill in order to get that online. See what sort of comfortability the side of Apex will have. I've used that word specifically to annoy someone on Reddit.
It's not actually a word, is it?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is. I think it's made up. Batu's done well. There's one, but there's a lot of weaker weapons all around him. Being swarmed, and finds two. Recovery from Koala Noob. Weapon picked up as well. Stinger goes to Ruxic. Koala Noob goes to the C site. It's a fast enough rotation, not with an Angel in the corner. It's not quite a 1v2. Let's see if he can pick up a few. No, absolutely nothing. Koala Noob's also going to be flashed up with 13 seconds left. That's a great opportunity. 10 seconds, in fact. They need the plant here and now. Big wraparound from Koala Noob. He can deny it, but he doesn't look the right way. They'll get the plant in. That was a tiny margin, but just about able to take it across the line, at least to the 1v2. Ruxic smokes up, picks up a better weapon, gets caught though. Audi here to safety. Oh, never mind. Avova hunts him down. That could have been the round for NAVI, but still a damn good try considering the investments.
2 rounds in a row. The most that we've
यूरो
seen.
देख के मारा गन में स्किन ने टक्कर गई लेकिन एक्चुअल में किसने मारा पता नहीं
In this second half, but
स्पैम दे सकता था शायद.
They do have a lot available for them. Overdrive,
ना
Hunter's Fury.
स्पैम दे सकता था
Hunter's
शायद.
Fury also sits in the hands of Xiao, who I'm pretty sure every single time he's utilized it has at least
गोली कम
found
था क्या
something.
स्पैम देने लायक?
Pinpoint accurate back on that Sova. It's something I'm sure we're going to be willing to see throughout the rest of the season. Fluorescent are just so good at taking that space into the site. Hero's going to try and isolate that battle. She is completely alone, but just completely avoiding things. And now Hero's in a prime position. It's not pretty though. That might be one of the biggest wins we've ever seen. And Fluorescent is going to eliminate the rest. Oh, that is such a rough spot for Hero. Oh, wow. There might not be a hero on the Navi side, but there certainly was on Apex.
And he's had such a good game as well. Look at the last round.
Why did he decide that round to copy your flow? Or Hypes, maybe?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, he's gonna come here, Tom. If we keep this up, he's gonna arrive.
Mitch actually told me to say that.
I did not. I did not tell him to say that. I want you to know that.
Floor is feeling it.
Floor is feeling it. 26 and 14.
यार दूसरा कौन दिखाना था भाई दूसरा कौन दिखाना था नावी का कौन दिखाना था भाई
and they're not happy about that. Split will be up next, and like I said, look, I'm hoping there's a lot of changes from the top down.
Chat. Attacking map, unka agents OP. हाँ पैसा उनके पास 5-5, 10-10 हजार, 15 हजार और सामने की टीम में पैसा अल्टी सब समझ रहे हो कहाँ से ये लोग ने फैंटम हैंडल लिया सब चीट्स ऑन किया शायद.
You lose 4 rounds in a row.
चलो फाइनली जिसके लिए हम रुके थे
6 out of 7.
A proper comeback and
KC game.
OT time.
I didn't want to go back that.
Didn't want to go back for it. Will I go to 4?
यार ऑफ नहीं आउटफ्लो बेटर ना.
I don't think it doesn't go back that far.
Oh, it's so much worse.
Okay, we get the point.
10 out of 10.
They lost a lot of rounds in a row to choke games, and it is becoming a worrying trend for this squad.
Jumping killer.
Fluorescent holding with that operator. The other side also being held by Batu. That extra little bit of cash being expended in order to try and deny aggression. Ultimates not really there for the side of Natas Vincere, and Molsey again just a couple away from having rolling Thunder available. They're doing well to deny information, but the one piece that maybe they don't have just yet is this aggressive push currently down mid. Now, Koala has done well in the past from these sort of positions.
One piece mentioned. Good start. 11 to 12. As you said, one round here for Apex's OT. One round for Navi is map 3. Again, moving towards this C site. Angel in the crossover denies the TP that no doubt would have been stuck. No one Apex, no one Avova. Hero, well, he's been stunned up now on the back of the site, but the cover from Koala comes in clutch. Hero making up for the previous round, and well, map 3 incoming. We're going all the way to split as Navi barely take victory here on Apex. Much better face that they showed on Haven.
They've been able to deny the comeback for the 5th, whatever time it was in a row, but they still need to do it on the next map. It goes all the way to 3. Apex versus Navi continues after the break.
Redemption arc था हीरो भाई का. Redemption arc. ऑफ ने लेना था वो तो गिरा दिया.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Good shit. Nice hero. Well, let's go, hero. Good shit, bro. Well played, bro. Well played. Nice. Let's go. Nice. Diffuse.
टेक्निकल लास्ट मैप. ये अच्छा गेम चल रहा है लेकिन लॉट ऑफ मिस्टेक्स ना यार चैट.
Red Bull gives you wings.
मैं इसके पहले क्या चला रहा था? मैं तो गाना चला रहा था मैं. तो अब मेंबर्स ओनली होगा या नहीं? मेंबर्स ओनली वैलो होगा कि नहीं मालूम नहीं. मेंबर्स ओनली होगा थोड़ी देर के लिए. शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम्स करेंगे. काजल वाला नहीं रे. देखो मैं वाणी ना
It was a close affair on Haven, but we will be heading to Split. And I'm glad to see that they have their little warm-up routines, you know, very, very trendy right now, dunking your face in a bowl of water. Have you ever tried it?
Can't say I have.
Well, roll one out tomorrow to make sure.
Leo, I think Leo is the real trendsetter. I know it's all a meme on social media, but Leo was doing that before that meme.
He was doing it before it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? Shao was doing what Leo was doing before Leo was doing what Leo was doing was cool. Many layers to that. Sure. But he is back. It's been 262 days, Billy, since we've seen Shao on Sova, and what a glorious return it was.
Yeah, I mean, we got to kind of touch on it when we came back to us. It's just so nice to see him on this Sova, not being forced on to any other agents and any other roles. So yeah, I think he had a tremendous performance throughout this map.
Yeah, and I got to turn it into the negative straight away. Why isn't he just playing Initiator?
That's not a negative. That we've been asking that question for a year.
Why? Like, just why? Like, when we would join a server against NAVI and you see Shao on Initiator, you're scared. Like,
of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and also 4 times Hunter's Fury, 3 kills. It's just, you know, it's only Shao. There's only a handful of players in our region that has the impact that he does on this agent. But it was very, very nearly futile because it was a fake comeback from Apex, but Mini, they very well could have taken that to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of instances there where I feel like some of the holes in the comps from NAVI kind of come in through at the end, but overall from Apex, I feel like they didn't really have a good game plan against the comp specifically. It felt like they were running, you know, we heard Kiko talk about if you sit and spawn for 5 seconds and wait for floor, like a bit of that was there. Yep. And then also some of the defaulting, it didn't feel like they had worked the map properly. It was very neon go. And against that composition, I don't think that's how you should play. I think it needs to be a bit more defaulty. So I think they need to go back and look to see, you know, how are they going to adapt to stuff on the fly against a team like NAVI especially.
I have to agree. I think on their defense as well, they really suffered. I can understand that they were trying to help set up floor with that operator, but I just think they were way too passive on that defense with the composition that Apex were running, right? They were constantly playing Retake Simulator, playing so like chilled, laid back, like it just didn't feel as though they were able to go up against that double sentinel combination. As soon as NAVI got into a post plant, the round was won because they have all of that utility.
And speaking of that double sentinel composition, a hero going from the Raze to the Cypher, he's having an amazing day today. You know, this is the hero that we were excited about coming into this year on NAVI. And we're starting to see the value, Billy, he brings to this roster and his flexibility.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they're able to kind of flex around heroes. NAVI ko kisne roka hai? Beforehand about his kind of flex. Heroes kind of be a bit more comfortable on the side this time round. It's more that when we get into the later stages of this going to Split, where we see him on that Vise, this is where I start to get a little bit worried.
69%?
Yeah, and I think just to go back to like the last Haven they played against Fnatic, like Hero was not having a good time at all.
एकदम Harry Potter जैसे दिख रहे हो,
kind of revitalized. So yeah.
मेरे पास magical powers है.
I'm a little bit worried because he hasn't seen comfortable yet. But he's playing Raze, he's playing Cypher. Vise should be fine.
यार ठंडी लग रहा है इससे चालू.
And also, you know, with last week on that Split, did they even get an opportunity to play the Split? They didn't even get to really show anything or be in the server. They got dominated. They got ran over
by
completely. Yeah, by Crashies. And this time around, you would like to hope that they've prepared, they've changed, they fixed their mistakes. On the other side too, Mini, it wasn't the best split ever from Apex either against Heretics.
Love at first sight हुआ मेरे को मेरे बीवी के साथ.
So it's like where do you know?
Achievement के ads off है मेरे channel पे. जो normal YouTube दे रहा वही दे रहा है. बाकी ads off.
Like the comp from NAVI last time, but I feel like that's just the common denominator at this point for this game.
I think Apex's saving grace is that they chose Split into Team Heretics, whereas NAVI, they kind of got forced into Split because Fnatic chose it. So I don't know if it was one of those things that they expected to play last week. I don't know if it's a map that they expected to play this week. And yeah, it's just a question of, are they going to rejig the rules again like we saw on Lotus?
I definitely think they probably expected to play it this week just because of how weak they looked.
That doesn't mean
Maybe
play all night.
it's a trap where other teams feel like they can exploit against NAVI, but it is map 3, and this is where I start to get nervous for the players of Apex.
वैसे नहीं आ रहा कि बंद किया ना चैट पढ़ के ही बोला था बेस्ट स्ट्रीमर वरना तेरे
But as we take a look at agent select, we're not going to get any changes on either side.
Navi split ठीक है, Vice ठीक है, good,
I mean, they can win this game for sure. It's not like it's an instant loss, but it's like against anyone who is able to adapt and able to game plan properly. I don't see the value.
Again, Apex
I want to see if they've learned the mistakes that they had against Kayak's Yoru last week. Because the amount of utility that one Yoru clone was able to bait out from Navi was absolutely ridiculous. So I want to make sure that they've learned those kind of lessons. And I think as well, like just looking at this Navi composition, we had so many times where Koala Noob would go into site and there was no follow-up on that attack. So he was playing very aggressive in how we would expect him to play this role, but when he's able to follow up on that.
We do indeed, and we need him not to miss a single lineup. So let's throw this back over to your casters and see which team are going to come out on top.
Thank you very much, Yinsu, and the analyst desk. Well, Billy really hit the nail on the head there as well, talking about the Yoru clone and how much value it was able to take out of the Navi setup. Also, just the sheer chaos that it was able to put in, whether it was destroying the wall. I mean, there was a round where Koala Noob had his ult on super early, and the second they heard steps, before the wall was even tripped, they had that showstopper activated with a 4-man hold towards B. They still weren't happy with it. I think the protocols were horrendous from Navi last time I saw them play this map, and I have to hope that has changed ever since. Certainly,
सबसे बढ़िया मेटा कौन सा आपके हिसाब से यही है भाई? पहला डबल कंट्रोलर मेटा था, अभी ये टेओ ब्रिथ मेटा है भाई, आता है भाई हर मैच सीजन में नया मेटा आता है भाई, बिल्टी है भाई.
So this might even favor them a bit more.
ऐसो मेटा आया था.
Already. Very aggressive take in towards that side. It does seem like their opponents were setting up for the retake, attempting, and succeeding on a very aggressive response. Ruxic will manage to stem the bleeding a little bit, and in fact, extend things. I don't know if they're going to expect the Bova at the back of this site, though. Oh, it's checked, but not quite able to find that damage. Ruxic's doing absolutely everything. One facing off against Governor. Well, that's one way to start a map.
Really nice and clean start from Ruxic. The rest of the squad fall and didn't seem to cause him any distress whatsoever. Shot after shot landed, and well, you can't help but think the player on backside got a little bit lost in the sauce, looking for that second kill. But still, he capitalized on every single opportunity. Early days, pistol round, that's great stuff for Navi. The problem is, they haven't had a great success rate when it came to following them up. Now, Governor said every single time the force buys work, but I think that might be a little bit more so on the attack side. Here on defense, they'll play the classics.
You get a plant, you can rush together. It gives you a little bit of an extra boost. He's already going to be finding that early orb. And
Today's Valor रात के नशे. रात को 2 बजे कैसे लॉबी आती है देखिए.
Much more of a default round as the expectation will be to have those sort of aggressive responses from the defense, but in this case, they're just looking to try and stack up on B. I don't mind this, they're going aggressive into B main, but unfortunately they have got the complete wrong end of the stick. Angel even going to be clamping down on the position of Batu, who I think is still completely unaware how far they've gotten. The smoke has completely missed the mark. It is too late.
God,
be an easy round from this point forward. Risks can be taken by Angel and Shao, playing a little bit looser with the pistols and the light shields. And players with rifles very much wanting to stay alive, or at least have their rifle picked up if those pistol players are still alive. This play through spawn from Apex is nice. 3 players on their way. The problem is that setup that's waiting for previously Navi have tried, and maybe we'll see them again, I hope not. Some silly walls. This one's a bit more conventional, and as soon as I don't think Ruxic needs to be here, but I guess he really likes the Omen ulti. Looking to farm them up. It's a huge risk. I mean, if he goes down here, the rifle is theirs for the taking. Luckily, that's another 4K from Ruxic, so they will cement that. But it could have gotten a little bit shaky in the end. I'm not a fan of splitting up like that and giving those opportunities, but hey, 2-0 is 2-0.
Yeah, and an in-zone flawless.
अपने लिए
all of that weaponry over. Don't even have to buy any of the shields again. And although, yeah, I completely agree the aggression is unnecessary. I think for Ruxic, it's more of just a confidence builder. Like, he has been having such a quiet game, so wanting to try and get himself back in with some eco kills.
सारे buy round है.
Yeah.
ठीक है.
Until he loses the rifle, it's a confidence destroyer.
के लिए देखा जाएगा तो
Apex
भाई के पास शॉटगन नहीं होनी चाहिए क्योंकि वो पहला राउंड जीते. लेकिन ठीक है, मान लेते हैं. मान
Not sure that everyone would agree, but Ruxic certainly would. He's got his ult online. A little bit of a recon for them. Conventional wall going to cover out B main as they play in the backside. Ult is used. This is what it was all about. He wanted those ult orbs. He got them, and backside control is theirs now. Rifles focused up to heaven, and these vines, such an annoyance. You can already see them spamming through to try to break them. But if they stay alive late into the round, that is going to be a big drain on the clock. A little bit of aggression from NAVI, but I think it's all posturing. I imagine you'll see them fall back. Astra in an unusual position, staying aggressive underneath the boxes. They've got players on side ready for the fight, and Xiao tearing them a new one. A triple kill from the low HP Astra embedded on the box. It was a risk, but it paid off.
I find you a star, and we could be in love.
Performances on this map, and it always was that attack side. I think Angel pretty much changed our view of this map after probably a couple of years of like, okay, we get rounds of defense, and then it was like every time we watched FPX play, they'd get 7 or 8 rounds of attack, and we go, and teams learn from them. So sure, some of the stuff they do is unorthodox, but this was always a map that they were very good at the defaults, very good at the sort of timing of execution, and sure, the pieces of the puzzle may have changed, but the leadership, and well, the Xiao Show hasn't gone anywhere.
No, the Xiao Show never ends. At least not so far. Valorant's history.
It's like, 4 years, this is a long show. I hope there's an interval.
Oh, no, there's not. There really isn't. Not with this man. No matter where he gets put, what role he's on, he will deliver. 3-0 start for NAVI and an opening pick here. Apex with a lot of weaknesses, and we do want to see exactly what's happening. NAVI abandoning this play towards the A site, grouping up and moving as a unit, but Apex have made the read correctly. Look at the rotations coming in. The furthest player away is just now making it through to heaven. This is going to be a big stack up, and yes, they don't have the weaponry for it, but the element of surprise, along with those weaker weapons, could pay off. Fluorescent looking like she's in a death match. Beautiful double, but it will not be enough with Governor locked out of any pickups from those rifles or any real impact. Holding just that classic expectation, but holding the knife, expectations are even lower. No need.
Ruxic has been doing this all game. I think it's just
ऐसे बंदा लगता है आज बहुत लेट आया बाद में वाइट डीपी चेंज मेरा इंटरनेट में देखो सब चेंज हो गया भाई
have just been spectators.
70 now.
Not really dying, only one apiece, but Xiao, Koala, and mostly Ruxic have been cleaning up quite a mess. 4-0 for the squad, and now the operator comes in for Fluorescent. We saw this in the first map. This was the difference maker. I do feel like at times it can be a little bit more difficult to get true value on this map. It involves a lot of aggressive positioning, and well, speaking of aggressive positioning, Koala has just taken an immediate fight. The paranoia popped within the first 5 seconds of the round, and that's already Molesy lost. Normally the most integral piece to this puzzle, the glue for the side of Apex. Already down.
And the player who went back into a corner like that when the squad comes at him, he tends to take down more than he really should, more than his fair share, but not this time. Now he's standing with 5 still late into the round, and the pressure put into heaven. This could be a mistake. It certainly is, as Fluorescent rounds the corner first. Ruxic, that's 11-1 now, with his first death on the board. See if NAVI can recover without him, because he has been the one to take it across the line in the majority of these rounds. And there's a lot of presence from Apex, especially with this ult coming through. That's confirming that the hit is on its way. They know about Avova. The TP coming out of the ult up top's being heard. Avova and Batu dealt with. They're ready for Fluorescent to be around here even still.
Oh my boy,
I can't believe I just saw that. You can replay that. Maybe even now. screw the round. 2v2. Shao, 32 HP. Tom, all thanks to Fluorescent, this is winnable.
Wow.
I wouldn't want to walk anywhere near. Don't even go near a wall that Fluorescent is looking at, because you might just fall. Gun barrel spotted. A 4th kill already for Fluorescent, and she will take over this round completely. To anybody who still has question marks of whether or not Fluorescent will be able to thrive in this league, just replay this round over and over and over again, and then proceed to shut your mouth.
Oh my. Nice kill on the rug 6, sure, but this decent kill. This one! Get out of here!
I wouldn't even think to shoot at that part of the wall. Dear Lord.
Nice! Yeah. What are you doing, Flood?
I cannot believe that. If this was online, I'd be pausing the game myself.
I do think
the admins to check what's going on.
I think it's Batu and Governor are having a battle for who can make the highest pitch scream.
So you are telling me कि 4 round जो Apex को जीतना चाहिए था वो Navi जीता और वो 1 round जो Navi को जीतना चाहिए था वो Apex जीता.
Oh, that was sensational.
Huh?
And the best part is, Governor's got the op this round. After what just happened, Governor's like, give me a shot.
Hold that.
Huh?
Wow, that's really just blowing the wind out of my sails. I feel like I need a minute.
It's easy to forget that they're currently 4-1 down. Fluorescent has danced out of the way of that showstopper. Angel was patiently waiting for some aggression, and while Avova's doing fantastic work on the site, trading things out to leave them in a 3v3, but Navi still decent spot to play from. The drone is going to clear that backline. Again, it's actually going to be utilized, but it doesn't connect onto Hero at all. In fact, he's able to basically just sidestep the ult. Still, Mosey has been able to pick off Angel. That leaves the Spike in a bit of a precarious position, and the time is ticking down. Hero immediately going to utilize that flash to try and give some space. And the Apex players in the meantime have grouped up, but it doesn't matter. Hero will respond.
क्यों करना, क्यों डालना, कहाँ डालना भाई?
What was a fluorescent blip has now stopped shimmering. It is another on the board for Navi.
Well, let me treat Navi with the same gusto I gave to Apex in that first map where I thought they were rolling. Right now, the only round for Apex is one of the craziest aces I've ever seen with an operator.
Yeah.
Certainly here on Split. Whoa, that was close. But for Navi, 5 rounds now, looking good. Fumbling, yes, exactly. And that's what Apex may be doing. And I said, this may favor Navi more starting on the attack. I have questions around their defense, but if they're able to deliver like this consistently, look, 6 rounds now, and they have got themselves full control over the flow of this series here on the final map. They can keep this up. There's no doubt about it. Apex are in trouble. They've got a mixed bag of a buy, but the op back on Fluorescent. So it's anyone's guess where this one's going. But the Spike certainly going towards the A site. And it might free the Spike. Free is Governor. Yeah, he's not going to take the risk.
She's on the wrong side of the map, so there is a gate crash, but it's not even going to get her halfway. A free post plant. Nightfall 1 away. And the same for a couple of ultimates on the other side. Hero's lurks have definitely been causing them issues. Trying to clear him from mid has been troublesome. Positions. Xiao waiting patiently. Ruxic also on the cross. This time Fluorescent is caught out, and the rest of the team are a little bit...
Ruxic's नहीं मान रहे थे.
The word that comes to mind. Mosey now and attempting an ace of his own, a 1 versus 5. Even with a rolling thunder there. Economy is in the bin, and trying to face back into the site seems like an impossibility, hoping to maybe clear some guns. But bear in mind the economy for Navi.
मेरे को जानने का, अपने पास टर्न है, अपने पास आफ्टर शॉक है, अपने पास अल्ट है, अपने पास फ्लोर अल्ट करके जो दिखा उस पे ब्रीच चल रहे तान मालूम है, और भी 5 साइड पे बराबर है. अपने पास हेवन है, रैंप नहीं है, अपने पास हेवन है, बराबर है. अल्टी मारने के बाद कर सकते हैं ना. टाइम आउट चाहिए. W यार कोच भाई. W.
Chance that backstab won't come through. Otherwise, the wall would have been there. And also we see this from Navi a lot where on some more direct plays, they will keep that utility for post plant. But again, because he was mid, that doesn't really seem to be the case.
I guess also, I think it's potentially, if he does spot something, could just look to isolate those fights.
New team of the challenge.
We saw the round before,
Thank
even
you,
in the 2v2 when he went up
bye.
into heaven, and he took those kills to finish it off, right? While put him up to a 3K, or 3 pieces on the board. He still had the wall as well. So I think the post-plant util, and then they're keeping it for maybe, like, again, like you say, if they find that control over Vent, or they find the control up in heaven and they want to rotate, you just pop the wall down, and now
अरे मैं बोल रहा था जब भी योरू अल्ट और ब्रीच अल्ट है
or you've got huge info when they go
तो
for it.
रुकना चाहिए रैंप कंट्रोल करने से पहले
I do like, I think this is a much better look, and Navi have clearly done their homework from the last time they played this map, where they just looked lost. Again, that was more defensive side, and maybe we'll see the same thing with the challenges against the Yoru there.
I think they've always been very good on the attack. I think it definitely helps when Bruxic is currently having an absolute game. 14 and 2. Xiao's up there as well. Yeah, you have to consider the last 2 maps. We've seen a steady improvement. 15 kills in total for Ruxic in the last already, as said, on 14. And we are looking at a very, very weak buy. And a spread out one at that. Defense normally happy to group up, commit to something together, go for a more aggressive push. And I think when you have ultimates online, well, that's not exactly how Avova was hoping that one would go. A chance for Koala to farm. With most other ults, either online or relatively close, even finding impact with this Outlaw is actually pretty important. Could allow for a showstopper.
Nice shot from Fluorescent, and maybe, you know, for Navi, sending a player out late towards this A site, it's definitely going to keep a lot of them in position. It does allow for a rifle to be retrieved by Fluorescent. Ult online. With Batu falling in the Viper's Pit, not available for late round. It will be more difficult for players like Malzy and Governor to have impact, but Rolling Thunder alongside that rifle, if they decide to commit it, the round's not over yet.
I think it might take one more before that time already ticking. They are going to use the Dimensional Drift, so clearly an idea to find something into this round. They have got one connection off the back of that Nightfall, and it seems like they are going to set up that Rolling Thunder. They want to try and play for this round, and the timing of Floor is excellent. The aim not quite as clean as usual, but eventually she will get the job done. Another multi-kill that sees
W round, कितना easy था.
Commitment of those ultimates.
W round.
Definitely worthwhile for the pay save card thrift.
ताकि नहीं round easy था कि
Huge
नहीं.
risk indeed. Imagine this round doesn't go their way. They're now looking down the barrel of a 7-1 deficit, having invested a lot of ultis into a round where they didn't have a lot. And it's a risk. Many teams try it, and it doesn't work out. BBL tell you all about that.
Obviously it will work out.
They've come through and found the value with it. And again, I think just belief in themselves in that moment, the recovered rifle probably helped them, and the fact that Fluorescent spotted so much on the side itself, and that it was an easy lineup for the Rolling Thunder. Everything worked out for Apex in that round. It's still 6-2 though. It's a massive lead for Navi. Ult used by Batu early on, and that's a lot of space, usually denied. They're walking through the pit. This always makes me nervous against Batu of all people, but Ruxic claims the kill. They haven't cleared Malzy. He grabs one, and he's just shifting his way back across. Huge risk to spam with a Vandal there, but he did a lot of damage.
It's frustrating for Batu, but even still, they found themselves in a relatively decent position. That A site somewhat open for business, and Ruxic shooting anything that moves while connecting onto it. I think he's also spotted a player down at the bottom of mid, but the timing from Fluorescent could it be better? 1 for free, teammate to support, Koala already tagged. This is looking like a good opportunity to respond, but they have to be careful of the player up above. Already clearing out one. Governor on the site can only find one of his own. Clutch King himself. Avova.
Blind.
He's had a couple of attempts. The paranoia
Double blind.
And already the gun gonna be removed. It takes a bit of time for the Steel Garden. Luckily for them, Xiao didn't need that time at all.
No, he did. Right back to winning ways.
Much love to Binks. You have made night shift easy for me, and you still smile for me difficult during difficult days. Love you, Arthur.
That is not a strategy that you see all that often. Usually,
by just saying, by बचपन में मैं भी जब सेंटी होता था ना, एकदम right decisions लेता था. तो जब भी तुम सेंटी हो जाओगे ना लाइफ में, मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड कर लेना. जस्ट से बचपन का मैं स्टोरी में बता रहा हूँ. या
Or at the moment, although almost more impressive that Xiao is hot in his heels.
I was gonna say, I think if you're going off impact kills, Xiao is probably the best player.
Yeah.
On his team. I can't get over what we've seen from Fluorescent so far. Already, another setup.
W stand.
That revolves around forcing these players off angles. You can see Xiao hightailing it to the other side of the map. Maybe would have stayed and fought, but not for that spike. The interesting thing, though, is that almost switching of roles. That Heaven spot is definitely something they'll be aware of. The double controller now taking Heaven on the other side of the map. And I'm very curious how Na'Vi are going to piece this one together. Are they going to meet up in the spawn?
Well, I mean, the big problem with that wall going down, with the walkabouts coming through. The fact that you've got a player wrapping around,
they're walking back into
but
floor.
then the spawn wrap-up goes in. I mean, Apex have got to be lost. Where have these players gone in their mind? Maybe they're sitting middle, maybe they've moved to Heaven. I think you just turtle back to whatever space you can hold on to, and the problem is Batu looking the wrong way. It is confusing, but I can't blame Batu for that. I can't blame Apex for losing track of how this round was going, because this is a bizarre way for it to unfold. Ultimate sent through, Evolva had a gap, but Ruxic managed to dive onto him before that became a real problem. 12 seconds and a plant's coming down. It still hasn't gone in thanks to utility in the other direction. And players are only now moving through middle to get back. This is a crazy round, but one that NAVI somehow seem to have found control over. A 4v2 post plant. With the economy being where it is, up in play. I think this might be save territory.
4v5 ना time में ना कुछ base
I don't know how I feel about this round, but I really don't know how he feels about it, because there was like a gap that was seemingly well aware of from Apex. Is this the piff of Minnie's anger levels?
Minnie's looking good.
8-2.
I like what he's done with his makeup.
Well, a little bit green, maybe a bit ill.
It's the lighting. It's the lighting. Don't worry, they'll fix that up.
But yeah, it seemed like Fluorescent was well aware of the gap because she was consistently watching towards the spawn. Ruxic was even seen within her crosshair. And then Batu seemed completely unaware that someone could come from behind him. So I think there was either a gap in communication, because one player was clearly well aware that there was a player in spawn. I want to say that's straight BS. That's a one-shot kill, because I don't think that maybe that was the other thing that was weird. There was a C's thrown into the backside and a nade not thrown into the backside. So I don't know if he thought that both of them had gone there and that player had to be low. But it was very odd that the nade just went somewhere completely different to where Evolva was.
Like there's a lot that seems strange about that round.
नहीं उस चीज नेट बराबर था. वो लोग कॉम्बो नहीं कर रहे थे. वो लोग दो एंगल एक साथ.
Knowing their potential weaknesses on the defense, and no doubt Apex have looked back at that matchup they've seen and bring this Yoru win as well. Further confirms it for me. They know the weaknesses to Navi's defense. 2 rounds on the board, it won't be enough to capitalize. Fluorescent opening pick, a big player to take down in the form of Ruxic. And the walkabouts to the A site. This has been a slow start for Navi with no control on this side of the map. A part that Apex have pushed up in quite a bit. That's why you see Hero clearing down below. They're checking everything.
Are they going to Cosmic Divide it? That's the question. I wonder if they're just going to try and section off Heaven and have the freebie in towards the site. They still have it in his inventory.
Yeah. It's going to be placed for the Heaven walk down, but they're keeping control over Heaven. Sort of doubling up on the security of that utility. Oh, okay. Clearly not expecting Koala Noob to be that close, but the punish comes in nonetheless. And Batu's able to upgrade to a rifle. That's a great start for Apex.
I started marega kya?
Slightly more passive positions. The C's from Angel thrown out to Heaven to just try and delay. And there's that Cosmic Divide. The wall has also now been placed over towards the stairs. It's all about just delaying, slowing, making this retake a lot more awkward. And then Xiao just lurking on the edge of the smokes. His timing needs to be sublime, and while it seems like him and Hero alongside the leader have combined perfectly within the chaos is where Na'Vi seem to thrive, and considering they were a player down in that engagement, they come out quite clean.
Yeah, well, they certainly made the end of that game look clean. It's this opening pick from Koala I didn't really expect, putting us back even and then being traded right back up in heaven. It was good space for Apex to have. Who are they? Apex to have. In the end, this big brawl.
This is GG, buddy.
Are you calling them Apex because there's only one player on the server for them right now?
कब से बोल रहा हूँ GPEC check किधर? WhatsApp देख.
Wow, what happened?
देखो?
I don't know. I feel mean today. I think you started it by bullying Hype, and then I just decided to join in.
One comment about Hype.
Yeah, so you started it,
okay,
and then I joined in.
I hit the first domino. I'm sorry. I brought this upon everyone. We had Angry Angel on the desk earlier. We got Angry Tombiz just on the cast. All day long. 9 rounds, so, and this, look, any doubt I had about Navi, and let me tell you, I had a lot. It's sort of being dispelled by this. This already 9-3 is going to be a really tough scoreline for Apex to come back from, even if they can manipulate Navi in the way that we saw Fnatic do. For the defensive side here, though, putting the round on the board is essential if they want to have a chance. Fluorescent with the ultimate and a judge, it makes me scared. Scared for Navi.
क्यों हो रहा है पता नहीं रे वो गोपाल भाई
Go hunting. Normally this is where you see the stun come out from Molzy, but they're connecting that stun may be difficult. Angel's gone full sprint up mid to try and find the gap, and instead has met Batu. Showstopper, there's a lot of players around here, and the flash is good, but he just predicts where Batu's going to be. It's been a bit of a cursed game for the Viper player. Vova needs to win this battle, and it's a bit shaky, but the job is done. Molzy in combination. The judge looking to get up in the face as his headshots, but barely any bullets, any of the shells connecting. But the time is ticking. 14 seconds, trying to bait them in. Try to give that little bit of extra space. Koala wants to take that fight, and I think there may be at least one more. Almost. Is what Apex have on their side, because Navi...
I think that's GG.
They came in with question marks around their split. I wasn't looking forward to seeing it, but this attack side may just have set them up for recovery in the imagery of this map. We'll see how that second half unfolds after the break.
और के अलावा कोई खेलेगा हेलो एपेक्स बट्टो को क्या हो गया पता नहीं रे बहुत अंदर के हो रहा है वो
Red Bull gives you wings.
बाप रे मैंने अभी देखा की बैंड EMEA है वो स्पेक्टेटर की बैंड है मतलब ऑब्जर्वर की बैंड है इन गेम सबका की बैंड अलग अलग ही है Kingmaker, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के टुडे चैट we are close to 7K लाइक जल्दी से लाइक कर दो मेंबर तुम नहीं होगा तेरे भाई ने एक बार वादा किया ना उसके बाद यू मुड़ के नहीं देखा भाई जितना मेरे को मालूम है एपेक्स का लास्ट टाइम भी डिफेंस बहुत वीक था मतलब डिफेंस में लोग राउंड नहीं जीत पा रहे वेलो मेरी चैट इग्नोर
Back, folks. NAVI leading 9-3. It's been a very strong display from this squad.
Valorant push member yes,
picking up 3 rounds, one of which was an ace from Fluorescent. This map hasn't seemed to have really gotten off the ground for this squad. But here on the attack, coming into this matchup, is exactly where I expected them to put up rounds, mainly because NAVI struggled so much before. But Tom, already it looks like they've come in using that loss the other day as a learning opportunity.
Huh?
Yeah, last time out it was a 6-6 half on the attack versus Heretics, and then only 2 rounds on the defense for Apex. So they do go into what seems like their favored side, but it just seems like so many individuals confident over on that Navi side. Ruxic having his best performance of the day. I think Shao, he's been pretty good in the last map as well, but I'd argue this has been better. Batu with a nice start though. Koala out of action, and it seems like Avova's going to double up himself. This pistol looking inevitable. Unless we can finally see that ace out of Ruxic, but with 47 HP, Mitch, Even I'm not a believer in this one.
मैंने थोड़े कुछ किया था वहाँ से था
scene. Lights out earlier on, but this should be too much. And Malzy confirms
nice,
that it will
nice,
be.
Nice.
A much needed win in the pistol round for Apex as they trail now by 5. But the distance can quickly start to close in. For NAVI,
bro,
no choice.
15-9, bro. Can we give her some?
Gopal bhai coming up used with 2000 GP. No bugs
well, you know, Governor, not afraid to call it as it is. I respect that.
और ये टाइम ऐसे है भाई
I think
मैं कल से ये टाइम पे
I
शुरू
don't
करूंगा
even know if I need to say by the end of the
Gopal
season,
bhai
but
मजा
maybe
set
by
कर
the end
देंगे
of the
so
week,
much
I
for the
think he's going to
2000
have
GP
my
मेरी
favorite
जान
comms
रोटे
across the
love
board.
you
100%.
So brutally honest.
I'm becoming a big fan of Governor on the server and certainly off it as well.
I'm glad we can display some more of the personality. Because again, it was a bit of a risky pickup based on previous successes, changing roles as well. Something I think we knew he'd be capable of, but definitely a lot of expectations. A bit of damage. In fact, 2 players incredibly low. Governor and Devova on just 7 HP. This could be 2 of the heaviest assists we've ever seen, but Devova still going strong.
So much damage done, but it just doesn't seem to matter. NAVI unable to finish their dinner in a lot of these bite-sized battles. It's Apex ahead, 7 HP on 2. How I think the shorty can get them from here. Opportunity certainly not coming his way in droves for Shao. Be patient. Even going down to the spike here is fine, and if that patience results in mistake being made on the other side, there's one, and almost 2, desperately close. The first cleanly on the head to Malzy at least add some cost to this. Yeah, in terms of shields and so on, there's going to be reinvestments.
Not really the end of the world, and it seems like they're going to come in with a lot of rifles for this one. I think Apex probably also realizing that a break back here would put NAVI on double digits, set them up nicely to move forward in this match, and I think if there's going to be a response, they need to break back early. The same can be said for them in terms of this group. There are a lot of heavy hitters. So either team taking a victory. Sure, it's come down to map difference, etc. But I think for either side, just getting on that board, even a couple of wins, depending on others' results, could be enough to make it into the playoffs. Although I'd say depends on expectations. For NAVI, playoffs would be the start. I think for Apex, they are taking it one step at a time. Malzy with a good clear. That was a aggressive position, but it does seem like when we go back to Haven, they're being caught by stuff like that. So they have been learning as they go.
I
like the setup as well that Heroes put in. The wall and vines on B is just a great alarm system, but also a slowing effect with those vines once the wall gets tripped, and then he moves over to A. He's got a flash that's now going to need to be used with that pickup from Batu. And indeed, it will be beautiful stuff from Hero finding the kill. But it's the other side of the map where the test is about to come in.
That's the thing, this is a full buy. The first couple of kills that came through
30 seconds left.
definitely seem more awkward. Now, normally, I'm absolutely fine with that wall being activated and baited out, but the problem is the amount of time. 20 seconds left on the clock for them to try and make a move into this site. This is starting to get a little bit shaky, but Xiao being cleared with ease, and Angel needs to get something done. It will be the double up. Now left on to Malzy, just 8 HP, and you can see Angel almost just running it down. The IGO has had a desperately quiet series on the scoreboard, but the fact is that round was all about him.
Yeah, even the C's that he puts through, it delays them further. It makes that push a bit more frantic and forces the last player to just go for the plant. That double kill there, though, his 3rd piece of the round, followed up with a 4th. Wonderful work. And again, a lot of it comes down to the C's that went in, sure, but the wall that was in play. Again, we see that Apex are looking at NAVI, seeing those weaknesses. You just send the decoy through, but the problem is it comes in so late in the round that then the vines and the wall, they serve their purpose of running the clock down lower. We'll see them hopefully look to get rid of some of that util a little bit earlier, as now the wall shifts up to middle. And this is I think the more common spot for Vice players to put that, just replacing a Sage wall, but lasting all round. And if they don't come close enough to it, flying under the radar. So you get control, and your opponents don't even know you have it.
Seems like this time they're gonna go a little bit earlier, or at least try to bait out any of that utility. Problem is, it's not there. I think a lot more dynamic from Hero in his placement of these walls, making sure that a lot more difficult to try and predict. And if there was a walk up into mid,
Poison's off.
that would catch anybody lurking, or in this case, just the original take. It does seem like, though, instead, that clone is going to be the one to activate. But again, I'm looking at this clock. Okay, sure, we're only at that 40-second marker. But right now, there isn't any ground that's really been garnered. And when you know that your opponent has these vines that can desperately slow you down, I feel like you need to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no, 100%, but at least now they're moving through avenues, coming through heaven where those vines won't block them. We saw them B main and A main already triggered on B, now triggered on A, running down the clock lower, stopping Batu from joining the rest of the squad. He's boxed out for now. Ruxik's crossed for free, and the reset is wonderful. Batu only now making it in. The paranoia perfectly timed. He either gets caught by it, or the round is done and dusted. And with the spike up in heaven, it was already cemented in favor of NAVI. Again, this setup was causing so much trouble for NAVI, where Fnatic were using it to play them like a fiddle in their rotations. Their map control, the free info that we saw this round till 40 seconds on the clock wasn't there. It was challenged with like 20 seconds gone off the clock. And that left them then spiraling late round, always having to have players committed to those angles. There would be baits on one side or the other of the map, getting those vines up early, but once you have them online late, well, we've seen the impact now. This setup has to be challenged, and Danito and co, that's probably what they're talking about here. You gotta remove that utility and that free info from the Navi defense early on.
But that's the thing, like, you can have a lot of that Vice util gone because you have that double control. Like, you can smoke, you can paranoia, you can have the stun, you grab well, whatever you like. You can also still get info from it. That's the way this competition is going to work. If you allow them to have everything until 40 seconds, okay, sure, you got rid of the wall. But all the vines are still there, the stars are still there. Even the haunt will come back online, so they can get that information, and then you're running into things blind. Maybe literally in some cases, because you haven't got rid of the rows either. And that's such a huge problem when going for those execution. Those vines were up. Like, how is it with what, 15, 20 seconds left, that Ruxik can TP back into the site? Like, that shouldn't be possible. There should be someone there to stop him.
And there was. That person was Batu. But again, those vines were there. They stopped him. He could have. You run through it. You ain't going to get on very well. You stand on the other side and your teammates have a bad time. That is something that we need to see fixed up. But the other thing, and you mentioned it earlier, Tom, at Hero 7 and 8, but his impact on the server is, you cannot understate it. And I think the thing about him is he's being so diverse with where this utility is being put into play. He's not at mid at the start of the round, so he won't be placing the wall. You know what they do instead? They say, okay, Apex, they might try to get rid of our wall. They might walk up and jump through it. They might put a decoy. You know what we'll do? We'll put 3 players there. We'll react aggressively and take that fight right to them, but that's what Fluorescent does best. Eliminating Angel, and the stun will get them up into heaven.
Dimensional Drift immediately activated. They want to try and capitalize off this, but they have not seen Xiao. Xiao is the one underlying factor that they have completely negated. Already 1 to his name, still at the back of this site, looking for a little more. Will get isolated, but the time that was bought was enough. That was the spike on the deck. Koala with a huge triple of his own. 12 to 5. Navi don't look like they're slowing down. A very shaky map 1. A map 2 that almost slipped away from them. In map 3, well, it would take 7 rounds in a row for Apex. And I'll be honest with you, there has not been anything in the second half that makes me think they'll get there.
I think we even saw the improvement, though, from Lotus, from the end of Lotus, not so much the start of it, but it was a much better performance from Navi against an actual comp, not against a Harbor comp. So that's already a step up. Then they take 13 to 11 on Haven with a very impressive map, but here on Split, where they sucked. I mean, I can't say it enough. I hated watching their split last time around against Fnatic. But this, I mean, it very much just shows as well, though, if you have weaknesses, a team like Fnatic will exploit them. I think for Apex, that is definitely holds true at times. But this time, doesn't seem to be the case. But I would put that down to Navi. really minimizing their weaknesses, really learning from their last loss. And now 7 opportunities to close this out, starting out with a pick on Demalzi.
यार अच्छा गेम जा सकता था बे पिस्तौल और रिटेक्स देखते देते अब जीतते तो देखते
I think the other thing is just because you look weak versus
वो
Fnatic.
पिस्तौल और रिटेक्स जीतते ना अच्छा गेम जा सकता था यार
Weak versus others. A depth of talent within that roster and new coaching staff. He seems to do the trick in week number 1. Batu's done well. Managing to isolate Hero. Ruxic also desperately low on HP. Shouldn't get anything here. Almost gets away with 2. That is far more damage than expected. An immediate rotation from Angel. Well, that's not gone to plan. All the players over on the Apex side taking damage. Koala does have the ult, but the problem is the showstopper. He wouldn't be able to take a single bullet and has gone on the full rotation in from behind. Probably just going to try and fire this in from a distance. Maybe even waiting for an extra piece of utility from Angel. A single kill from him will also get that Nightfall online and could give the game away.
Usually I'd question if the ult is used here, but I think 12-5, there's a very good chance. Koala's on the walk up, low HP on Batu as well. But a headshot delivered, the health didn't matter. Not at that range. Apex maintain control, and with Koala down, without a showstopper to work around as well, you know, 2v3, maybe that's where it would be deployed. But with him being the one to fall, there's no choice for that.
Economy as well.
Save.
You have a couple of players that can purchase and probably maybe even drop one over, but you don't want to have too many weapons thrown into the dirt. I also do wonder if the timing there was just a little bit off. I think Koala wanted to try and be sneaky, but just after he peeks, they throw the ult in, which Batu has to shoot. So it could have been just slightly more synergy.
साइड जो रिवील है ना, वो साइड रिवील की जगह पे वो लोग को सिर्फ अंडर वाला रिवील करना था. अगर वो रिवील तोड़ता तो रेज अल्ट मार सकता था, फिर अंडर क्लियर बराबर है. फिर बाकी लोग साइड में पता है, लेकिन अंडर में भी 2 जगह है ना अंडर, वो भी बीटी, दूसरा एंगल क्लियर नहीं होता था जब तक कोई सिटी से नहीं आता था. समझ रहे हो?
That was the start of what is an
कोई अगर
incredibly
सिटी
long
से
journey
आता
back
फिर
for
हेवन
Apex.
से एक अंडर वाला रिवील देता तो कुछ हो सकता था.
Marathon from this squad needed. One stumble and they will fall. It's not going to land.
It did, it was a leg.
He ends up going down. You're right. Yeah, Malsey went down to 5 HP, but still, he's the one to fire right back. Take Koala Noob out, eliminate the off, and eliminate the showstopper. Another big danger dealt with.
The difference would have been the loss of supportive utility and a rolling thunder. And instead it ends up as the loss of an operator and a showstopper. That fight is probably far more valuable than many will realize. Again though, it's going to be a long rotation back through the spawn. Larson, obviously, you can see her going back in the other direction, but does have a gate crash, which will mean she can quickly join up with the team. The scary prospect is, though, they are walking into what is pretty much all of the utility. Vice set up, Xiao as well with some utility of his own. He's been playing off angles the entirety of this game. Fluorescent is going to attempt to try and bait this one out, but with nothing else being spotted, this could be a problem.
Even Rolling Thunder, look at the response. They've put up the vines and then have Xiao playing inside the smoke. It's a nasty spot. Ruxic on the backside, 14 seconds. The plant very much needed. And they throw themselves at Ruxic. He throws them in the trash. 13-6. A dominant conclusion to this series. NAVI came in looking
W खेला यार, लेकिन फ्लोर ने ना क्रेजी खेला यार. W खेला. अरे यार जीत तो सकते थे यार. वो इसकी हैंड के पिस्तौल और रिटेक वाला राउंड ना मोमेंटम की क्या फाड़ दी. हाँ युग भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. चलो चलो अभी अपन थोड़ी देर वो करेंगे, मेंबर्स स्ट्रीम करेंगे, ठीक है. ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं करेंगे, 1-1.5 घंटा खेलेंगे मस्त आराम से चिल करके, 2-3 गेम खेलेंगे, ठीक है. चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय. आदियो चैट में पादियो. जाते जाते हो सकते तो बुंड की जोर दबा के 7 के लाइक्स करने की कोशिश करो, वरना कोई ना 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ मेंबर्स ओनली करने. बाय गाइस, आदियो चैट में पादियो. टेक केयर, सी या. आई होप यू लाइक माय न्यू इंट्रो एंड आउट्रो. म्यूजिक सुनो भयंकर, हाँ सिस्टम फाड़ देंगे।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better.